Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of GameSpot's live stage show here at E3 2012. If you're watching yesterday, you saw a cavalcade of big-name games, a lot of shooters, and some new Wii U stuff. Today, we're kicking it off with another big game. It's the Elder Scrolls Online. Joining me on set is Paul Sage, the creative director for the game, as well as Kevin Van Ord and Curtis Said, GameSpot editors who are just real big Elder Scrolls fans. Am I right, guys?
That you
Definitely,
are.
yes.
Yeah. Paul,
Yes.
Elder Scrolls Online, you guys got towering paintings down on Figueroa just outside the building. You guys are here in a big way. How's the show been going for you?
The show's been going great. We've done a lot of, talking about the game, and, since we've kept so quiet about it for 5 years, it's been one of those things where, finally we get to talk about the game, and it's been great.
People have been excited to hear a lot about it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And you've been showing off, you brought today, so we're going to take a look at some of the environments across the whole of Tamriel.
Absolutely, yeah. So the environments are, we're just going to show a little bit of the environments. They span the entire continent. So you'll see parts of Morrowind, you'll see Daggerfall. People haven't seen Daggerfall in over 15 years. You'll see Skyrim even. The nice thing about what we're doing is you get to explore all of Tamriel and really come to know it. And like I said, games are areas you haven't ever even seen before in Tamriel, so that's really fun and exciting.
Very cool. You guys have a place in particular you're looking forward to exploring?
Morrowind for sure, for me at least.
I think I want to see the Khajiit home, or was it elsewhere?
Elsewhere is where the Khajiit are, yes.
Very cool. All right, so you've talked a little bit about. Here we go. Let's launch right into it, and tell us where we're at here.
So you're actually in the Daggerfall area. This is just right outside of Daggerfall. So you can see kind of the entrance here. This is the big city. There's, the Daggerfall Covenant is made up of Breton and Orcs, and it's also got the Redguard there. So it also takes place in Hammerfell, which is the home of the Redguard. Mm-hmm. And I think the environments look amazing. One of the great things about taking on so many different environments like this, or all of Tamriel, is that you have to have an art style that works for the entire span of the game and not just one section. So that's been great. I think our artists have done a fantastic job.
And you need to define each region and give it an identity, but then also have some cohesion amidst all those differing locales and civilizations, really.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the interesting thing is the player gets to choose a faction right from the start. Of where they're going to kind of spend their time, and that gives them an identity in the game. They really start to relate to, hey, I want to be part of the Daggerfall Covenant, so that's the faction I choose, that's where I want to play, because later on, when you get into PvP, you want that identity, you want that community identity to say, okay, this is the side I'm going to fight for in our later game.
Yeah, this is my squad. These are my brothers in arms.
Exactly.
Or sisters, as the case may be. Folks, just a reminder, because we are live here from the stage, we are taking your questions over GameSpot, over Twitter, and over Twitch TV as well. So sound off, and I'll relay them on to Paul, and you can hopefully he'll be able to talk about what you want to know. First off, we've got some questions wondering more about those different classes that you can choose. They're different a lot. In terms of the player experience.
So while we're not talking about each of the specific classes at this point, I think the thing is that within a class, if everybody were the same, nobody would be special. So we kind of chose a way to allow you to choose a class right from the start, and then within that class, there's so many different choices that you can make of what you want to do, how you want to play your class, that really makes it stand out. So for instance, there might be a class that is more roguish in nature, but that rogue could decide they want to use bows, they want to use swords, or even hammers. That's fine. We'll let you do that.
That's all good.
Yeah.
And speaking of different things you can use in the world, Riku45 wants to know about mounts and getting around.
There will be mounts in the game, and you will be able to ride them, absolutely.
All right, Riku, I guess you're going to have to wait to hear more about whether you're going to get on a dragon back. Not going to be able to find out today. Kevin, what do you think, man? What's it look like?
It's looking pretty good. I wonder about the visuals in particular. Bethesda's sort of been associated with the same engine for a rather long time. Have you branched out? Are you still using the same engine, or have you decided that the game really needs a different sort of feel to it?
Well, so with our, I was talking a little bit earlier about our PvP, and one of the things about our PvP battles is it's got to support 200 characters on the screen at one time. Like, that's our goal, that's what we're shooting for, to have this, this feeling of, I'm actually in the war, I'm there. And so, for us, we had to make sure that we crafted our engine to accommodate that. So it's not the same engine that you'll have seen in, Skyrim, for instance, but the engine is amazing. The level of detail that we're able to get and still get 200 people on this screen is fantastic.
Now, what I'm really wondering is about the story of the game. Why have these different factions sprouted up? Why do these different races come together and want to fight each other? And what's it all going to play out in the end regarding the Elder Scrolls?
And this ties into a question we're getting over Twitch about from El the Quick Nessie, where does it take place in the Tamriel timeline?
It takes place in the Tamriel timeline about 1,000 years before Skyrim, as an example. So it's in the second era. But to answer directly the question about the alliance or why they're allied, why these races are allied, the best thing I can do is take the Ebonheart Pact, who seems to be races that wouldn't be allied at all, right? So you have the Dunmer, you have Argonians, and you have the Nords all working together. And about 50 years in the past, they had an invasion in their lands, and it's just been one thing after another with them. And so with kind of the instability in the empire that's going on at this time, they decided we're going to have to band together. Old enemies kind of just put differences aside and say, you know what, it's time for us to kind of push our agenda forward. So they're actually an alliance of convenience.
Okay. Now, does this play into what happens in Skyrim, where the Cyrodiil Empire is kind of falling apart at this point, or is this so far in the past that it won't really play into that?
So Tiber Septim, who was the first emperor, hasn't even been crowned yet. And so at this point, there was an empire, the empire it's kind of in disarray. So all the Imperials are in disarray, which is a great time for each of the three factions to kind of fight to make their own emperor. And so one of the goals of PvP is to crown somebody from your faction, your alliance, emperor.
So are the Cyrodiils, or would it be Cyrodiilians? Cyrodionians? Are they kind of like a minority faction who pretty much represents just enemies, or how do they play into this?
So the Imperials, they are kind of like the fourth faction almost, but the players won't play them. And that actually leads into the main story a bit, which is that Molag Bal has they've made a deal with Mannimarco, who's kind of a lieutenant for Molag Bal, who's the Daedric prince of kind of the undead. So there'll be a strong undead theme going through. But in doing so, Molag Bal has kind of decided he wants to pull Tamriel into his plane of Cold Harbor. So, that kind of sets up for the player to go through this epic main quest, and in the end, they're going to be able to kind of thwart Molag Bal's plans and become the hero.
Curtis dropping all those lore bombs. That's whoa.
I remember all these things.
Now, in terms of trying to fight off Molag Bal's machinations, a big question we're getting in the chat and over email from JC especially is about combat. Now, you're not showing it off here, but you guys are showing it behind closed doors. So could you give us a taste of, is it going to be sort of hotkey-based, wait for cooldowns, or pure action? Where does it fall on that spectrum?
Okay, so if there's one thing I really want to talk about, it's combat, because it's really different. It's very active and reactive. The nice thing about working with the Elder Scrolls license is you have people who are used to things like a very active blocking mechanism, as an example, right? So something that you can do at any time. It's not on a cooldown. It's not something that you're waiting for. You have crouching, where if you don't want to fight, you can get around these things. But all those simple mechanisms like blocking, like being able to charge up attacks to hit somebody harder, really start to play in only when we have our AI come in, and our AI actually works together against the players. So I could have two different types of AI. I could have, say, a thief kind of AI, or a bandit, who throws down oil. And then he could have a mage buddy with him that lights that oil on fire. So the oil will actually slow me as a player, and if I don't get out of it, then I get lit on fire. And so there's a real reason to get out of it, and it's very active. And one of the other things you may notice is that we actually have less interface elements up on the screen, and that's so the player actually looks into the world. So the tells, the signs that you need to move out of the way, or the signs that whatever's going on, is great because you see it in the world. It's not something that comes up as like an interface element. You're actually seeing, oh, this is what's going on. He's holding back a sword that I have to jump out of the way of, and it's so active and reactive that it starts to feel just amazing. And even internally, we're kind of like, okay, this is what we want to play, right? It's not the same combat we've played in other games. It's something completely unique and different.
And you mentioned sort of the incentive you have to go with someone else. You can tag your combos together. Obviously, rolling in a party is a huge tenet of MMO play. A lot of people are curious about the scope of players that are going to be in one space at the same time, and parties you can gather with, and sort of what size population you're aiming for.
So we're aiming for a large population, and there's a lot of things that we can't talk about as far as like how many people in one area. Like as I said, there's 200 on screen at once. But one of the things that I think is really cool about what we've done is we've kind of reintroduced public dungeons, which are dungeons where you can explore. They're kind of geared more for balanced for about 1.5 players, right? So they're just on that edge of being hard. But the reason that is because that is a great social mechanism, right? You meet somebody in the game and it's like, oh, I really need your help. Can we just go do this one thing real quick? And it's like, yeah. And that may turn into nothing. 90% of the time that doesn't turn into anything. But 10% of the time you meet that person, you're like, hey, let's hang out for a little while and let's go do something else. And that's really good. The other thing about it is that we have these things that we're calling kind of internally right now synergy abilities. And synergy abilities are basically, I can set up a firestorm, for instance. I'll throw down a firestorm as a mage, and it's almost like what I just described the AI doing, but any character can run in, go into the firestorm, and make it better. So, for instance, they might swirl around and throw out fireballs, and it just kills things. So it's this real setting people up to do something strategically. For instance, we also have where you can throw down a trap, and somebody else might come in, and that trap might have been just a normal, almost like a bear trap or something like that. But you can come in, and a mage can add like a fire damage to it that makes it even better. And so you set these up, and you realize that you're really working together strategically to defeat something.
I can see the gears turning over here, these two guys.
Yeah. It is happening. I'm very curious. I mean, Elder Scrolls is sort of known for this. This is the adventure that I make of it, and this is what I want to be. And when Curtis plays, he can be a werewolf, and when I play, I might turn into a vampire, or I could be wearing a ring that makes me a cannibal, and so on and so forth. These are very different experiences that both of us have. How do you take that sort of flexibility from the single-player games that sort of make your own adventure the way you want it, and take that into an MMO space that isn't necessarily known for that sort of flexibility?
So, when we talked, even before we were up here, we were just talking about Skyrim, right? And so I'm a huge fan. Getting to that level of you want to customize your character to play the way you want to play, for instance. So I talked a little bit about getting the abilities as part of your class, but when we talk about that action bar, it's funny because everybody assumes the action bar means we're going to have large cooldowns or something like that. But what that really is it adds flexibility for you to, instead of say using like just a straight attack or using a block, you can actually take those abilities and customize which ones go in, right? So you're layering them to account for the situation. And you get better depending on which abilities you kind of have in that shortcut bar, which ones you said, hey, these are the ones that are important to me. But there's also other things like, could I become a werewolf? Could I become a vampire? And without giving away too much, I want to tell you that honestly, everybody at the office is huge fans of the IP. We know what we want to do. We know what you want to do. And so it's important to us to allow the player to have that choice and decide, yeah, that's what I want to do. We just have to make sure it works in a space with a lot of players, and that it's fun. If everybody just becomes a vampire in the battlefield, that's no fun. But if there's a special time or a special reason to do that, then it starts to become a lot of fun.
Now, smithing and crafting and gathering in the Elder Scrolls was one of my favorite parts of it. Are you putting like a spin on it here in the online version?
So interactivity within the world, right? That's another big, tough challenge for us, because I think a lot of the interactivity is something you may not have experienced before in a lot of online games. And so we've really challenged ourselves to say, hey, I want to go take the apple off the table. It seems silly, but it adds that to believability. I mean, that's what I like to do. I like to be distracted by things. I want to go pick it up. And so that's one of the things the team has really challenged themselves, is making sure the world is very interactive, and it's something that we allow you, the player, to do, because it's part of the fantasy. It's part of my fantasy. You know, this is an Elder Scrolls game. You want to do that, right?
We're going to put a lot of pots on people's heads so we can steal from them unnoticed.
I don't think we're going to allow you to put pots on people's heads. I'm sorry, because it's fun when it's an NPC, but when you're a player, you start to get mad when you can't see.
Griefing.
Pot on your head.
Something every game sort of evolves its own ways to do that. Wouldn't you say? One or two more questions before we wrap up here, Paul. Charlie from Sweden wants to know about perspective. Can you still toggle first and third person perspective?
So I would say that, you know, that's been one of the bigger questions we've gotten. And I know for a lot of people, they want that first person ideal. And it is great. You can absolutely zoom into first person, but the issue is when you're not in a single player environment, when you have monsters that have to be there for the next person coming through the area, then you want to make sure that the camera is pulled back enough to where you can actually see threats that might come in behind you versus something else. So we've been very careful. We know it's a concern. We want to make sure that it's the best experience possible. I mean, the real thing is it's got to be a good game. It doesn't matter if it's an MMO. It doesn't matter of a lot of different things. We want to create a good MMO. We want to create a good Elder Scrolls game, but we just want to create a great kick-ass game, right? That's the goal.
That sounds like a pretty noble goal, and I think a lot of people are really excited about the game, especially interested in combat. So if you folks are interested in that, Kevin Van Ord is going to be seeing it later today, and Kevin will no doubt have some video impressions for you like almost immediately after.
Hopefully. I always have lots to say. So there's no question that I'll have, you know, video, write-up, whatever it is that I see, I'll be talking about, I'll be writing about.
Excellent. So you can find out more about the Elder Scrolls Online later today. Paul, thank you so much for coming on stage and talking about the game. Folks are also really want to actually play. You guys got a beta planned or any kind of release window you're aiming for at this point?
So what I can tell you is there will be a beta in 2013.
All right, next year beta, but this afternoon, more combat info. Paul, thank you so much for coming on stage.
Thank you very
The
much
Elder
for
Scrolls
having me.
Online, folks. Now, just as we did yesterday, Carlos Rodela is out on the show floor, checking out booths, checking out games, interviewing whoever he may find, and we're going to go check in with him for his first booth tour of the day.
Hey everybody, Carlos Rodela here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. We're still in the Bethesda booth, and I have a Coke. They gave me a Coke. It was cold, and I need it. Oh, my head, so bad. So before we leave, we just thought we'd show you around a little bit. Not too much, but a little. We were back there doing a little Dawnguard. Now, here's Dishonored. You know, for the things you can't see, you're not here. Dishonored is on many screens. If you were here, you could play it. There's Doom 3 over here, and Doom 3 in 3D, which seems really interesting. And again, more Dishonored right over there. But what I really want to get to is there's some really fun props in here in Bethesda's booth. One of them is a coil. I'm going to set down my free Coke. So this is, does this actually electrocute you when you do this? Do you know this? I didn't do anything. It looks cool though. I could just stay here. Can we just stay here for a little while? All right, let's not do that. There are some other cool things. Look at this. This is a Corvo mask, dude. It's like legit. It's real. That's a real Corvo mask. And also a spring razor. This is cool. It's like a museum. So you get to see it now, even though you're not here. Also over here, weapons. I'd like to see if we can take some of these home, although I don't think that works. But this pistol looks awesome. The sword is amazing, and it has supernatural powers. And there's a crossbow, which is going to be perfect segue in Dawnguard. Carlos bringing it together. Yeah, crossbows are in Dawnguard. So that's it. And as you heard before, werewolves are going to be done up right in Dawnguard. So if you don't want to be a vampire, you don't have to be. That's going to do it for Bethesda's booth. You got a little quick peek. I'm going to drink this Coke, and that's it.
Carlos, looking forward to more of that later today. I mean, that guy's going to be around. He is working hard. And we are too, but I get to sit down. He has to walk around. All right, now I'm really excited to check out this next game, and I know you folks are too. It's XCOM Enemy Unknown, and joining us is Jake Solomon from Take-Two Interactive, or Firaxis Games, I believe.
I am thrilled to be here. Thank you for having me.
Jake, XCOM Enemy Unknown, I got a chance to look at it at PAX East. You guys were showing off the combat,
Yes,
and it's looking really intriguing and really involved. I like it a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we're really excited to share it. I mean, I think one of the things that's kind of nice with making a game like this is that I think we can honestly say, like, we're able to show people something that looks different, that plays different. So if you're looking for sort of a different gaming experience, we can definitely show that to you.
Excellent, and we'll be showing some off shortly. And of course, folks, we're live, so ask us your questions in the chats.
Yeah, send your questions
on wherever you're watching us, or shoot them to us over Twitter with the hashtag GameSpotE3. Kevin Van Ord and Curtis said joining us over here. And then you guys have any history with XCOM?
I do have history with XCOM, and I actually got to play Enemy Unknown yesterday.
Okay. You got the hands-on. Great.
Yeah, I totally did. So I'm full of questions.
And here we see that
full
combat that you got to play yesterday, Kevin. So Jake, give us a little intro of the scenario that folks are seeing.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, what we're showing here is the XCOM soldiers responding to an alien abduction in an urban environment, and the player is going to experience combat in all kinds of different environments, urban, outdoors, alien environments, and so we're sort of showing off all different facets here, and we're facing off against the Cyberdisc, and so this is, you know, an enemy, a classic enemy from the original game, but updated again. And so this guy here, the Cyberdisc, he's a big old tank unit, and he's got two forms. He can either, you see him fold up right there, so he can fold up into this sort of mini UFO form, and when he does, he has a whole new set of attacks, and he's much, much harder to hit and deal damage to. But then when he's unfolded, he's much more offensive. And you can see that the little guys floating around, and we call those the drones. And they can even heal the guy up in combat. Not only are they kind of a pain for your guys, but that drone right there, they can heal up any robotic enemy units that are around them. So the aliens work together just the same way that your soldiers work together.
Now, when I played the original XCOM, the soldiers were kind of flimsy and die a whole lot. Yes. Are they a lot more durable in this game, or is it still...
No, even more fragile. I mean, it's one of those things that I think sets XCOM apart, is the idea of consequences, and that was something really important for us. No matter how strong your soldiers are, no matter how much you love them, in fact, even the more you love them, the more likely they are to die on you. Everybody knows that. In XCOM, when your soldiers die, they're gone for good. And those types of consequences are really important because, you know, we feel that it sets up real accomplishment. As a player, if you know there are real consequences, then when you succeed, you know that you've had an actual real success.
Jake, I think as we're watching XCOM Enemy Unknown here, a question from the chat indicates that maybe we should have some clarification. Boss Person is wondering about how you're going to differentiate yourself from other shooters that are coming out. There is an XCOM shooter.
But well, I'll tell you, that's pretty easy because we just won't be a shooter. But
this is not it. So this is XCOM Enemy Unknown, and this is the combat you're seeing here, folks. It's turn-based and it's strategic.
And I don't blame them for, you know, being mistaken, because when you look at it, you can see a lot of our cameras are very close in. They're third person. You know, we want to have that really visceral sense of combat, and so we bring the camera in, as you can see, we bring it in over the shoulder, just some really great action shots. So I don't blame anybody for being confused, but it'll be easy to set ourselves apart, I think.
No doubt. Now, one of the things that struck me about the game when I saw it was the way that your soldiers and the enemies can interact with the environments. Yes. We caught a brief glimpse in that clip of, I think, the sniper character sort of grappling up to an elevated position.
Right.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I normally think of this kind of game and it's sort of, you know, you're moving around the environment, but the environment is fairly static.
Right.
But that's not the case here.
That is not the case. Again, one of the classic features of the original XCOM, which we knew we had to do, was destructible environments. And so the map is very dynamic. You know, the battlefield is dynamic. The AI is always patrolling around, moving around. You're never going to encounter them the same place twice. And not only that, just as fragile as your soldiers are, the battlefield is just as fragile. So you can chuck a grenade, blow out a wall, and shoot through it. And here you can see we've got footage of a much more ripped up level. So you can see, you know, it catches fire. That fire spreads and can burn through buildings. You know, you can blow holes in the buildings with your, here we've got one of our tank units, which we call the Shiv. The cars, they can catch fire, and once they catch fire, you better move because they're going to blow up soon, and they can take out, you can create these great chain reactions. And so we want these very dynamic environments because, again, it's just something that it leads to all those great emergent moments. And again, just another core feature of XCOM.
And now we're mostly seeing a lot of city urban environments. I'm looking forward to seeing like the alien ships themselves, and of course the human bases when we get invaded. Is that something that's going to be a part of it as well?
Well, we're not talking about that right now, but yes, I mean that's again something very important from the original game. But we are showing that. Yeah, right now we've got these 2 urban environments, but you know, as you say, like at some point the player has to become proactive and take the fight to the aliens. And the way that they do that is, you know, we're just talking about combat here. Over the top of that, we've got a whole strategy there as well. Like, this is half of the game. The other half of the game is going back to base, researching all these alien artifacts, building new weapons and armor, building jets that can take down the UFOs, building out a base, customizing the base, building all new facilities. And so there's just this whole other extra dimension to the game. And yeah, so it's just a sort of game that's very deep. And then once you shoot down those UFOs, yeah, then you'll be shooting them down in the wilderness. So you'll be like, you know, have to do an approach through the trees to this giant UFO. So yeah, there's a lot of different environments.
So I'm gonna pretend to speak for, say, a super hardcore PC gamer who has lots of love for XCOM,
Yes, okay.
and XCOM Enemy Unknown is multi-platform.
Yes.
So let's say that I wanted to say something along the lines of, "Oh my God, I hate consoles. You've consolized my game."
Right.
What do you say back to somebody that feels very strongly about XCOM as a PC game?
I say I understand. I mean, I understand why you're afraid, but I'm so comfortable answering that question. I mean, the game is as deep, at least, as the original. I mean, we have not removed a feature, and you know, and I understand why somebody would feel that way, but we have never, and I can say this with entire honesty, you know, I've never lost sleep as a designer over, you know, how can I make this sell more copies? How can I appeal to every single gamer out there? What I'm trying to do is make XCOM a game that's true to the original, and that means a very, very deep experience. And so, you know, just because it's on the consoles, it actually works fantastic. And you played, so maybe you can talk about that. But I mean, the good thing is that in XCOM there are a ton of things to do, but at any one point, there's only a couple things you're doing. I mean, we haven't even used all the buttons on the gamepad, so that talks to how sort of straightforward that transition has been for us. So, yeah, I mean, it's deep, and we haven't worried about taking a single thing away just because of what platform it's on.
Given the squad-based nature of the game, we have a lot of questions, including from Luke Dalton on Twitter, about any kind of cooperative play.
Right now we're just talking about single player, but yeah, I mean that certainly makes sense for XCOM. Yeah.
All right, intriguing. Another one from Alex, who's apparently been paying attention to all the XCOM coverage that's been coming along. Wants to know about recent screenshots showing victims of some kind of webbing effect. So does that sort of play into those gadgets you research?
Right. Yeah, I mean that's so what happens is that's part of the story. The aliens, they, you know, when they attack Earth, they sort of drop these massive projectiles which then spew this gas, and it's sort of this like nano gas. I'm getting way too nerdy here. It's this nano gas that
People love
infects
nano
the
gas.
pillars.
You put nano in front of anything, it makes it instantly
Yeah,
cooler.
nano. It's like that's extra sales right there. Nano. It makes me sound smart. No, the gas sort of like captures the human beings, and it sort of like turns them into this cocoon-like shape. So it's part of the narrative, but it's not an XCOM gadget per se.
All right. Folks wondering about vehicles, because we saw the vehicles explode here, and we've seen some airborne enemies.
Right. So yeah, the vehicles play a large part in XCOM. So we saw in the footage there, you can create tanks. So the player can, instead of taking a soldier, they can replace them with an entirely robotic unit. And we call that the Shiv, and that Shiv has multiple levels of chassis and multiple levels of weapons as well. And so again, it's just like XCOM, it's just one of those deep research trees that you can go down. We even have a version of a tank that can provide cover to your fellow soldiers. So it's this mobile cover station that can move around the battlefield, and then your guys can take cover behind it. Back on the strategy layer, we talked a little bit about the jets, you know, because you have to take out the UFOs as well. So you start with the best that Earth has, and you can upgrade the weapons on that, but eventually you're going to have to upgrade those jets as well, and you do that by integrating UFO technology. So yeah, vehicles play a large role.
The demonstration I saw yesterday, you ended by bringing out a very powerful squad leader in the form of Sid Meier.
Yeah.
And what are the chances that Mr. Sid Meier will be an unlockable character in
I think that
XCOM
that's-
Enemy Unknown.
I think that's something that is highly likely. Highly likely, I'll say. Look, Sid is. So I've worked for Sid for 12 and a half years now, and he's my mentor. He's been, I've everything I've learned from him, and I don't know a tenth of what that man knows. But for me, it was awesome because I was like, look, Sid, I was like, I really want you to be in the game. I really want to make you a soldier. I was like, what kind of soldier do you want to be? I was like, do you want to be like this heavy death-dealing unit? Do you want to be this psionic overlord? And he was like Sid's, he's a very bright, happy guy. He's not particularly a violent guy. He was like, can I be a diplomat? I'm like, no, Sid, no. You have to have a gun. I'm sorry. So, yeah, and that's something, it's interesting for Firaxis. This is our first, we're an M-rated title. This is the first game that actually doesn't bear his name, but he has a very, very big influence on it, of course.
But he didn't just do the gun thing. I mean, he was able to actually use mind control on other units. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the things that you can do besides guns to make the action interesting.
Yes, and so that's we sort of revealed that just recently. It's a late game class, and that's called Psionics. And again, it's through capturing alien technology, through capturing aliens, you sort of uncover this new power that the aliens have mastered, and you can apply it to your own soldiers. And only certain soldiers have that gift. It's not something that you can just give to anyone. You have to sort of test your soldiers and find out who has that gift. And of course Sid does, because he's got the biggest brain on Earth. And so the idea is that then not only do they have their martial skills, not only can they still use their weapons, but they have additional mental powers. They can, and I think that what you might have seen is that he can mind control. That's a very high level power. But you can mind control enemies and convert them to your squad. It's an incredible way to sort of turn the tables. And then the aliens have all their abilities, so you can use these aliens against their friends. It's great fun.
Now, is there a way to balance it out so if people weren't born to use psionics, that they can still compete with these advanced people?
Well, that's always a good question. I always think to myself, narratively, that's it for the world. I mean, I was thinking, evolutionary-wise, this is a whole new class of
just
human.
Just give up at that point.
Right, yeah, we'll just let that shake out later.
All right, Jake, XCOM Enemy Unknown, you guys are definitely well into the development process. Can you give us a release date?
Yes, October 9th. October 9th. We're going to be out on PS3, Xbox 360, and PC.
Excellent. We're looking forward to seeing more of it. Thank you so much for bringing it on the show.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right, folks. We are coming back very soon with Dance Central 3 here on stage. And no, it won't be us dancing, so you can rest assured that you're not going to be subjected to that. But first, Carlos Rodella is checking out Dawnguard, a game we're actually going to be having on the show later today. But he was over at the booth taking a look.
What's up, people? This is Los, $2. Snoop Dogg called me that. I'm here with Matt, Bethesda, art director. I'm gonna stop this now. But I was called Los. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I got a moniker from Snoop. Anyways, if you walk up by there, I'm sure he'll give you a moniker too.
I'll have to try that.
And it'll probably be Skyrim themed. Let's talk about Skyrim, because I can talk about Skyrim all the time. And we're gonna talk about Dawnguard specifically, what generally is inside this DLC.
So Dawnguard is our new DLC. We're finally adding on to the world of Skyrim, and it's all about vampires and vampire hunters.
Love it. So vampire hunters, explain the hunter part.
So the hunters are called the Dawnguard, and they're an ancient order who hunt vampires, and you can choose to join them, get crossbows, gear up, get some armored trolls, and go fight vampires.
Doesn't that seem like a futile effort, though? I mean, they're vampires, right? And you're using... It's tough, isn't it? It's tough?
Yeah, so we made them kind of balanced out against the vampires. That's why they have all this gear. You get new crossbows, which is a whole new weapon type we haven't had in Skyrim.
Totally.
And then a lot of new gear. You can hire trolls that are armored and use them as your followers. So there's a lot to take into a battle against a vampire.
So you've been evening it out with the trolls and the cool weapons, so you can actually fight vampires. So there was vampires in Oblivion, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're back, and now we have. Now this is here comes my question. We have werewolves from last time. Spoiler. If you haven't found that out. And so there's werewolves and vampires. My question is this. I have a great game where I have a wife, and me and her are werewolves. And if we go up to a vampire and he bites us, we're not going to be vampire werewolf, right?
No, so you can't be both at the same time. But in the story, you can choose to become a vampire lord, which is our new giant beast form of vampires. And then while you're playing that, it will actually remove your lycanthropy, but you can get it back later.
Oh, so it's never gone forever.
Right. Yeah, it's not totally gone.
Okay, so I can kind of be a werewolf for a little while, be a vampire for a little while. That's weird.
Yeah, well, it's basically you get to play how you want. So if you want to try out being a vampire lord, do it. You can check it out, try out we have a whole new perk tree and new abilities for the vampire lord, and we added it in for the werewolf as well. So there's a whole new perk tree for werewolves, and you get those by killing people in either form, and eventually you'll level up and get these new perks.
Oh, I love that there's new werewolf perks. I had no idea. I was just thinking it was all focused on vampires. That's awesome. So the other question I had is, I remember playing the game, there was like these areas where you couldn't go further, like these gates, and it was just like an invisible wall. Have you actually expanded the land as well with this DLC?
So we've added a lot of new locations, and it's all seamless and integrated into the area of Skyrim. And you basically travel around the map that we have now into these new locations, but there's also some new stuff like a whole new Oblivion realm of Soul Cairn, and that's the realm of these trapped souls and undead. So you go there in the storyline.
Okay, so you basically you use those gates to get to more area, basically.
The gates on the edge of the map, they stay the way they are. They're kind of the borders of the world, but we have expanded. There's some locations that are all new and you can explore.
Okay. Because I want to get through that invisible wall so bad, and I just see that little gate. That's coming, right?
I don't know if it's coming or not.
I don't know. I think on the question was that's coming. And you said, yeah, it is. That's what I heard.
I don't know. We'll see.
You didn't hear that. Okay. Well, I'm really excited about this. I'm going to play it as soon as it comes out. When's it come out again?
So we're starting open beta next week, and if all goes well, it'll be out the end of the month.
Oh my goodness. I am not going to see the light of day. Hey, that's perfect for vampires. All right, we're here with Matt. And I was thinking of Los too much. And we'll go back to the stage.
All right, folks, we are back here on stage, and we got a little bit of a scheduling flip around. We're going to see Dance Central 3 in just a few minutes, but right now, as you may have guessed from this figurine on the table in front of me, it's Skylanders Giants, and joining me is Mike Graham, the design producer for the game. Mike, welcome to the show. And you're the first guy to bring toys on here, and that makes you my favorite.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Skylanders, obviously a huge hit. Like, people really got into all the little figurines and collecting them in the magical portal. For those who don't know sort of what it's all about, can you give us just a quick overview?
Yeah. So Skylanders is just all about bringing toys to life and the magic of bringing toys to life. The game comes with this device, which is called the Portal of Power. And players could take their characters and at any time place them on the portal, and they appear in the game world. Last year we introduced over 32 different characters that were, all unique, dragons and monsters and all sorts of different types of creatures. And yeah, I put them in there.
Yeah.
And this year we're going back into Skylands. We're introducing an entirely new cast of characters. And we're just here to kind of talk through some of what the new toys are that we're introducing this year.
Excellent. Well, let me pass you this controller, and we can get into the game here, and folks can take a look.
Sure. Yeah. I think once we get we don't really need to show the game so much as just the characters on the portal. I think it'll be fine.
Cool.
I just want to kind of talk through some of the new toys, right? So we have all your toys from last year in your collection all work in Giants.
All going to be
so
working.
You've spent the time investing all your characters and collecting them. Here's an all new adventure for your toys. And
which begs the immediate question: does all the leveling up and time I spend advancing that character apply?
Yes, absolutely. Because the toys have brains, and everything that you've done to level up your character and customize them, all that information is saved on each individual toy. And that allows you to not just take it from platform to platform. Like I could have it on the Wii, and you could have it on the 360, and I could take my toy to your house, put it on your portal, and play together, using my own characters the way I've been leveling them up.
Yep.
But that works from last year's game to this year's game. So really excited about that. We're also introducing a lineup of new Skylanders. This is one. His name's Jetback. He's an air Skylander. We've also got this is a magic Skylander named Pop Fizz.
Yeah, let's check this guy out.
You want to?
Big old mouth.
Yeah, he's really fun.
He looks like he's about to slug a flask full of something.
Yeah, he's got these potions that he uses, and he throws them and uses them as attacks, but then he could also drink them, which turns him into like a wild berserker guy, which is really funny. And but then we also have Giants. And in addition to Giants, before I get into Giants, I'll actually show this is Cinder. This is a Series 2 Cinder. Cinder was a character we released last year, but we're re-releasing a lot of our returning favorites as Series 2. These are largely for players who maybe didn't get a chance to get those characters the first time. They want to round out their collection, or maybe they're brand new to Skylanders. If you're a big fan of Cinder, for instance, you already have Cinder. We did add an extra high-end upgrade that we call Wow Pow. It's like a new special power that each of the Series 2 characters have.
And so that's going to apply just to Series 2
Yeah,
Cinder.
just to Series 2
okay,
characters.
So if you're a real completionist, you really love the Cinder, you're going to want Series 2.
Yeah, especially if that's your favorite character. So Chop Chop is my favorite character, and that's the guy I'm going to want to get every version of. So.
Okay.
And then we also got these guys. This is a light core character. Let's see if the portal's plugged in right. And if you notice that this is a character we had from last year. His name was Prism Break, but we've added light core technology. And the way that works is as you start to get near the portal, they start to light up. It's a little bright in here, so I don't know if you see that.
It's bright. It's
well.
lighting up, folks. Trust me.
But as you get near it, it starts to light up, and there's no batteries inside.
The
It's
character
just kind of
itself
magic.
is lighting up. Yeah.
Yeah. So and those are really cool, and they just light up like that. And then of course we have
Magic.
the Giants.
It's
So
terrifying.
Giants also have the lights inside. This is Tree Rex. He's got lights in his eyes and on his arm, and when you place him on the portal, his eyes light up, and the little laser beam at the end of his arm light up.
There we
and what
go.
makes Giants really
Look
fun.
at Tree Rex, man. That dude is gnarly. Love that.
He's
got
really cool.
that great detail on these characters too.
Yeah,
And
they put a lot of work
like
into making
exude
those
this
really-
personality.
Exactly.
That dude. He looks like he's having a good time. See that? He's got like kind of a jaunty smile. Oh, got some camera wobbles. The camera you're seeing, folks, is actually hanging from the ceiling like 20 feet above. So please forgive some slight wobbling. There we go. Tree Rex. Gnarly. Cool. So he's one of the new Giants.
Yeah, so he's one of the new Giants. Giants kind of add a whole new layer of gameplay on top of the game. So, the game is it's a playground for your toys, and we want players to be able to play with their favorite types of characters. And when you play as a Giant, they're allowed to interact with the world in ways that your normal Skylanders can't. So they can pick up big boulders and throw them and use them as weapons. In some cases, there's different feats of strength where, you see a big island off in the distance that's connected by a chain, and the Giants could pull them over towards them to get some treasure on the other end. They're really fun to play as, and it adds a whole new layer to gameplay.
So even though you've got your Skylanders crew rough and ready to go, you're going to need some Giants to help you
Yeah, you're probably going to want
through
some.
the
The Giants will come with it'll come with that guy actually. It'll come with Tree Rex, and there'll be 8 Giants in total that you could add to your collection.
Now, there's a lot of talk about cross-platform and how these work across the board.
Yeah.
F did not put in his full name from the chat. From GameSpot wants to know if it's coming to the Wii U.
We haven't announced anything just yet. We're still looking at our options.
Okay.
And maybe
No news on that yet, my friend. Let's stay tuned. All right, so we've got Tree Rex, who is looking pretty formidable fellow. What are some other Giants you can? Do you have any others
the
with
other
you?
Giant that we're showing here at E3 is Bouncer. He's a tech Giant. He's got finger pistols. You see he's kind of holding his arms out like that, just to add a lot of personality to the characters. One thing about Giants is that we didn't want to just follow the stereotype of a Giant of being sort of lumbering and big. We wanted to kind of cover the full spectrum, not just with our normal Skylanders, but also with the bigger characters as well. So you kind of get a lot of diversity in their powers and the way they play, and also within their personality. So he's sort of like a
He's definitely got
life
a
of the
different
party
style
kind
than
of guy.
Tree Rex, we'll say that.
Yeah.
And I like that, his pistol fingers are not just metaphorical. He
No,
literally has a gun barrel coming out of the end of his
exactly.
finger. And
As
so
this play, he's got shoulder rockets that come out, and he's a lot of fun.
that seems formidable, helpful.
Yeah.
And of course, he's a unicycle, which just makes him all the more whimsical and fun.
Exactly.
All right, so Skylanders Giants. Now, one of the things about Skylanders that folks love so much was the character progression, and so as all these characters are going to be able to gain new abilities and get stronger as you play.
Yeah. As you level up, as you defeat enemies, you get experience points. You use that to level up. That's one thing to actually notice, that the level cap in last year's game was at level 10, so you could level up all your Skylanders to 10. This year we've raised the level cap to 15. That's not just for all the new characters, that's also from your characters from last year as well. So there's additional progression you can make with them.
Very cool. Now, before we wrap up here with characters, there's one we haven't talked about yet, and it's the one encased in a pristine package right here.
That's for you.
Can you folks see this one? Tell us about this guy.
That's a limited edition Spyro figure. He's all silver. There's 2,000 of them that were made, and they're exclusive for E3.
And it says E3 and Licensing Show Edition 2012 right on it.
Right on the package.
Someone is going to really enjoy this. So let's drum up a little contest here, folks. If you are a Skylanders fan and you have collected a lot of them and you are like really fired up to get your hands on this limited edition Spyro, send us a haiku about your love for Skylanders Giants over Twitter. send it to us using the hashtag GameSpotE3. And whoever has the best haiku, I'm going to send you this guy. Sound good?
Sounds good.
You know, promoting poetry and action figure love.
Yeah. Imagination and creativity. That's what Skylanders is all about.
All right, Mike. Skylanders Giants, when are folks going to be able to get their hands on it?
Skylanders Giants will be available on all major platforms coming this fall.
All right. Thanks so much for showing it off. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Cheers. All right, folks. Now we're going to go take a look at some more Scribblenauts with Carlos Rodella. We're coming back for dancing.
Here for GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with my buddy Matt.
Hey, I'm Matt.
Hi. I just called you my buddy. We've just met. Wait, long time ago. We're here at Scribblenauts. I know you guys looked at Scribblenauts at the show on GameSpot, but I want to talk about a little bit more about the game and actually use it and try it. The first thing I want to say, though, is I used to make a game a long time ago. I worked on it when I was a kid, and it has a lot of these cool elements of randomness. So I'm just thankful that you made this game because it brings some of my childhood dreams to life. Yeah. So the coolest feature, I think, one of the coolest things, besides it being a big world, is this ability to create your own objects.
The object editor is a pretty amazing tool. We're essentially giving the user the ability to make any object they want that we would make on dev side. So why don't you make?
Yeah, that's what we're going to get to, and now I'm going to do it. So can you hold this?
Certainly.
All right. So now what do I do here?
All right, so click on the scissors and glue up there in the corner.
I'm very excited.
Just we've got some pre-mades there.
Okay.
We've got, of course,
I like
the horse.
The new button. Can we do the new?
You can do the new button.
All right, that's what I like. Choose an object. Oh, I have to pick something to start with?
Yeah, we always start based on something.
Oh, right, of course. Okay.
Got to start somewhere, right?
Oh, man. This is impossible. How am I going to choose? Oh, I know. A cat. That's easy
All
enough.
right, cat's a good start.
Okay. Oh, I love how the lights dim. That's great. Okay. Oh, he's a black cat. Nice. Okay.
All right, so some things to note when we start up here is we're going to be able to do some very basic things. So if you tap on the cat's head real quick, you're going to notice you have some options. You can move it around, you can scale it, you can rotate it. That's going to give you the positioning that you're going to want to make your object really shine.
Okay.
All right, so we've got that.
Okay.
Why don't we click on the color there? Click on the right there. Yep. You know, so you can select from an array of colors.
Done. Now do I just paint it?
Yep, just tap on them.
Done.
There you go. And we also have the ability to select materials as well. So if you tap on this tab right there, you can
cool.
go even farther with it. We've got quite a
upload
few.
these in the future. The idea, that'd be awesome. Okay.
Yeah, the idea is we'll be able to make your custom object and share it with your friends.
All right. Let's fix something much more crazy though. Here
Do it.
Oh, that's
I like
kinda
it.
Cool.
I like it.
Cool.
That's
All
pretty
right.
slick. The last part is we want to be able to really give the player the ability to make those little shine moments on it. So if you tap on the stamp tab there.
Here? No, here.
Right there. Let's give him a hat.
Oh,
I've already
love
got
hats.
one.
What, drag and drop it on?
Yep.
Very intuitive. Oh, no, let's fix that.
But
Whoa.
you know, if we want him to really be fancy, let's give him a monocle.
Okay.
That's key. So tap on the little notepad there.
It's frontwards. It's kind of fancy. Now what am I hitting?
Tap the little notepad there.
Yeah.
All right, let's type monocle.
Oh, easy. This is going to show me not being able to spell. Monocle like that?
Try it. Oh, success, you won.
Wow.
All right, let's place that. That's pretty fancy, not gonna lie.
He's pretty good.
He's very fancy.
Okay.
So the last part I want to show you is the fact that we did bring this tool in to allow the users to make any object they want. If you tap on the script in the corner, this is all the options that we have on dev side.
I love this part. Okay, sorry.
So if you tap the down button there, you're going to see the next page as well. We've got 2 big pages of changes you can make. Why don't we make it so you can fly when you ride him? So let's tap movement. Fly when driven.
When here?
When driven, yep. There you go.
So what happens when I hit fly when alive? Does she always fly?
He'll always be flying, yeah.
Can I just do that instead?
You can do that too. All right.
Flying cat. Okay, now what's next?
All right, hit the save button in the corner.
Here.
Yes, sir. Back out.
Back.
Back one more time. All right. We want to save this.
Yes,
definitely.
I do. This cat is awesome.
What are we going to name him?
Oh. Oh, wait, I have to go back here. Awesome. Yeah, all one word.
Awesome cat.
Done.
Like sounds like a meme.
Oh, he's gonna come to life. No, not yet.
Okay, so now we know he's there. Let's back out of the object editor. Get back to the metaforest.
Okay.
All right, so tap your notebook in the corner. Awesome cat.
You know what's going to happen.
Oh, I know what's going to happen.
Awesomeness is going to ensue. Oh, I love the black around. That's cool.
And drag it over Maxwell.
And here?
Yep, drag it over him.
He's holding on to him.
He's holding him.
It's adorable.
So if you drop him, tap on Maxwell, and go to remove, and then tap on the cat, and go to use notepad. We need to make it a little bigger. So use notepad.
Oh, use notepad? Okay.
Add adjectives. Let's make him big and rideable.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to say big?
Big and rideable.
Oh, all right.
Oh, no and.
Oh,
we're just giving him adjectives.
That's right. Is it just that?
It's just that, sir.
All right.
Now tap on him.
Oh, he's so much cooler.
Ride.
Ride this guy. Let's do it. And I just go like this to move. Oh, I'm flying. Look at this.
He's pretty quick. Not gonna lie.
He's a fast cat.
And he's fancy.
He's quite fancy.
He is quite fancy.
All right, I appreciate this. I want this. When do we get this again? You probably already told us.
Launch the console. That's what we're shooting.
So not for a while. Can I come over and play this like later then? Maybe it's.
We'll come by and play it again later.
All right, we will. Thanks very much.
Come by, Carlos. You have a good one.
And back to the stage.
Okay, folks, we are back on stage, and we've got some dancing in store for you. We're going to fire it up shortly. I just want to introduce my two guests on stage here, Naoko and John from Harmonix. Welcome up here, guys. It's Dance Central 3. You guys had a great showing at Microsoft press conference. One of your buddies came by, Usher, I believe.
Yeah. He was around. We figured we'd ask
Yeah,
him.
you guys were just hanging out over the weekend. You're like, hey, come do this thing.
It's totally, you just don't want to leave your best friend out of something, so you're like, fine, do a
He's
show.
really needy.
That's
He's
so
just
nice.
like, can I be a part of it? And
Just
like,
give him a
fine.
chance to be included. You know, everyone likes to feel that way.
Exactly.
Dance Central 3. So the obvious question when you got a number after your dance title is, what's new?
Well, so we didn't get rid of anything that you liked from before.
All that awesomeness is still there. You guys,
still there.
you guys are the top dog when it comes to Connect. You realize this, right?
Oh, thank you.
It's nice of you to say.
Yeah, pretty much. So all that awesomeness still there. We've got the dance going on right now, and we're actually checking out one of the new venues.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of the nicest thing in Dance Central 3. So in Dance Central, you hear a third sequel in 3 years. You think, like, in a category like this, you think sequelitis. They just crank another one out.
Sure, just
And
a new song.
I think that's been
back.
earned from some other participants in the category, just cranking the same game out over and over again. But we really put a lot of heart and soul in this game. So in this game, no joke, third sequel, you think casual game, think time travel. We are literally have a story mode that sends you back in time. You'll be in the 70s, 80s, 90s today, learning real dance crazes like the hustle, the Dougie. So this is our disco venue. It's a roller rink from the 70s, a little Saturday Night Fever style killer floor there, and we are we're showing off. This is the hustle on hard, I think.
That's looking pretty sharp. Now, I got to admit, I don't actually know how to do the hustle. It's one of those dances you hear about. Yet, as a kid.
So we can change that, and we can give you a time traveling experience in one package.
That sounds delightful. I'm down. So this is going to teach me, is this the part where I get to dance like Usher, or is that later on?
So it's sort of affiliated. It's later on. His songs are later on in the campaign, obviously, because it's a sort of a linear timeline campaign.
Okay, so you time travel once back and then through. You're not hopping around.
No, you're trying to go back and rescue these your favorite crews that have been stranded back in time. And we'll be talking more about like why they're stranded back in time later, but it's pretty ridiculous. It's very funny, and it's like it's a fun dance game. You should be enjoying yourself.
You guys set that tone with the Dance Central 2 story mode, and it seems like you're leaning into it again with Dance Central 3.
That's fair to say.
That's fair. All right. So talk about decades here. Now go. Which one? The 70s we're seeing now. Which one's your favorite?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Probably the 90s.
The 90s. I think that's a good choice.
That's
getting a big head nod from John.
that's my
We have some good songs we've not yet announced for the 90s that are going to be pretty awesome. I'm pretty psyched about it.
Yeah, I'm excited to start talking about the 90s, but it's about the 70s and the 80s today, which are equally awesome.
Yeah, so they're actually going to go from this is perform it, so you've played in the past, you play through a song, dance with your friends, learn the routine. We're actually going to switch now and show you a new mode that we actually haven't shown before. I know, right? Magical. This has been revealed at E3. It's only been behind the closed door stuff. So they're going to actually switch now. It's going to take a second, but they're going to play it's in the middle of our new crew throwdown mode, which is our new 4 versus 4 party competition gameplay.
4 versus 4?
So think Mario Party style, like one person at a time being brought to the front to battle. But
my
you
living room just ain't that big, John.
No, that would be ridiculous. So they're going to play one of our modes, which is called Make Your Move, and they're actually going to create dance moves and challenge each other in sort of a game of horse, where one of them will create a move, the other one will have to duplicate it, and they'll have to compete and dance a routine all the way through at the end.
I'm just shocked you didn't go with the title Dance Horse.
It was called Dance Horse for a while. Legal did not like that.
All right, so but it looks like there is some kind of difficulty scaling here. So does that allow, so like if I'm dancing against you, John, obviously you're outclassing me. Do I stand a chance?
You always stand a chance. So the thing about the difficulty here is actually that it's more for if you're playing the entire party mode. So if you ever get a performance song that comes upon shuffle, we basically have party shuffle. It just kind of comes up, you can swipe your way in.
Oh, okay.
That way that song's not set to a too hard of a difficulty. But for the competition, it's all about whatever moves you create. So we're going to see right now as Chanel and Frenchie kind of go head to head on, I believe, the electric boogie. Stay in the old school jams. So we have these sort of crazy pixelated images, and as the cards come up on the right, they'll say, get ready to make your move, and they'll loop the same move 4 times. And if it's good enough, we'll create an instant flashcard and challenge the other player to do it.
Oh, so you got to have some consistency within your move.
The same thing 4 times.
Right. Here it comes.
One more time.
Awesome.
So instant flashcard, instant filters.
You think you can bust out player one?
So now Chanel's now going to have Frenchie challenge to do her move exactly like she did.
And so there's the flashcard coming up over there.
Yeah, so Frenchie's doing it now. She's doing it flawlessly.
That's good. Warm up, set the bar a little low.
I'm
not sure how great their moves can get on this thick E3 carpet. It's probably not the most optimal dancing environment, but do a goofy move. I like that you're actively encouraging that. I mean, the game sort of by nature encourages you to let loose, but there's something about explicitly saying do a goofy move that really helps.
Yeah, we have a lot more opportunities for people to express themselves creatively and have fun. Like a lot of people like the challenge of the routines being hard and want to work up to it, and some of it's really serious and want you to feel cool and work really hard and make sure people can feel cool. But there's something to be said for just having an amazing time doing the stupidest thing you can possibly do.
Dance is not always about being super serious. You can be really trying to perfect a move. You can be having a bunch of dumb fun. I mean, you look at these are professional choreographers, by the way. I don't know why the moves they're doing are so ridiculous.
To look like.
Yeah, they're basically toddlers right now.
I sweat their dances.
Yeah, they're great.
Are you taking notes right now?
Always. Always. You will need to send me the reel of this.
Yes, the feed is going to be archived, so you can get in front of the videotape.
I'm so glad.
And just loop it.
If only we had this on green screen, I would make this an animated GIF on my desktop of just them dancing across doing that move. So the last thing we should say is that there's a couple other mini games in that section. There's a game called Keep the Beat, which actually is just challenging you to freestyle dance to the beat and it judges how much you're on the rhythm.
Okay.
So you kind of trade back and forth. You can also steal someone's move if they're doing a move and they're doing it to loop it. You can capture it and take all their points away, which is pretty awesome. So it's a thing that encourages you to be silly, inspired by games like Johann Sebastian Joust and games like that, where it's a little more over the top and competitive in the living room. But dance isn't always about being hardcore and perfectionist on your choreography. Sometimes you just want to have some dumb fun, and we want to accomplish both.
But to speak about the hardcore dance crew out there, you guys had Usher on stage yesterday, and even when he's doing the moves that you're like, okay, I could see how that would be in Dance Central 3, I will never dance as well as that man. But I mean, you guys are the choreography you were talking about is you have a higher upper limit for difficulty.
Well, Naoko's actually in charge of our choreography team, so she can tell you all about that.
Are you raising the bar here, Naoko?
Always, but we want to make sure that it's accessible, so that it makes me sad when people say things are too intimidating, because we work very hard to make sure that Usher's songs on easy, you can do them and you can still feel like you're learning how to dance like him. And so we have choreography from the music video for OMG and Scream, and they're amazing. And OMG is very challenging.
It's hard, super hard.
But you're so proud of yourself when you do it, and it's totally doable on easy.
One last thing, by the way, now that they're doing this, it's actually created a routine from the choreography they just did, those little moves they just did, and now they're being challenged to string all those moves together, which I think is what you're seeing right now on the screen. It's pretty insane. And it looks like, who pulled it off? Who came in first? Chanel came in first. Well done, Chanel.
The victor. Well done. And on the thick carpeting, no less. I like that it's then creates a choreography routine from that, so just in case you thought that goofy move was going to go and be in your past.
Oh, yeah.
No, it comes
coming back.
Got that photographic record.
Yep.
It's going to be the worst.
Everything's archived.
Everything is archived. and sent to secret servers that John... No, that's...
Next on the roster.
No paranoid conspiracy theories here with Dance Central 3. All right, so you guys making your own moves, is that something that is predominantly done in the social gameplay when you've got someone else to sort of play off of?
Yeah. It's all the idea for party time, which is our sort of quick play mode, just jump in and raise your hand, or for crew throwdown, the sort of structured party mode, is just that have a couple friends over, anywhere from 2 to 8 friends, and you can immediately just be playing and having a good time in sort of a head-to-head fun way.
That sounds like a good time. Sounds like something I could get behind.
I think so. I enjoy it.
Do you guys do this like after hours at Harmonix? I really imagine that you have dance-offs and like have bitter dance rivalries that you like vent over Twitter and stuff like that.
He does with the net.
I, with Annette, our community manager Annette, and with actually both Chanel and Frenchie, I have managed to destroy them both this week in Make Your Move, and they're angry. They're angry that I'm calling them out, but what can I say?
You folks can see the pixelated versions of the sort of smack talking going back and forth here. You guys have a stage right over here that we can actually see from our booth.
Yep.
You've got people coming up there and dancing all show long.
People are holding it down, actually. People are not shy. You think that E3 people would be a little like hungover and inhibited, but they are just balls to the wall up on to an OMG.
They're up there.
Going hard.
All right, so what are we doing we're doing goofy moves again.
There, go back to goofy move.
But they're doing it to the butt. Do you remember the butt?
Doing the butt.
I'm sorry to say I have not a good recollection of the butt. Not. There it is, though.
I'll say that the butt has my favorite move in Dance Central 3, which is called Moonshine. You literally turn around and you polish your butt with your hands, and then you switch to do it the other way. Moonshine.
Can we see that again? We were on the feed.
I'm going to stand up for you.
Let's
You
get
just
some
get a little
moonshining.
doing the butt. Oh, hey. Yeah. That sells games right there.
Well done. That is how to promote a product.
On that moving unit.
That is how to get people dancing. Show them that it's okay to rub your butt in front of the internet.
I'm comfortable. Exactly. Game of show right there.
Game of show, that's it.
In your face. Whatever, Last of Us. See you later.
You know, it's a little tense. You know, you want to lighten the mood.
Like, you want to be all down all the time? You know what I want to see? The 2 characters, Last of Us and some zombies, dancing it out.
You guys should get in touch.
Crossover.
Be like, hey,
I'm ready.
We got some spaces for new dancers here. Ellie. That girl looks like, you know, if she wasn't beset by horrible danger all her life, she
Ellis
could loosen up.
Page from any of the Sony games that are coming out this year wanted to come be in our game too. We'd roll her in. Apparently she's just doing
versions. Every game can only have one Ellen Page, John. Don't get too ambitious.
I'm sorry. We could probably have like 4 or 5 if we really wanted to, but we'll pace ourselves.
All right, folks. Dance Central 3 coming out later this year.
Yeah, like early holiday.
Early holiday.
Whatever
just
the hell
in
that
time
means.
for you to
Yeah.
like maybe dance off some turkey.
Before then. I'm calling it now. Literally, the reason we're not answering your question is because we literally have no idea what day the game is coming out. I don't even know.
But your honesty is so delightful.
Why not? What do we have to lose?
All right, folks. Dance Central 3, thank you guys so much for coming on and showing off and doing the butt. And thank you to our awesome dancers over here for making some goofy moves and definitely showing people that it's fun to have a good time with Dance Central 3. All right. Cool. Thank you again. And now we're going to head out to another tape segment, folks, but we're coming back with Castlevania Lords of Shadow on the 3DS. See you soon.
Here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with Juliana because we were randomly looking for things to talk about, and this is a game where I play as a model.
You do. You play as a model.
So I noticed there are only girl options. There's no guy option.
Not in the preview, no.
So I guess I'm going to have to play as Esty.
You can play as Esty, yes.
Okay. So what is this game?
So this is a game where you are trying to conquer the fashion industry. So you get to choose. Are you going to play in New York, London, Paris, or Milan?
Easy answer. New York. I'm from New York. Let's do New York.
Go for it.
Okay. Big Apple. Here we go. Maybe I get benefit because I'm from there. I don't know. Oh, is that me?
That's you.
Wow, I look different. I'm much more pale. Oh, there's those things, those buttons, the potions.
Yeah, you gotta press your camera.
Oh, okay. So what's happening now?
Okay, tap where you see the button.
Yeah, tap it. Okay.
Go for it. Tap.
Oh, I'm supposed to, okay. Paparazzi. This happens all the time in real life.
Keep going.
Okay. Am I like punching them by doing this? That'd be awesome. It's so cathartic. Damn you, paparazzi, stop it. They won't stop. You know why? It's because I got that new moniker. I'm now Los. Snoop Dogg gave me a moniker. I'm Los now.
Okay, you're fierce.
Oh, I'm fierce. Oh, now I have to do this. I'm supposed to control this, right?
Yeah, you better jump. Jump.
Oh, I jump? Okay. Oh, up. Oh, I think I went off the platform.
You jumped up.
I jumped off the platform, yeah. Oh, look, I'm defying gravity. Oh, here we go again. Okay, here we go. So what happens how do I win?
You win by conquering each city
And the city is a huge runway.
yes, the city is one huge runway.
Oh, and I'm going this way to go directions?
Yes.
Or no? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you see a star, you want to jump.
I swipe like this. Oh, yeah, whoa, watch it.
Keep
Oh, look, oh, okay. Oh, see, you're controlling that part of me.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out here.
Thanks. And I got a mic here, it's hard. So we're working together, it's teamwork.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm so okay though. I'm still okay with that.
Jump over.
Oh.
Jump.
That's a dead body. Why is there a dead body?
It's a fallen model. It's not a dead body.
This is a crazy runway. This is the craziest runway I've ever seen. By the way, it would.
Oh, and look, we jumped over it. Jump over it.
I want that radio though. Oh, I got it. Did you see that?
Oh.
This is crazy. Oh wait, there's a star. I want this.
Yep, you want it.
Oh, now I get to punch paparazzi. This game is fun. I'm confused, but it's also fun. And I'm a girl. Yeah, punch them. All right, so what happens when I do win and I become like the best model?
It's its own reward.
It's its own reward. So this is fun. Thank you for showing me. I had a really good time, like being a model, walking down the craziest runway ever. Thanks for showing it to me.
Thank you.
You rep Scallion. All right, before we get our next demo up on stage here, we've got Laura Parker and Eddie McCoo standing by with your first news update here of Day 2 of E3 2012. Take it away, folks.
Hello. It is Day 2 here at E3, and a big piece of news from last night was Square Enix showed off a video displaying a next-generation Final Fantasy title. You know, it's not specifically named, but they showed a tech demo, and it's running on the studio's Luminous Studio engine. Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's actually really, really cool. It's very detailed, right? So you can see like the guy's beard hairs and everything.
Yeah,
and, like, lots of sparks flying
it's got
around.
a lot of fidelity to it, and it's not necessarily a new Final Fantasy game, but it is.
It's just a really cool tech
right,
demo.
it's the tech that's going to run it. And it's coming to consoles, PC, smartphones, and web. So the technology is apparently pretty diverse.
But it's next gen, right?
Right, it's going to be next gen.
They haven't announced any kind of new Final Fantasy game.
Not yet, unfortunately.
And I think the other really cool piece of news that we're going to talk about is Snoop Dogg. He was announced as not a playable character, but like a background character in Tekken Tag Tournament 2. How cool is that? It's Snoop
That is
Dogg.
really cool, and we have the video up on our website, so if you want to check that out. But there's also another piece of it, right?
What do you mean?
The other piece of news that he wants to...
That's right, yeah. So he spoke to GameSpot, and apparently he would like to be an unlockable character in the game, but he's still working out on the contract. But interestingly, he spoke to USA Today, and he said that he thinks that video games sell better than the music industry. So he thinks that music artists should get their songs in video games so they can become
more power to the games.
Exactly.
And power to the games. And another piece of news from last night was Sony's or Naughty Dog's new shooter, The Last of Us, is coming in 2013.
It's not a shooter though.
Yeah. No.
Post-apocalyptic survival.
Well, there's shooting elements to it.
Yes, there are shooting elements. So that was supposed to be coming out in 2012, right? So this year.
No, I mean they didn't give a firm date. They said maybe late 2012, early 2013, but now it's confirmed that it won't be out this year.
So it's coming out in 2013. And have you actually seen the game, Eddie?
I haven't. I mean, I've seen the demo, and the demo looked. I was at the Sony E3 press conference, and it looked impressive. It was very brutal. What's your take on that?
Well, I got to see behind closed doors demo of it. I can't really talk too much about it because it's under embargo, but it does look very, very impressive.
I mean, the very last scene in that trailer when he's got the shotgun and he blows that guy's head off, I kind of thought that was maybe a little bit too much.
And there's another scene where he gets a brick and he just like smashes a guy's head in. But apparently it's not all. So like there are different kind of ways to make your way through the game. Like you don't have to go around killing everybody.
Right.
Like you can like take a more stealth route, for example.
It's definitely a progression for Naughty Dog, who's obviously known for the Uncharted series. So I'm excited for it. It's going to be an M-rated game, which all their other games are T. So
have you seen anything else at E3 this year that you're excited about?
Well, there was another piece of news, actually, that we could maybe talk about.
I think we should. What is it?
Sony trimmed their PlayStation Vita segment from their briefing to save time. They wanted to make their conference a little bit shorter because, they've been notoriously long.
Yeah, so that's
right?
what Nintendo did, right? So
Right.
they kind of had their entire press conference focusing on the Wii U, and then they came out and said that there's going to be another press conference or like a special screening for just the 3DS, right?
Yeah, a 3DS software, and that'll be tonight starting at 6, and we actually have a live blog of that, so you can
So
see that on
Sony did the
GameSpot.
same thing with the Vita?
Yeah, they said, in the interview published later, he said they had, 25 games that are coming to the Vita this year, and that are on the show floor, but they only showed a couple at the actual briefing.
Cool. All right, so have you
Yeah.
seen anything else on the show floor?
I really
What about
haven't.
Zombie U? Everybody's talking about Zombie U.
Zombie U. I've only seen the demo during the press conference,
I
and
think I'm gonna go play it today because
It's
I
on
heard
the
it's
floor?
really
It's on
cool.
the floor?
Yeah, it's on the floor. It's
That's
playable,
great.
and I haven't actually gotten my hands on the Wii U controller yet, so I'm really excited to do that.
yeah, I have not played it yet either, and I think the Wii U needs some mature titles, and that looks like it's going to be one of them.
Well, a lot of Nintendo's focus this year was so they have a couple of like first-party stuff, so like the new Super Mario Brothers U, but they also have like the third-party stuff seems to be mostly core titles, so Batman,
Mass Effect.
Arkham City, Mass Effect
Yeah.
3, right? They didn't really
Mass
talk about
Effect.
Mass Effect 3, but it is coming to the Wii U. And of course, Nintendo Land. What did you make of Nintendo Land?
Nintendo Land. Well,
It's not exactly a minigame compilation, is it?
no, he kind of likened it to, it's going to be an introductory experience to the Wii U, so that's the first thing you're going to see, and
And it's kind of like, it's a launch title, right?
yeah, I believe so. I'm not sure if that's completely confirmed, but yeah, they haven't completely sold me on it yet. I guess I need
you
to see
gotta-
more.
Yeah, we got to get hands-on with that stuff, right?
No.
All right, what else are we talking about?
What else do we have to talk about?
What about Ubisoft? Ubisoft was a great press conference. What was your favorite press conference? I mean, we've got a feature up on GameSpot right now about which publisher
And you wrote about
won.
Sony.
Yeah, I wrote
You
about
wrote
Sony
about Sony.
because I was really impressed by The Last of Us, obviously, and Beyond, David Cage's new game. So I thought Sony, although I actually thought Ubisoft was really good too.
I didn't think any of the big three had, really great blowout performances in their press conferences. I think they all did an adequate job.
But Ubisoft had Flow
Oh, you-
Rider.
yes. And you were live blogging that one, so.
I was
yeah.
live blogging it, and it was lots of fun. But right, so I thought Sony and Ubisoft were really good. What about Microsoft? Everybody seemed to kind of go down on Microsoft.
Well, I'm kind of a Halo fanboy, for better or worse. And the way they started that
me
press
too.
conference off with Halo and with all the new features in Halo 4, I'm impressed. And, just a couple more months until the game is out.
I'm actually seeing Halo 4 on the show floor today, so I'm going to be writing about it later. So it'll be really good.
All right, and that is all the news that we have for today. So we are going to pass it back to Chris.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Eddie, for the latest news here from E3. Keep it posted here, folks, because we'll be giving you updates every hour as to what the latest news coming out of E3 is. Now, I've got my next guest on stage, but before we get into Castlevania times, I want to check in with that contest that I sort of impromptu started from the Skylanders Giants folks. If you recall, there's a limited edition E3 figurine that we're going to be giving away to one lucky haiku writer. And so I'm checking in here on Twitter to see what some of the entries are. So let's see here. Of course, a haiku is a poem that is 575. So let's see if these people even get the cadence right. Darren Murtha, what do you got? Skylander haiku. Skylander haiku. When chaos threaten, Skylanders become giant portal of power. That seems like way too many. Darren, I think it's a little too much. All right, let's see. Who else we got? Whoop. Hold on a second, folks. And Skylander haiku. Here we go. Oh, no. All right. Aha. I read the intro, not the whole haiku thing. Let's give that guy his proper time. When chaos threaten, Skylanders become giant portal of power. Okay. Pretty standard. 575. Good work. Got another entry. Adventure awaits. Join in the epic battle. Will chaos reign in? Darren, 2 haikus. You're definitely going after that Skylander thing. Let's see how it pans out over the next few hours. We'll see if you get any competitors. All right, folks. Now we are moving over to Castlevania, Lords of Shadow, Mirrors of Fate, and joining me on stage is Dave from Konami. Dave, welcome.
Hi.
Glad to see you here, and glad to take a look at some Belmont slaying action. Or, sorry,
Absolutely.
the Belmont will be doing the slaying.
Yep.
So, Castlevania Lords of Shadow, obviously a real good, great game for the 360, PS3.
Yeah.
Now we're moving to the 3DS. What's the connection from the previous game? What's the setup for Mirror of Fate?
Sure. So Castlevania Lords of Shadow, which was released in 2010, kind of set up the main character as Dracula, and in this game is a direct sequel to that game. So in this game you play as multiple ancestors or descendants of Gabriel Belmont. So in the demo that we're showing right now, you're playing as Trevor Belmont, and he's gone to the castle to face down his father. So this game kind of takes place in between Lords of Shadow 1 and Lords of Shadow 2, which we also announced at E3.
Congratulations.
So basically Lords of Shadow 1 and Lords of Shadow 2 are about Dracula, but the Mirror of Fate game is about the Belmonts themselves and how they fit into the story of Dracula.
And about multiple Belmonts. All right, so give us a profile of this Belmont that we're seeing right now.
Right.
Of course, every Belmont worth his salt needs to have a whip.
Absolutely.
And so we can see that in action here, but we also glimpse a large sword.
Well, actually, the whip is the iconic weapon of the Belmonts, so all of the Belmont characters that are in the game have a whip. They also pick up other weapons, though, so you have other secondary weapons. So in this particular demo, you acquire a weapon called the Boomerang, which is like the classic Boomerang from the old NES days. And this is really powerful, takes down enemies real quick. What you do is you battle enemies with your whip, you get experience points. The experience points are kind of your currency to buy new moves and new combinations and new attacks. And then you buy those through your travel book, which is displayed on the bottom screen, and you access that through the stylus. So you can see here that Trevor's got some cool whip moves in his repertoire as he takes down this animated armor.
Yeah, he's got a real big guy to contend with here.
Absolutely, yeah. This guy is just a regular guy. Some of the bosses we've got later on in the game are huge, and you have to climb all over them, just like in Lords of Shadow, basically.
And really taking him, so you sort of course we can't see the 3D now we're viewing it, but you can sort of see how this is the perspective here is not, it's a two-dimensional plane that you're playing on, but it's at an angle to the screen, and so that sort of makes me think that there will be some cool depth of field effects going when you flip that 3D switch up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we went for a kind of pseudo 2.5D look. So although it's 3D polygon graphics, with the 2D side-scrolling viewpoint, we get a lot of depth in the 3D. I mean, you can't really see that in here, but there's layers and layers and layers of sort of parallax scrolling backgrounds, and that really gives the world a kind of like a miniature diorama. You know, when you look in the screen, it looks like you're looking into this miniature world, and that's one of the things that appealed to us doing it on 3DS. You know, if we'd have done it on another handheld, it would have been pretty flat, but with the 3DS, it gives us that kind of three-dimensionality. And another cool thing is that because we're using stereoscopic cameras, we can actually go into the world. So occasionally the camera will actually zoom into the world and show you the world in 3D from behind the character. So it gives you that more feeling like you're in a 3D world.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Get
absolutely.
right in there behind. That's a neat way to sort of break that 2D barrier.
Exactly, yeah. Ties it back into the original Lords of Shadow, which was a 3D action game. So.
We've got a bunch of Belmont fans watching right now, and a bunch of them are clamoring to know how many characters are in the game. I'm going to call it HU Soldier 96 because his question was not in all caps. Like some other guy. I feel like you're yelling at me. Come on, dude. So how many Belmonts? Or can you tell us?
There will be 3 Belmont characters.
Oh, okay.
And 1 additional character.
Ooh.
Yes.
Is it Snoop Dogg?
It's a. I wish. It's a secret. Let's just say that it's a fan favorite.
Excellent, and there are certainly a bunch of fan favorites in the long-running Castlevania series. Lots of memorable characters to draw from.
Yeah.
Has it been fun for you guys to sort of find a different way to explore the Castlevania mythology?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we wanted to make a game about Dracula. That was our kind of initial inspiration. But in doing so, we wanted to answer the questions of, you know, what's his motivation? You know, how did he end up being the bad guy? And also, you know, why are the Belmonts the only ones that can fight him? So that's what we're trying to do with the Lords of Shadow saga, is just answer these questions. You know, obviously Dracula is the center of the universe and the Belmonts revolve around him. You know, and we want to find out, you know, why are the family cursed? Why is it them that has to go up against him in each era? And Mirror of Fate will answer those questions for the fans.
And now what we're seeing on screen is some platforming with the whip. One of the elements that a lot of people praised about Lords of Shadow was environmental puzzles. And so it's not just about relentless combat, it's also about sort of figuring out how to progress.
Sure.
Are we going to see some of that in Mirror of Fate as well?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, obviously platforming is a very important component. You know, we've listened to our audience. A lot of people said to us that you know, they prefer a little bit more exploration in the game. So we've taken a slightly different approach with Mirror of Fate in that, you know, the castle is kind of one big, huge castle that you can backtrack and go forwards at any time. So it's very similar to the old classic Metroidvania style games. So we kind of listened to the fans.
Putting the Vania and Metroidvania.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is kind of a melding of between the Lords of Shadow gameplay, the combat-oriented, you know, action-heavy gameplay, and the exploration side of the Metroidvania games.
Thomas Vickers is wondering about sort of item unlocks and, you know, that, again, that whole Metroidvania thing where you get new items, you get to go back and revisit areas that you've previously inaccessible. Can we get shed a little light on what kind of gear or upgrades your character will get along the way?
Sure. Each character has their own items that they can use. They also have their own set of secondary weapons that they can use and their own set of special skills. So for example, you probably saw earlier that Trevor had a skill called double jump. When you play through with Simon, who's one of the other characters, so Simon Belmont is one of the other characters, you'll see areas of the castle that you can't reach because you don't have the double jump ability. But when you play through as Trevor, because you've got that ability, you'll be able to explore whole new areas of the castle just as Trevor. And you'll get specific story elements to that particular character. So that's going to be a really cool feature.
Excellent. And so that, you know, that it seems like you guys are building out a pretty robust adventure here. Like lengthwise, you trying to deliver a solid
Absolutely,
journey?
yeah. We want to make an action-adventure game, and an action-adventure game has to be lengthy, you know, and has to, you know, draw players into it so that they get to know the characters, get to know the story. We hope this game will be around sort of 15 to 20 hours gameplay, so it's going to be a pretty big game for people to play. They've got 4 characters and, yeah, lots of secrets and items to collect. So, you know, they should be able to, hopefully, if they like the Metroidvania style games and they like the action style games, then they're going to love this game.
And that was a little dramatic flourish there on vanquishing the enemy. You guys seem to be getting pretty creative with camera angles.
Yeah, we use the camera a lot. We really want to give the player a feeling of being in a 3D world. So as I said, even though it's a 2.5D side scroller, you're going to see the camera getting used a lot. So for example here, you know, you can grab enemies when they glow like that. If you play really well, the enemy will glow, and then you can grab them and finish them off quickly. You don't have to grab them. You can just carry on whipping them to kill them, but if you want to grab them, it will progress. You can progress through the game quicker.
And it looked like that was a sort of a disarm move when he grabbed the shield away from the enemy. I think that's what I mistook for a sword earlier on, because when he pulls it away, it looks like it's big and spiky and pointy. Like
there's lots of big and spiky things in the game, for sure.
Okay, we've got, I mean, you, with your announcement of 3 characters and 3 Belmonts and 1 unannounced character, you basically set off a firestorm of speculation in the comments. Alucard being, of course, one of the favorite suggestions. So keep guessing, folks. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it out of him, but, you know, a guy can dream. And so we just see what this is, you know, it's sort of outside of a castle that we were just inside there. Environmentally, are these going to be familiar places in the castle, sort of a familiar style in the castle?
Yeah, I mean, the whole 90% of the game is set in a castle this time, so there's not many outside environments, although there are a few. But, you know, you're going to go through dark catacombs, underground dungeons, sewers, you know, dining halls, all the kind of familiar places you'd expect from a Castlevania game. So it's going to be, you know, pretty intense gothic action with some really cool scenery.
And that's just what people want from Castlevania, isn't it?
I hope so, yep.
Now you mentioned that you guys announced Lords of Shadow 2 coming out. So this, of course, is on the 3DS.
Yes.
Lords of Shadow 2 coming to consoles?
Yes, it's coming out on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3.
And Wii U?
Unfortunately, we have no plans for Wii U right now. That's not to say never, but at this point, we don't have any plans.
Of course. When are you guys aiming for Lords of Shadow 2? Just announced today, so probably not till 2013 or later.
That's a secret. I'm not allowed to say.
Ooh, it's a secret. All right,
I'm not allowed to say. What I can say is you are playing as Dracula in that game.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Dracula in Lords of Shadow 2. But here, Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate. You can't tell me when this one's coming out.
This one is definitely coming out at the end of this year.
Excellent.
Fall 2012.
All right, Dave. Well, I think we got a little more time to look at some combat here. And I think people don't really get tired of seeing skeletons get vanquished. So I'm going to check in the chat and see if anyone has any questions. Again, we are live, folks, on Twitch, on GameSpot, and You can send us your questions in those chats or tweet them to us using the hashtag GameSpotE3, and we'll check it out. And now, you just increase your maximum amount of life. Of course, that's the green bar we glimpsed.
That's right, yeah. So hidden throughout some of the areas are these kind of secret power-ups, ammo for your secondary weapons, new items to find. So one of the cool features, you can make notes to yourself on the map, little post-it notes. So it's really handy to take notes on where things are hidden, so life fonts, for example. So if you're going to fight a big boss, you know, usually you can find a life font nearby to go and, you know, power yourself up to tackle that fight. Trams87 asking in the Twitch chat if there are any online elements with Mirror of Fate. Of course, the 3DS has a bunch of different online capabilities. Yeah, are you guys taking advantage of any of those? Yes, we do support Spot Pass, and we will be announcing some more online features later on. Ooh, all right. And for folks who like a challenge, I believe Icy something or other here in the chat was asking about harder difficulty levels. Yes, there will be multiple difficulty levels as well. Not only do you play through as multiple characters, but you'll have multiple difficulty levels as well. Excellent. Giving people the challenge they possibly want. Absolutely. From a Castlevania game, if you are equal to it. All right. It looks like we've reached a pretty significant point here in the demo. What's going on with this guy? This giant statue? This is Trevor's basically using his whip to traverse the landscape. So as you mentioned before, you can swing across gaps. You can hook onto things. You know, you use your weapon basically to get around the environment, and that's a really cool thing. Back there was a statue which he needed light magic to activate, but he hasn't found the light magic medallion yet, so he needs to make a note of that and then come back. And that will actually move that statue and open up a whole new area of the castle. And that sort of locomotion around the map, retracing your steps, going back to new areas. Yeah. Hitman King 124 wants to know, is there going to be any other kinds of transportation mechanics, shortcuts that you unlock for doing this kind of traveling around? Yes. Yes, he says, the tight-lipped smile. Yes. Absolutely. So here's the light magic medallion that he needs, but unfortunately this hunchback is taking it. Oh, and he's taunting you, and he's taunting him, throwing it away. Yep. Hunchback. But you're going to get a glimpse of where it's fallen. So later on in the game, you'll need to find yourself in a murky cavern with water pouring in from the ceiling. You're going to look for something shiny. Yeah. And now he's going to go up the steps, and I'm afraid he's going to meet a very tough boss at the top. Now that is something I'd like to see. So he's going to stock up on his secondary weapons there. So at the moment he's got 5 boomerangs, and the boomerangs are really powerful, very useful against enemies. They do a lot of damage, but obviously limited ammunition. So that's one of the other things you need to do, is you need to look for the ammunition for your secondary weapons constantly. Now this, we caught a glimpse of these little hunchbacks before. They appear to have bred some sort of super gnarly mutant monster hunchback. Yeah. Would that be an accurate way to describe this? Absolutely, super gnarly. Yeah, he's the executioner. He's basically a really mean guy, but he's a bit stupid. So as long as you can figure out his attack patterns, a little 3D flourish moment there. Absolutely, yeah. To be honest, I was hoping for a head chomp. Is this game going to be rated M? This game, I think, is going to be rated teen. Nice. So probably no head chomping. Well, it depends what we can get away with. You know, in Europe, we're pretty liberal about things like that. Oh, yeah. You guys have much more loose head chomping censorship laws. So he's going to take him down here, but you have to be careful because he can grab you, this guy. And it didn't look like we maybe made the best of that button prompt opportunity. Got slammed to the ground. Absolutely. But at least the axe didn't come down just yet. He should be using his dark magic. Hint, hint. That's it. If you use dark magic, that does double damage. So it takes away a lot of health from the enemies, but it's very limited. Good strategic tip. Absolutely. Double jump. Now this guy's stunned. You can whip the hell out of him. And the meter we see drastically draining underneath Belmont's life bar is the dark magic bar. That's your dark magic meter. But if you play well, you'll see he'll drop some energy orbs, which will replenish your magic, so you can carry on using magic. So it's all about how you play, how you mix up your combinations, how you mix up your attacks. We've got questions curious about this and other platforms, other handheld platforms like the Vita, but you said earlier you guys designed this fully with the 3D in mind, and so 3DS exclusive. Yeah. We we took a look at the Vita, but we saw that you know, it would be a cool 2.5D side scroller, but you'd miss that kind of added depth that you get with the 3D on the 3DS. And it's such a beautiful world that we wanted to replicate it perfectly with the 3DS, and we can only really do that with the camera being able to move in and out using the stereoscopic cameras. I think when people play the game, they'll understand what I'm saying. It's very difficult to get that across with the 2D demonstration.
You always need to take that with a grain of salt when you're demoing it, but we're glad to get a look at it, and folks can hear the sound effects better than we can on stage, but we've actually had a bunch of questions come in about the music and the composer. Most lately, Luigi 91 wondering about any classic Castlevania tunes or themes that are going to come through in the soundtrack.
Yeah, well, Oscar Araujo is returning for the soundtrack, but we always try to include classic Castlevania tunes in the game. So expect to hear them in both Mirror of Fate and in Lords of Shadow 2, for sure.
Excellent. I think one of our watchers, viewers earlier asked and dropped Oscar Araujo as well. So he's a well-known, well-beloved name in the Castlevania universe.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's done a fantastic score both for Mirror of Fate and if you look at the trailer, he did the music for the trailer for Lords of Shadow 2. So.
And we've done a good job of taking care of giant, horrible hunchback demon.
Yeah, that's the end of the demo. Now we're going to see a mysterious character called the Lost Soul, and he plays a pivotal role in the game. In this game, each character in the Belmont Dynasty is going to find their fate, their destiny, and this character plays a very important role in that.
Oh my.
You cannot pass yet.
It sort of looks like a cross between the creature from Spirited Away and the guy from V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
But nastier than both.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of influences from Japanese mythology and European mythology in the game, so we tried to incorporate that into the Lords of Shadow universe.
Well, the game's looking pretty sharp, Dave, and I'm glad you could bring it by and show it off to our legions of Castlevania fans out there who've been watching. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, folks. Next up, we're going to be showing off some Splinter Cell Blacklight, and but before that, we're going to check out PlayStation Network. Carlos Rodella went over to the Sony booth to look and see what they're showing off there.
Hey, Carlos Rodella here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with Morgan, community manager of PSN, correct?
That's right.
And we're talking about PSN because PSN, Indie, I love PSN, and people don't talk about it enough, I don't think, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're working to change all that. You know, we had a huge present at the conference this year. You know, we had the PlayStation Plus announcement with the whole instant game collection.
And you gave them for free. That was pretty nice.
For free, yeah, but you know, there's going to be plenty of things out there for the whole community to really get into. We're giving out games like Infamous 2, Ratchet & Clank, Just Cause 2, Space Marine, bunch of stuff, and new stuff's going to be coming in all the time. But of course, you know, the other half of PSN, aside from Plus, is the games, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, this year we've got a bunch of exclusives here. The Pub Fun stuff continues to be a really, really big, important thing for us to outreach to those developers. So.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing. I love that you guys are doing. That's awesome.
Yeah, and you know, it's really fun to interact with them, and we've got actually 2 games here on the show floor. We've got Papa Wee Yo.
Right, they're over here. Yeah. Papa Yo's right here, and we got Diad, which seems really cool. And weirdly enough, the developer of Diad is actually right here. So we could just like try to talk to him. They just bust in. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? What's your name again?
Sean McGrath.
And you made a very cool game. It's called Diad. I played this before. It's mind-numbing, inducing, I don't know what's happening, awesomeness. Is that a good description?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Okay. So tell real quick people what this game is, if you can do that.
It's a really difficult game to describe. So I try to use as many adjectives and as much hyperbole as possible, but that's kind of like way too sassy and rude almost. So it is a racing game with very different and unique mechanics, with interactive music, and it looks like that.
Yes, and it's also kind of acid trip inducing. Also, it reminds you a little bit of Frequency in a way. Yeah.
I've never actually played Frequency, but I've seen videos, so.
This is cooler, so that's all you need to know. And also a little Res, too, I would say. Yeah. So,
fan of Res.
So anyways, thanks for showing it. I love this game. I would literally stay at this booth and play it the whole time. You know that. We were talking before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave and just play this, but we have to go do something else, so thank you very much for talking about it, and we'll talk to you very soon. Oh, wait, when's it come out? We don't know yet.
July or August.
Don't rush, my friend. It's okay.
I'm working as hard as possible.
Okay, take as long as you want, because I love this game.
Awesome.
All right, back to this stage.
And we're back. Now, I misspoke a little bit before the toss. It's Splinter Cell Blacklist, of course, is the game title. But we're switching the schedule around again, and instead, we're showing God of War Ascension. Joining me on stage is Todd from SCEA. And Todd, glad to have you here, man.
Oh, thank you.
God of War Ascension, of course, you guys debuted to much fanfare during the Sony press conference on Monday. And How has the reaction been for fans?
I think it's been very positive. Single player is what people know from us, and so we wanted to show multiplayer first, kind of get the questions out, and because I know that people would have tons of questions on what we were doing and why were we ruining the franchise, all that kind of stuff.
How dare you with multiplayer God of War?
Exactly. So for us, we wanted to save single player and answer all those questions first, and then come out with a bang.
And say, hey guys, it's God of War.
Exactly.
You love it. Check this out. It's awesome.
we know how to do it. We know how to do it.
You definitely do. And so God of War, had the trilogy on PlayStation 3, and that's concluded. But this takes place before or somewhere in between.
Yeah. So
place it on the timeline for folks.
This is the earliest that we've ever seen him. or earliest that we've ever played him. So it's roughly 6 months to a year after he killed his wife and kid, and it's about 10 years before God of War 1.
Okay. So he's still that burning rage, that super just anger that defines Kratos as a character is still white hot and very young.
It's still there.
Yes.
It's still there. I mean, as you could see in the demo, we actually pushed somebody out of the way. He actually saved somebody.
He did. He didn't seem to enjoy it or really care about it, but he did it.
Yeah.
As opposed to just swinging right through them.
Exactly. I'm not gonna step around you. I'm just gonna put your head into a wall and get you out of the way, kind of
It was
thing.
before he got really jaded and he was just super mad.
Exactly. So we wanted to be able to show a little bit different side of him. Play with his humanity a little bit more.
Okay, so that push away was just sort of an indicator of, all right, you haven't seen totally inured to the plight of humanity Kratos yet.
Correct.
He still has some concern for
Correct.
his fellow man. He
Correct.
still, is going to be somewhat mindful of them, and that's going to surface in some ways during the campaign.
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not like he's going to go around hugging everybody, every chance he gets. He's going to go pick flowers.
You don't want a hug from Kratos.
No, exactly. It'll stab you in the back. But, it's basically, we just want to show a different side. So, this is what we showed at the press conference. And Kratos is actually arriving at Delos. And so this is where Apollo and Artemis were born. And he's in search of an item to help him on his quest.
And right away, we're getting a glimpse of that iconic God of War scale with the giant foot of the statue.
Exactly. So, just seeing the foot, now you kind of imagine, okay, how big is this actual statue?
Does it go all the way up, is my first question.
Yes.
Does it come alive, and then does it want to kill me?
No.
But the things that do want to kill you are these goat men.
So our satyrs, our grunts this game. And then we've added something new called the sub-weapon system. And so the whole idea behind it is that we moved what we call the fun button, the circle button, we moved that to R1. So now you can actually tether into guys and pull them around and use them, or that's also how we go into kills or stuns at that point. So now you can see Jeff actually pulling the guy around. He can kind of have his way with him, and then he can still attack, and then he can actually swing it around and use them as a wrecking ball. So now the captain is actually stunned, and now we can weaponize them. So we can grab them, and we can spin them around. So different AI will have damaging CS moves, have weaponizing CS moves. They'll have rideable CS moves, that kind of stuff.
And that was sort of, usually when you go up and can interact with an enemy with just one button prompt, horrible gore is going to ensue. But in this case, he's actually slightly moderating his destructive power to use...
Here's the horrible gore.
Yeah, we get there.
Yeah.
But, before that, he makes use of that guy for his purposes.
Exactly. It's a good way to damage him.
And then he chops his legs off below the knee.
So this is actually our first glimpse at Charybdis, and he's not nice to the boats.
No, just another sort of a kindred spirit to Kratos, Charybdis. Not a happy creature.
No.
Not a peaceful creature.
No. Most of the creatures that he fights are not very peaceful.
But here's one thing. I mean, this is a new thing for the God of War series, and something that a lot of folks have questions about. let's just put it simply, what the hell is going on right here?
So the whole whole idea behind this life cycle is that you can take objects from pristine to rubbled, or rubbled to pristine. But we've seen that before in games. We actually wanted to do our take on it for puzzle scenarios and everything. And so this is a very, very simple puzzle. It's basically you got to take it to about 50%, and you can stop it, and then from there you can navigate and go, to the next point.
It's not just a simple matter of that thing is broke. Now I'm going to fix it, and then I'm going to climb right up it.
Exactly. So we want to do our take on it, and so there'll be much more complicated life cycle puzzles in the actual game, and then also we want to be able to use that item in combat.
In combat as well.
Yes.
And so you're talking about pretty much we see an interaction with an environmental elements.
Yeah.
And are you interacting with environmental elements and using them for combat purposes, maybe bringing stuff down onto enemies or
they're
clearing it
usually
out?
separated, just because if you're interacting with the environment thing and you need to navigate, if you move that piece, then you're screwed, and we don't want to do that. So for example, here you can do the life cycle on them, and it slows them down, launches them up, and it's kind of a way to set up combos.
Combos, of course, the bread and butter of Kratos is
exactly
brutal.
That's how he makes his money.
Yeah. We've got a lot of questions coming in about God of War. Of course, people are curious. That seemed to be a little bit of a magical flourish there with the spear. And Cam Zeb wants to know what extent of magical abilities is Kratos going to be able to wield?
What magical abilities?
Or abilities along those veins that aren't just sort of swinging his blades and...
So we'll actually show it a little bit later, but in the demo. But it's we've got a new system, what we call Rage, and so the whole idea is that you're going to have multiple different elements, and with that you have the ability to build up this Rage meter, and the whole thing is we want to be able to build it up, basically every fight. So if you parry, you evade at the last moment, you fight well versus dinking and ducking, which we promoted in the past. We want to make sure that that basically he gets to those moments and he can do these specials. He can actually drain that element into an AI and use them almost as a bomb, or he can actually use the magic associated with that element. And so he'll do this big fiery rage where we get in close, we get in cinematic, and have a very nice flurry.
Gotta love those cinematic. You guys, Kratos has always been a fan of getting a good camera angle up close for when he does his work.
And actually, that's something that we're changing also in this game, is that we are giving the user freedom to kind of nudge the camera around, look around the environment.
Oh, really?
So we're not. It's not going to be one of those things, or you can do it anywhere that you want to, and we'll go into a little bit more of a cinematic mode, but we want to be able to show off the beautiful art.
Now you mentioned the rage meter earlier as a sort of new mechanic you guys are working in here, but there is a conspicuous lack of meters on screen. We're not seeing anything here in terms of HUD. It's just pure Kratos in combat.
Right. So demo-wise, we always run clean. In game, we will have meters. We want to be able to make sure that players understand. Okay, I've got this much health left versus just the screen going red or something like that. So because in a fighting game, you want to know roughly how much do I have, when do I need to open a chest, when do I need to basically heal myself or something like that.
Yeah, how do I adjust my tactics?
Exactly.
Now that little move he just pulled out there, is that a result of the rage?
That is a magic move. That is a magic move, and then that will have different levels associated with it as well.
Sure. And will it have different facial expressions? Because Kratos has never been a terribly expressive guy.
Well, he has, but now we have the fidelity to get in close, really show off the model. I mean, we had that fidelity in 3, but we wanted to do a little bit more showmanship on this. So, and then here, we wanted the enemies to be a little bit more formidable, so they'll manhandle you a little bit, squeeze you. And then basically you got to be able to break free, and then as soon as Jeff wears them down enough, now we can go into something new, which is our promptless minigame. And so the whole idea behind it is basically just attack and defend. This will have no prompts. You got to watch what the enemy's doing and act accordingly. So if he grabs Jeff...
So when that big arm comes up, you know he's about to make a grab for you.
Exactly.
You got to defend.
Exactly. So, to harken it back to old school games, it'd be almost like Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
That is a great synergy, Kratos and Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
By some ears.
Gameron from GameSpot wants to know, wants to get a preview for other gods and goddesses that the game will feature.
Other gods and goddesses. Well, we want to make sure that we kind of keep some stuff for the story, keep things a little bit of a surprise when people play. So we're not going to reveal any just yet. But we've talked about the 4 that you see in our multiplayer. So Zeus, Hades, Ares, and Poseidon.
That's that's a pretty solid stable of divinity.
Yes.
Amr wants to know about Kratos has about weapons basically. Kratos has his classic chain blades, but
yes.
What other weapons is he going to come across in the series?
So what we've shown are some of the sub weapons. We've shown a club in the multiplayer that's actually usable in single player as well, which is basically just a home run hitter. So you can be Barry Bonds. And then we showed the sword, we showed the javelin, and then we also showed bare hands. So you can actually punch them, you can kick them, do kind of a Spartan kick, harkening back to 300.
So this is a good question. Is in terms of timeline, this is before God of War.
Oh yeah, this is 10 years before.
But God of War Origins, where is it relative to that?
It's even before Chains of Olympus.
So this is the earliest we ever seen Kratos.
Yes, and so the whole idea behind the story is, how do you break your oath to a god? It's not something you go in and you say, okay, I'm quitting today, I'm walking away, I'm done. It's not so easy. So for us, that was really the origin of the story was, how do you undo selling your soul to the devil? And that was, in essence, that's what he did.
Is the answer exposing elephant brains?
It just helps you on your way.
It's just part of the more complex answer. We have a lot of mythological fans in here wondering about cross mythologies. They want some Norse gods in here. Come on, folks. This is Greek. This is Greek mythology, right?
Yeah, it is.
Although,
with the elephant, we kind of expanded out. We wanted to show a little bit more of a Persian side, and we also showed that kind of in our multiplayer arena as well.
People are really interested about, because this is so early in Kratos' career as a, tragic figure. Do you get the sense that he's a little more raw, a little bit, we talked about how he'll save a person, he'll have some concern for humanity, but in terms of combat or gameplay, do you get a sense that he is?
Yes. For the specials and stuff like that, we're trying to go a little bit more brutal, a little bit more, I don't want to say the guy on YouTube where he hits himself with the nunchuck, knocks himself out. He's not going to be that way, but he's
not totally clumsy.
He's still getting used to that, and so that's why we felt it was the perfect time to introduce the sub weapons, because he'd be more comfortable with the javelin or with a sword versus the blades.
Some folks are wondering about difficulty because you've always been able to play God of War on a tougher difficulty setting. Jonas Slick wants to get a challenge on, apparently.
He wants to get a challenge?
Yeah. He wants Kratos to be tough to steer.
So basically, for our normal mode, we always want the average consumer to be able to kind of pick it up and play through it from start to end. And then for the hard modes, then we can make those harder.
You can
we can definitely tune those up.
Bring the challenge.
Yes.
All right. Very cool. Now, God of War Ascension, we're really just starting to get a great look at it now, but can you tell us when it's coming out? You guys got at least a window?
Yes, we do. We're coming out March 12th, 2013.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Todd, thank you so much for coming on and talking God of War Ascension. Have a great show.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be coming back with Splinter Cell shortly, but first, it's off to the show floor for more Rodilla-fueled exploration.
For E3 2012, GameSpot's coverage. We're here with SimCity, which is awesome. I love SimCity. We're here with Brett Berry.
Hey there.
I love your name, by the way, Brett Berry. It just rolls off the tongue.
That's my plan.
You came out of the womb that way. VP of all things SimCity.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we're talking about SimCity for a minute. Now it's SimCity, not SimCity 4 or 5. It's like a reboot in a way, right?
complete reboot from the ground up. All new simulation engine called Glassbox, which does things that we've always wanted to do for the last 20 years for SimCity and really couldn't do until now.
Nice. Is there like physics in it at all? Like crazy physics? Or?
Definitely physics. So we've got this model-like constructible world that we never had before.
Yeah.
It's definitely physics are involved, so disasters going to look that much cooler.
Yeah, the physics are actually making the tornadoes and earthquakes like that much cooler and realistic. And so we were also talking about, a lot of us have heard about the green element with the game, and some people heard a little bit too much of it, I thought, and I think it's really still an important part of this game. Like, you don't have to do that, right? That doesn't have to be the option, right?
Exactly. SimCity is a game, first and foremost, and we want to give players total flexibility about how they want to do. So if you want to pollute, if you want to not build police stations, if you want crimes rampant, you want your buildings to burn down, you want to destroy your city, you can do all those things.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the green approach is just another way to play the game. So we will have cool and interesting challenges. So there'll be focus for people if they want to focus on windmills and making their city green, so they can play in any way that they want to.
Right. And is there going to be like certain achievements or awards for playing green?
Yeah, we'll probably actually have achievements for the most polluted city as well.
Nice.
So why not?
So, but do not make your city really awful, because you'll get an achievement for being polluted.
But yeah, we'll have lots of awards and achievements for doing great things, and focusing on sort of solving real-world problems that we want to have in this digital world.
Cool. Well, I love the idea. I love SimCity, the franchise. It's fun to see you adding physics finally and having that be a part of it. And I think the green element's just smart for awareness. We all live on this planet, people. Come on, think about it at least. So,
exactly.
Thank you very much for your time, and I'm excited to get one of those shirts. Just saying.
All right, we'll get you one.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, hey, what's up, folks? We're back here live on the stage show at E3, and one of the games that got me really excited during the press conferences earlier this week is Splinter Cell Blacklist, and we've got it here on the show now. Max Bleeland, the creative director, the creative director of the game, is on set. Max, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Really glad to have you here. Splinter Cell Conviction was a real big favorite of mine. That whole mark and execute, so fun. But you guys are kicking it up a notch for Blacklist with like running with the mark and execute and stuff. You had a great showing at the press conference.
Yeah, we're actually calling that killing in motion, right?
Killing in motion.
Yeah, and it's we have this philosophy where, Sam is the best in the world, right? So he's always one step ahead, and that's something that working with the team, I've always tried to push on everything we do. Sam, he's in the present, but if he's got a guy in his arms and he's killing him, he doesn't need to kill a guy. He knows how to kill him. Right? So he's always looking forward, right?
Yep.
So killing in motion is taking that to the next level. So it's a couple of features. It's more of a philosophy, right?
Uh-huh.
So the first thing is the concept of active sprint. So press and hold A, move forward, and Sam traverses the environment, jumps over stuff, like super fluidly, climbs buildings, stuff like that. Then with that in mind, we took mark and execute and made mark and execute in motion. So now, if you keep your thumbstick pressed, you keep your momentum of the direction you're going, right? One step ahead always. And then it's doing hand-to-hand takedowns in motion also, right? So instead of stopping doing your kill and continuing, if you want, you just continue and you're fluid.
So it's not, in Conviction, a lot of it was sort of scouting it out, taking out a few guys to sort of charge up that mark and execute, and then taking on the bigger groups. But this time, you can maybe take it at a faster pace, going through those areas. And is that something that, obviously the environments are designed to encourage, you getting in there fast?
When we're building the game, right now we're building the game with 3 types of player in mind. The first one we're calling the ghost player. The second one is the panther player, and the third one is the action player. Okay. So there's like 3 player archetypes in our mind. So we're making sure that everything we do, we're gonna support it, right? Because it's Sam Fisher, he can do all these things. He can infiltrate and not get detected. He can hide in the shadows. He can also kill a dude, take the AK, and take cover and blind fire with it, right? He can do all that. So we're really focusing on supporting those 3 types of players.
And letting you adapt to what the situation is or what you feel like you want to do.
Well, it's for us, it's a mix of, we're a tactical game, right? We're a game where you need to think before you act, right? I think that's part of the brand, and we're definitely continuing with that. We want the player. I mean, the best feeling in any video game is when you look at a situation, you come up with your plan, and then you do it, right? You're like, oh man, I don't like this, there's too many guys there, I'm gonna go on the left, I'm gonna try to avoid them, then I'm gonna reach this dude. So we're always, we wanna embrace that, we want the player to be able to express himself the way he wants, and also, I think what's interesting with our gameplay loop is that we don't have a gameplay loop that forces you to play one way. You can play stealth. If you're detected, it's not a game over. You can continue, you can go into action.
Okay, so you can sort of adapt on the fly.
Exactly.
So which are you? Are you a panther?
I'm more of a panther.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it's probably the one I enjoy the most. But for this game, we definitely focused on the three types of players, and it's something that we're after Conviction. We tried Conviction. We reinvented the gameplay loop of Splinter Cell with the last known position and all that. And now that we're more in control of what we have, we're embracing it more. So I feel a lot more comfortable to expand the range of what Sam can do, both on the stealth side and the action side.
Excellent. And now we're just getting the demo machine set up right now, but we are getting a lot of questions coming in about Splinter Cell. And what people want to know about is you sort of dropped at the end of your press conference briefing, and of course there will be Spies versus Mercs. That's a much beloved multiplayer mode that people haven't seen. It wasn't in its sort of same incarnation in Conviction. It was more of a co-op endeavor. Talk to us about the return of Spies versus Mercs.
Well, I think as creative director, there's a lot of decisions that are hard to take, right? Where sometimes we have to decide, are we going left, are we going right? But deciding to bring back Spy vs. Mercs was like the easiest thing ever, right?
It's a no-brainer.
We just knew everybody wanted it. It's something that's unique to the Splinter Cell brand, so I think it's one of those where we go, of course we're doing Spy vs. Mercs, that's it.
Now for folks who aren't familiar with Spy vs. Mercs, it's an adversarial multiplayer mode, but the Spies and Mercs are not equally matched.
Exactly. The beauty of it is that it's asymmetrical, right? So
a big buzzword in press conferences this year, actually.
I'm not allowed to say anything about Spy vs. Mercs right now, but I can, yes, Spy vs. Mercs is, it's spies in third person. It's basically Sam Fisher's, right, against mercenaries, against maybe Rainbow operatives, right? Rainbow Six operatives. So it's, I'm not saying anything else.
Okay, all right. Well, we've got it coming back. It's going to be what you folks have loved before. And now it looks like we're starting in on the demo right here with, it's just someone carrying his wounded buddy back to camp to, seek medical attention.
That was the idea. The idea for the idea that we wanted to surprise people. We also wanted to, again, it's all about the range, right? And we wanted to show that Sam Fisher, there's a lot of things he can do, and he can, disguise himself, infiltrate a terrorist camp. He can do all these things, yeah.
And so these terrorists, Sam is obviously on a mission, and he confronts them, sort of in their control center a little later on in this demo. Can you tell us about what his mission is?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the premise of the game is we're it's almost ripped out of the headlines, if you want, right? We're definitely keeping up to date with everything that's happening in the world, and we had this idea that I was talking with Richard Dansky, our writer, at one point, and he told me that the United States have soldiers in 2/3 of the countries in the world. Right, 2/3 of the countries have American, and it doesn't mean that the United States are at war against 2/3, but
it just means they have those agents there
everywhere,
and that's kind of a frightening thought.
Well, exactly. So we thought, what if we embrace, the motto of the United States: united we stand, divided we fall. What if we take that idea and apply it to the bad guys? What if instead of being one nation that doesn't like the United States, what if there are 10 of them or 12 of them and they band together against the United States?
Okay.
So that's the idea of the Blacklist. It's these rogue nations band together and give an ultimatum to the United States: get your troops out of our countries, or we're bringing the war to you, right? And then they release the Blacklist, which is basically a series of attacks on U.S. interests. And they say, "Are you out? No. Timer's done. We're attacking. Next attack. Are you out? No. We're doing it."
And so that seems like a good sort of premise to take you all around the world.
Exactly, and we're definitely embracing that. When at the beginning of the game, when the president asks Sam to restart Echelon, he accepts, but he's like, "We're gonna do it my way." You know, Sam's gonna be the leader, and I want it my way. And my way is basically, I need Fort Echelon to be a mobile headquarters. So what we're doing is Fort Echelon is a plane, and it's gonna allow Sam to like go anywhere he wants. And I think what's interesting is that for us, we're building it as a playable hub for the player. So it's all in 3D. You're walking around, you're talking to the characters inside the plane, but at the center of the command and control of the plane, we've got what we call the SMI, and the SMI is the strategic mission interface, and it's this idea of having a supercomputer that's plugged into all the networks of all the government agencies, right? And it's analyzing data super fast and giving Sam the options. You know, do you want to go there? Do you want to go there? Do you want to go there? And what we're doing for the player with that in mind is that we're trying to blur the lines between all the game modes. So when you're going to be in your plane, you're Sam, you walk to the SMI, you activate the SMI, you get a map of the world, and there you can see your single player missions, you can see your co-op missions, you can see your adversarial missions, and you can you jump into anything you want. When you're done, you come back into your plane and you can decide to go elsewhere, change the game mode.
Now, does that choice extend to within the single player campaign, or is it, you know, like I can take this mission or this mission, and you know, maybe I'll get to them all, but I can choose what order they go in?
We're being creative with the structure of the game.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that.
All right, intriguing. All right, so we've seen some of the killing in motion at work here, and Sam is looking. He's like got a whole new suit on. He's looking a little leaner. Seems kind of mean.
I mean, I think what's super cool with this suit, I love the way Sam looks. What's cool with this suit is, you know, I was talking about blurring the lines between all the game modes. We're gonna have a transversal economy system in the game also, which means that regardless if you're playing single player co-op or Spy versus Mercs, you're gonna be making money, and you can spend that money to customize, you know, Sam's weapons, Sam's gadgets, but also Sam's tactical suit. So you're gonna be able, depending on your play style, again, you're gonna be able to choose different armor parts to match your play style. So if you want to play more stealth, if you're more of a ghost player, you're going to be able to put on like boots that don't make noise, for example.
All right, folks, of course we are live right now here on the E3 show floor. So if you're watching at home on GameSpot or on Twitch or over Twitter, send us some messages. I'll relay your questions to Max here and see if we can get some answers from him while Sam goes loud here. And yeah, there's no stealthy right now. Yikes. That was right in his ear. So Sam, like he's under fire, but you're still, you know, previously in Splinter Cell games, if you're under fire, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to want to stay in cover because you can get killed pretty easily, and that's part of the difficulty. Here he seems to be, you're pushing towards the more aggressive play.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's about expanding the range, right? And it's also, you know, obviously this is an E3 demo, so we're showing more of the Panther player, trying to show a little bit of the range. You know, at the beginning of the demo, you know, Sam's infiltrating, he's doing some takedowns, and then, you know, we wanted to finish the demo to show that the game can easily transition, you know, from controlled tactical to more action.
Now Sam's looking leaner, and of course we have a bunch of people, Splinter Cell fans obviously, but lamenting the change that Michael Ironside is not coming back to voice Sam. But you guys found a good man for the job, presumably?
Yeah, I mean it was a very, very difficult decision. Mike, you're going around, eh? Mike is going around.
Oh, okay, so
I don't think we've showed this yet, but I want to answer your question though. But so Mike's going around. He's gonna rappel to the window.
So in other demos, he's gone through, and he's breached that door and taken those guys down. And so now this is a different way to breach, presumably.
Exactly. Well, I mean, you know, player choice has always been, you know, a core value of the franchise. So we wanted to show that. There we go. So yeah, Michael Ironside. It was probably one of the toughest decisions for us to take. But when we started on the project, we knew that we needed to up the quality of our scripted events, of our human performance in the game. So what we've done is we looked at all the different technologies that were available, And like Avatar, the way they don't do motion capture, they do performance capture, which is when you capture, physical motion, facial, and voice at the same time. And as soon as we saw the results of technologies like that, we knew that we needed an actor that could not only voice Sam, but also do, all the physical acting. Exactly.
Yeah, and so it would sort of come through. So you have that actor.
And I mean, it was, imagine how stressful it is to try to replace Michael Ironside, because, Michael's voice is amazing, it's iconic, right? But so we started doing some casting, and we were looking at a lot of different actors, and we weren't finding it, and it was like, okay, well, maybe no one else can. And then finally one day we got the demo of Eric Johnson, and right there we're like, okay, he's the next Sam Fisher.
Oh, he's the guy?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, a lot of fans clamoring to know what platforms Blacklist will be on. PS3, 360, PC?
Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
All right, very cool, Max. Anything else you want to mention about Blacklist before we wrap up?
Spring 2013.
There we go.
How's that?
Excellent. Max, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Nice
Have a good
meeting you.
show.
Thanks.
And folks, our next demo coming up is going to be Resident Evil 6. We're bringing Danny O'Dwyer on to host that one, and a couple more for you in just a moment. But first, we're going to check in with the GameSpot news team and see what's the latest here at E3.
Oh my god, they're...
Right? Did I get it right? I meet so many people, I'm sorry. And we're here at 2K. You guys are from 2K Sports. We're talking about NBA 2K13, which I am in love with the 2K franchise of NBA. What's really cool about this year's basketball?
We're not really saying that much here at E3, but yeah, it's the truth.
So nothing, and the segment's over.
No, seriously, the game has changed so much. It's evolved both in real life and in our video game this year, that it's an experience that, I can't wait to really be able to share everything that we've been doing with.
Yeah.
The game itself, I'm here for the game. Everything around it is nice, but the meat and potatoes is what do we do on the sticks, and that's the thing that's the most important to me. And it's night and day from last year as far as I'm concerned. So that's what I'm the most excited about this year.
I'm just I love how the game has evolved, the engine has evolved, the right stick stuff, so everything always feels more fluid. And I'm always like, how can they make it more fluid than next year? And somehow it is. So I'll be surprised. There's a hint at what's happening. So you were going to tell me something about pre-orders, right?
Yeah, so one really cool thing we're doing this year was for people who go out and pre-order the game, we're giving you a game add-on this year called the NBA All-Star 13. And that's it's an All-Star Weekend type event where you get, it's now called the BBVA Rising Stars Challenge, the three-point contest, the All-Star game, and of course the Sprite Slam Dunk contest. So this is kind of a thank you to our fans who, those guys out there on day one who purchase our game, they're going to get exclusive access to this content. And it's set in the All-Star Weekend. We've had dunk contests in the past, and people will tell me you've had this, but really it's not at all the same. We're on the court. We're in Houston this year, and it's just trying to bring that authenticity, to our fans. And one really cool aspect of this is it integrates seamlessly into all of our game modes in the game. So whether you're playing Season or Association or My Player, you're going to have this content in your game. So it's
yeah, the slam dunk is everybody loves that. Have it be in the game. Is there going to be props? Can I ask that? Like, you know how you used to put props down, like jump over cards and stuff?
You can ask that. There's going to be some stuff like that.
Okay. There are going to be stuff like, confirmed, there will be props of some nature.
Let's put it this way. As we said yesterday, we're trying to get the Kia card.
Oh.
Got to work with the Kia people. Got to do the Blake dunk,
The Blake dunk, that'd be sweet. Speaking of My Player, which you mentioned, you probably don't want to talk too much about it, but I love how that's evolved as well. Do you feel like that reboots in this year's franchise, or is it kind of the same and added on to it?
So obviously I can't talk a lot about My Player right now. My Player is a huge mode for us. It's always going to be a huge focus for us. We have a lot of things in the pipe this year, but to find out what those are, guys got to stay tuned.
So again, shut down. It's fine though. You know what? I love your game. I love you doing the DLC. That's really cool. So everybody go out and pre-order that game. Thanks very much for your time, and we'll see you later. And I'm gonna go home and play NBA right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys want news? Like I told you we were gonna do news. All right, we can do news. That was a check-in with Carlos Rodela. But we've got Laura Parker and Eddie McCoo standing by, ready to give you the news just in a moment. A reminder again, folks, I'm here on the computer. We got Twitch TV, we got GameSpot chat. Questions are coming in over email. If you're sending them in over email, I mentioned this yesterday, but we are just getting a ton of them, and Google's getting a little cranky, and so they come through a little sporadically. So if you are submitting a question, don't submit it 18 times. Not helpful. But thank you for keep those coming, and of course over Twitter as well is #GameSpotE3. And we've actually been getting a lot of haikus coming in for that Skylanders figure contest. Let's see if I can read you one right here. Let's find out. From Sumox, Skylanders have might, but when that is not enough, they must grow large. I give that like a 6.5 on the haiku review scale. Here you go. This one is even helpfully hyphenated from Brendan Curry. Skylanders Giants comes out with an all-new cast of awesome monsters. I think my cadence was off on that one, folks. Poetry reading is not my strong suit. All right, we've got Laura and Eddie ready for the news. No more tweets. Instead, hey, they're right there. Oh, here we go. News time.
News. It's going to be awesome. So much news. Okay, we're going to start with Square Enix, which has released a new Final Fantasy could look like, and it's the tech demo is for consoles and PC. Is that right, Eddie?
Yeah, it's for consoles and PCs, and they're contemplating bringing it to smartphones and the web, but that's not confirmed right now.
Okay, so the tech demo is called Agni's Philosophy. It's about a heroine named Agni, and she's we see a lot of there's a fight in a temple sort of thing in the tech demo, and then she kind of runs through the streets and she gets attacked by this giant monster dog.
And it's set in the near future, in a time when magic and advanced science
very
coexist,
futuristic. So the most impressive thing about this, I found, is the attention to detail. So you can see really tiny little things like the hairs on a dog's back, or the beard of a dude, and they're all very, very subtle and well refined.
If that's what the next generation of games is going to look like, I'm pretty excited
all on
for
board,
it.
right?
And it's running on an engine called the Luminos Studio engine.
So is that a Square Enix?
Yes, that's an internally developed engine by them.
So did they give any other details on when can we expect to see more tech demos, or whether this is what they're building the next Final Fantasy on?
They haven't said that. This is just something that a new Final Fantasy game could look like. Not necessarily it would, but details are pretty thin right now.
But there's definitely a next Final Fantasy
There's
game,
gotta
right?
be a
There's
new
gotta
one.
be.
There has to be a new
There's
one.
one all the time, right? Announced right now, right? No.
You want to announce it right now?
No, I'm not announcing a next Final Fantasy game. All right, so the other piece of news is that The Last of Us, which is Naughty Dog's next game, is not coming out this year. It's apparently shipping in 2013.
Yeah. Previously, it had been scheduled to maybe arrive at the end of 2012 and maybe in early 2013, and so that's what it looks like now.
So The Last of Us is a post-apocalyptic survival adventure game. It follows the story of Joel and a 12-year-old girl named Ellie, I think.
Yep.
And basically they have to make their way through a post-apocalyptic city, and there are infected people. We don't really know what kind of infected that is, whether that's zombie infected or kind of mentally infected. We don't know, but there are enemies, and they have to chase them around, and they have to survive. And apparently you can play this game in a lot of different ways. So you can kind of go around and you can be violent if you want, you can shoot and you can stab, but you can also kind of forage, and there's a platforming element to it as well, puzzle solving, that sort of thing.
Yeah, choice is definitely going to be a big part of it, and it's their first M-rated game, so it's a big step for Naughty Dog.
Yeah, and it looks, have you seen the game? It kind of looks a lot like Uncharted.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the trailer that they've shown, and it looks brutal, and it looks like it's full of action, so I'm excited.
All right, and the third piece of news is Snoop Dogg. He is in Tekken Tag Tournament 2. Now, before you kind of get all excited and stuff, all he's done is recorded a song for the game, which plays in a stage, and he's actually in the background, which is pretty cool. But he does want to be a playable character, but I guess we'll have to see.
And that is going to do it for our news, and we're going to pass it over to the live stage show with Danny.
Cool. Thanks very much, guys. I'm here now with Miguel Corti. How you doing? With Resident Evil 6. Yep. Big changes this time around. You guys got not one game, not two games, but kind of like 3 games.
Yeah, 3 games. 3 main characters this time around, 3 campaigns for everyone to play. Each campaign stands on its own, but if you play all 3 of them, you're going to see the stories intertwined in certain ways, and you get a much fuller experience.
What was the thought process behind having 3 very sort of different styles of game and 3 different stories?
One, we have a lot of popular characters that we want to try and please the fans. There's so many characters in Resident Evil has a rich history, and the director himself just had so many great ideas. He thought one character bearing the burden of all those ideas would just kill the game, kill the story, and kill the fun. So by spreading it out and letting each character develop in their own way, it makes for a better, more organic experience.
So for people who aren't aware of the sort of the 3 different game styles that are on show in Resident Evil 6, what separates each one from the next? What makes them unique?
Okay, the first one is Leon. Leon Kennedy makes a return, and his is a real return to that traditional Resident Evil survival horror. Fans looking for that creepy, atmospheric experience should really start there with him. With Chris Redfield also making a return, we're bringing back that action element of RE5, and what fans expect from Chris Redfield's story will be in there. And then our new character, Jake Mueller, well, we're trying to bring something back from one of our old school games. If you remember Resident Evil 3 with the Nemesis,
yes,
people had a lot of fun being chased by that creature. So we brought a new creature, a new big BOW called Ustanak, and he's chasing Jake throughout his story.
And when you're playing these games, just from a sort of a campaign perspective, these don't intercut. These are 3 completely separate modes that you decide to... You choose, essentially, which one do you want to play first.
You choose which one you want to play first, and you can choose to do them in any order, but they will overlap with the other campaigns. So when you play another campaign after finishing one, you get to see certain scenes from a different point of view and understand why those characters and their motivations, why they're actually there at that time.
So how do you formulate a game and a story that supposedly intertwines when people are able to jump in at any point that they want?
It's very hard, actually. I mean, there's a lot of editing of the story.
Yes.
We had to separate it in terms of timeline first, then location, and then give all the characters a reason for winding up in certain locations at the same time.
Is there ever a situation where the story might be different depending on which campaign you decided to play first, or is it very much...
The story is unified throughout all 3 campaigns, but playing a different campaign will give you a different perspective on the story and might lead to some more illumination on why certain things happened.
So inside of the Resident Evil canon, when is this set and where is it set, I guess, as well?
This is set in 2013, so following the events of Resident Evil 5, and we've got locations all around the world. The first outbreak that we see in this game takes place in America, the fictional city of Tall Oaks. But we also go to Eastern Europe, and then the game, all stories converge in China.
Okay.
As you can see now in the demo, Leon is fighting for his life in China. Imagine a whole continent full of zombies.
When we were talking earlier, you said that Leon's was the sort of the traditional understated one of the 3 games. This and what you guys showed at the press conference, this looks pretty... If this is understated, I want to see what the rest of it's like.
Yeah, this is a pretty intense portion of Leon's story. A lot of people don't remember, but the first Resident Evil had some really intense action sequences. Once you get past the initial elements of that haunted house setup, I mean, you had helicopters, you had rocket launchers, giant plants trying to eat you. There were a lot of action set pieces in that game. And so Leon's story is going to start out very atmospheric and subdued, and the story will expand as the story progresses.
In terms of AI and different baddies you fight in the game, is it predominantly zombies? Or are we going to see some returning characters from previous games?
First, you will see the zombies make a comeback. Everyone's been waiting for them. We have the traditional zombies, what everyone expects, but we've got a few surprises involved with them as well. A few of them like to leap out at you from behind corners. We have a new type of enemy called the Juavo, which is infected by the C virus in this game. And the Juavo are more intelligent, they can use weapons, but the interesting thing about them is the way their AI reacts. Depending where you shoot them or damage them, that part of their body will mutate. And so they always mutate into different things, so fighting them is not always the same thing twice.
Sure. Just for everyone who's watching on the live stream, if you guys have any questions for Miguel, give us a tweet with hashtag GameSpotE3, or feel free if you're watching the stream on GameSpot.com to fill in an email underneath the video as well. just looking at some of the questions we have here. Yes, Anthony Lucas was asking about Leon's story. Said it would be horror-based like Resident Evil 4, but in the demo that we've seen, like you said, it's incredibly action-based. Is there a particular reason why you're showing it that way? Is it difficult maybe to show a game that's got 3 completely different game styles? Is to try and get that across
It is
to people?
difficult in terms of that, especially at E3. You know, you got to show something with a lot of impact and get out there. At Capcom's press event, Captivate, we were able to show the beginning of Leon's event, and it's very slow-paced, and you walking around and exploring a lot, and which is really awesome to play. It's really atmospheric. The sound is great. The music is awesome, but as a demo at E3, it's not always the best. So we want to show something that there is a little more action. We want to show also that when you're flying the helicopter and you're running the way, wanted to emphasize the fact that those scenes remain in the control of the player's hands.
Yeah.
So we don't want to just do cutscene action. We want to, whatever we can do, if it doesn't have to be a full-on cutscene, if we can give control to the player in those scenes, we want to make sure we can do that. So that's another reason behind the rationale for this demo.
So because it's 3 different storylines, presumably they all resolve themselves separately as well. Is there a final ending that sort of encompasses all 3, or is it 3 separate campaigns that you finish and then?
Each story has its own complete ending, and you'll be satisfied with the ending for each one individually. But there is more. There is a reward of sorts for playing all 3 campaigns. I won't go into it right now, but we made sure that if you play all aspects of Resident Evil 6, you will be rewarded for your time.
And so with 3 campaigns, what type of length are we talking about for each one?
Campaign alone is about 70% of the time that it took to finish RE5. So adding all 3 of them together, you're talking about almost double the content of RE5.
You can see that there's tonally a difference in the 3 different campaigns that are on offer. In terms of gameplay mechanics, how does each one work separately? Was there different controls?
Each character has they have universal controls to start, but each character has unique movesets that only they can do. For example, Leon can use 2 guns simultaneously to pull off combos on enemies. His partner, Helena Harper, can also do that. Chris Redfield and his partner are good with sniper-based weapons. And our new character, Jake, can perform hand-to-hand combat. So you can actually select that from the weapon screen. You can choose a knife or a gun or machine gun, but you can also choose just good old fisticuffs for Jake.
From the videos with Jake, it seemed that he was doing sort of parkour or free running and running in different ways than in previous Resident Evils, where you're essentially just corridor chasing, basically.
Yeah, he's got a lot of different situations. We tried to make stuff a little more contextually based, so each campaign is not the same thing. So there's something new for the players to learn and something for them to discover with each campaign. So Leon will do things and get into situations that Jake doesn't. So when you play Jake, you won't feel like, oh, I did this same kind of running with Leon. It's the same thing. We wanted to make sure there's something new for the player to experience.
So a lot of people maybe have only seen sort of I guess in terms of gameplay, I've only seen 2 sides of the Resident Evil story from this stage. What are you guys going to be teasing over the next couple of months coming up to release?
We've got a lot of surprises and actually not a lot of time to show them. The game's coming out October 2nd, so less than 4 months away at this point. We still haven't seen a lot of Chris's story yet, so there's all that. We've announced, but we haven't really shown yet anything for the Mercenaries.
Yes.
The Mercenaries are multiplayer mode. That will be available from the beginning of the game. In previous Resident Evils, you had to complete the campaign and then it's unlocked. This you can play right from the beginning. So maybe you get the game first day, want to play with some friends, don't want to sit down and take your time to explore the story, you can just do that.
Cool. Miguel, thanks very much for covering Resident Evil 6. Whenabouts are we going to see it and on what platforms?
We'll see it October 2nd of this year, and it'll be available on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3.
Awesome. Thanks very much for taking some time with us.
Yeah, thanks.
We're going to throw it out to Carlos, who apparently is wandering the massive halls here at E3. Let's see what he's up to.
Hey everybody, Carl Strelli here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with Eros, which is an awesome name, by the way.
Thank you very much.
And we're here at Gree, which is what exactly?
So Gree makes games. We make a platform for games. It's a great place to get games on your mobile device.
There are a lot of games here, people. That's why I had to find somebody because there are too many things to actually look at. So you're going to sell me some of the cool things that you guys are excited about, and you do a little tour, right?
Yeah. Why don't I show you guys around? So,
all right. Yes. Let's go.
You know, right now we're making all sorts of games, everything from, you know, these casual games that are sort of your traditional mobile game to some of the newer, almost console-style games. Up here you can even see games that we're doing with folks like Ubisoft. Resident Evil is going to be coming to the platform later this year.
Oh, that's awesome, yeah.
Excited about that. Some of the titles that we're making on our own. We lost your cameraman. He's
okay, he's fine. He's always with us, yeah.
Right, cool. Yeah, so we're doing great games. Some of these like Dragon Arc are these sort of Japanese-style card collection games that are starting to become really popular here in the U.S., and we're starting to bring some of that content over too.
Yeah, this looks really interesting, almost like a Final Fantasy kind of thing.
Yeah, it really has that feel of almost like a fantasy RPG, but the card collection mechanic, the battle mechanic is something that we really like, and we're starting to see real popularity here in the U.S. as well.
That's awesome. All right, we have so much to cover. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of games here. I mean, that's part of the cool thing about what we're doing is we want to bring players awesome content, one place to go, sort of a one-stop shop to see some of the best gaming content on mobile.
Yeah, and it seems it's a wide variety. It's like Pokemon stuff, then like, you know, family game kind of stuff and casual stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what you guys are seeing right now is a game called Zombie Zombie. It's actually made in our local studio in the U.S. Some of the coolest art style that I think we produced so far. Really fun battle mechanic, really cool collection mechanic. Players are really enjoying sort of battling their friends in this sort of PvP style gaming.
Yeah, I love PvP. It's great to have it, and especially with zombies. And you were saying earlier, this is all iOS, also Android, and maybe Windows Phone 7 at some point, right?
Yeah, that's right. Right now we are on iOS and Android, so it's a cross-platform experience. We're also on tablet, so you've got an iPad or you've got an Android tablet, you can access this stuff.
Yeah, it looks like every single game here is like perfectly suited for a tablet.
Yeah, I mean, what we want to do is give people great gaming experiences on their mobile devices, and you know, if you build the game with tablet or a phone in mind, I think it just makes the experience that much cooler.
And how long have you guys been around for, by the way?
So Gree's been around about 6 years. We're relatively new to the U.S. We've only been in the U.S. for about a year, but this is one of our big coming out parties.
Okay, so that's exactly why I haven't heard of you. This is great. I'm really blown away by how many games you guys have. It's ridiculous. What is this thing here, the Dryland, or Dreeland?
Dreeland's another one of these collection mechanic, battle mechanic games. It's actually very, very popular in Japan, and we're now bringing it over to the U.S. It just recently launched, so if you're interested in playing those kind of games, you can actually go into your Android phone or your iOS phone right now and take a look at it.
So this one's available. And how many of the ones that we've seen tonight or today is available right now?
About half of the games that you've seen today are available right now. A lot of these are sort of in the demo state, and they're going to be coming later this year.
Okay. Cool. I think we got kind of an overview of all of it. Our cameraman is still seeing how there's more games because there's so many of them. Thank you very much for your time. Eros, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go download some Gree games.
All right, guys. Enjoy.
Back to stage.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Carlos, for showing us around this crazy massive hall here at E3. The hits just keep on coming, folks. We got Lost Planet 3 here. Andrew Szymanski and Matt is going to play for us as well. Guys, Lost Planet 3, bit of a change up this year. What's the story?
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, we knew that we wanted to do a third game in the Lost Planet franchise, but we really wanted to kind of take it in the most extreme direction that it's ever been. In order to do that, we decided to go back in the past chronologically to show kind of EDN 3, which is the planet that the game takes place in its most extreme state. And so we've set it up as a prequel, and we're really proud of it.
Awesome. So in terms of the Acrid, is this going to maybe tell us a little bit more about where they came from, or is it going to sort of shine a light on previous Lost Planet games, considering it is a prequel story?
Definitely. It's because it is the first in the series chronologically, you'll be able to jump in and pick up and play, even if you've never played the other ones. But if you have played the other ones, it'll really kind of give you a good background into kind of what goes into the Lost Planet franchise. You'll see hints and things that kind of connect this with the first two games, including a little bit of a glimpse into the larger ecology of the Acrid. Yeah.
So for new players, we're just having a look at the gameplay here.
Yes.
How does it control in comparison to previous Lost Planet games? Are you keeping it the same in terms of the way it feels, the way characters move within the environment, the jumping, all that sort of stuff, or is it a sort of a new take on it?
I'd say it's a little new. We're keeping a lot of things similar to make sure that the things that people know and love about Lost Planet, we want to make sure it's still seen as an installment in the franchise. But we have kind of tweaked the controls to make them a little bit easier to pick up and play for people who are used to playing shooters. It is a third-person shooter, and so you things like left trigger to zoom, right trigger to fire. We've tweaked the controls a little bit. We've also sort of, I want to say slowed it down, but we made it a little bit more deliberate. So you're not going to be jumping, and bounding about quite as much. You will still be able to roll in order to evade. You'll still have the grappling hook for traversal and things like that. But it is going to be a little bit more of a deliberate pacing.
Just looking at the demo we have here, I can't help but notice that we're fighting a giant enemy crab.
Yes.
Was that an intentional thing to do, to attack it for massive damage and its weak point, or did you guys fall into that meme unintentionally?
No, that was unintentional. I'm glad that people have found some humor in it. Actually, the story behind this enemy, he's shot off a few of them, but you can see those spines on the back. Yeah. And the idea is it actually waits inside the ground, inside of the snow, with those stalactites kind of protruding out to make it look like part of the environment.
Okay.
And then it waits for its prey to come and then jumps out. And we actually base that off of behavior of actual Earth animals. I forget the name of it, but there's a crab that actually does that. It waits, and blends into the environment. So.
Presumably not as large as this one.
No, I would hope not.
So in terms of variety in the enemies that you face, are we seeing a lot of returning beasts from the first one, or is there new types of Valkyrie that we haven't seen before? And how do you do that in a game that essentially is going backwards in time?
Right, you're going to see a lot of new ones. In fact, all the ones in our E3 demo that we're showing on the floor here are all new for LP3, but we have some returning favorites as well. And how we do that is, once again, to explain that in the past, the environment of this planet was actually the most intense and the coldest it's ever been.
Okay.
And as some people who've played the series will know, the planet kind of gets warmer as we go along through terraforming. So, the idea is that some species went extinct as the planet warmed up. Yeah.
So how far in the past is this set before Lost Planet?
It's several decades before the first one. Yeah.
And in terms of characters, is there a crossover between the protagonist in this game and then the other ones?
There's no crossover with the protagonist because it is such a span of time, but we've actually got some cool connections in some of the other characters. One of the characters that you'll meet in the E3 demo is Gale. He's your mechanic that works on your utility rig. And he actually goes on to be the father of Wayne, who's the protagonist from LP1. So we do have a lot of cool connections in there.
So how does the campaign work for people who haven't played previous Lost Planet games? You guys tend to sort of shy away a little bit from a strictly linear campaign. There's lots of side quests, things like that going on.
Yeah, this is very much a very open game. It's not a true open world game in that sense because we want to keep things focused on Jim and on the story. But it is very much a situation in which you're going to be going in and you'll have sort of a main kind of mission path, if you will. That's kind of your story missions that guide you through. And then you also have various side quests. And as you're playing throughout the game, you'll unlock new areas, and then you'll be able to kind of freely go back and forth. So the easiest way to think about it is that the game will kind of prod you to explore.
Sure.
And the more you explore, the more areas you unlock, and then you can access those at any time.
Cool. Just while we're playing the gameplay here, just to remind folks that if you want to send us a question, tweet us with hashtag GameSpotE3, or feel free if you're watching the stream on GameSpot.com to put an email at the bottom, and I will try my bestest to try and ask a question. Could you just explain what's going on here in terms of what we're watching on the
actually,
gameplay?
This is a really cool point in the demo. If you want to spin back around and just look at the way we came. So as you might have noticed, after we fought the boss there, we planted the thermal posts, which actually sucks up thermal energy, which is a resource from the ground. And when it does that, it basically causes this heat wave that's melted things away from the environment.
Okay.
So we're finding a lot of things here that have been buried, and this is actually one of the key plot points in the game, is that Jim and the other colonists have been told that they're some of the first colonists on the planet, but now he's finding these structures buried in ice, and that's one of the mysteries he has to solve. So we're going to exit out and load up a new area, so
Sure.
We'll talk a little bit while we do that.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So those thermal posts you put down, can you put those wherever you want, or is that tied into the narrative?
Those actually, if you find survey maps in the environment, they'll list kind of all the locations where you can go and plant those posts. And it's one of our sort of optional pieces of content in the game. You go and you plant those posts, and then you can come back later to harvest that thermal energy. And the thermal energy you get from the posts and the thermal energy that you get from defeating the enemies, you can actually then exchange for upgrades, new weapons, upgrades to Jim's abilities, and things like that.
Do you guys kind of cornered the market on sci-fi games based on icy planets? So what do you guys think when you see Dead Space 3 stepping onto your territory like that?
Well, I'm flattered. I mean, obviously, we LP1 came out in 2006.
Sure.
And I'm really glad that you you recognize that we were in that space. We do feel like we've been in that space for a long time, and we're bringing it back even more intense with LP3. So you know what, Dead Space is a great series, and I can't wait to see. They just announced this week. I can't wait to see what they bring out. But we're going to continue to kind of show EDN3, which is our world, really as this alien frozen world. It's not Antarctica. It's this very alien space. And actually, we've got a new section loaded up here showing off some more of our new Acrid creatures. And we think that they're really unique because they do have their own ecosystem. They exist outside of the player's actions.
So this game is being developed by Spark, am I right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So what's it been like having sort of this external developer relationship? And presumably this is the first Lost Planet game that they've worked on.
Yes. It's actually been really rewarding to work with them. I mean, obviously there's any challenges when you're trying to take a series that's been developed internally and then, work with an external partner. But the key here is the partnership and the collaboration. We didn't just say, hey, Lost Planet 3, go take the ball and run with it. Oguro-san, who is kind of the creator of the entire Lost Planet franchise and was the director of the first 2 games, he and I traveled to Los Angeles. We talked to Spark. We came up with the concept together, and he's been involved literally from the first step to make sure that this meets his vision of what he wanted. So it's very much a joint collaboration. The core concepts and the direction coming from Capcom, and then Spark kind of bringing in their expertise in order to flesh it out.
In terms of multiplayer or cooperative gameplay modes, do you have anything on offer in terms of that?
Well, we are going to have multiplayer. It's very important to the franchise, and we recognize that. We aren't really talking about the multiplayer modes yet. We're still kind of working on those. But over the next couple of months, as we get closer to releasing, we'll be showing a lot of detail on all of our multiplayer modes, both competitive and cooperative.
User Microblocks has asked the question, how limited are you in this game in terms of your ability to walk around the environment?
You're not limited at all. Anything that you can see that's not obviously in the distance. I mean, if it's miles away, that's one thing. But anything that you can see in the environment that it looks like it's traversable will be traversable. And in fact, there's a lot of really cool elements in where, as you're getting new abilities as Jim, you're actually able to unlock areas that you weren't able to access before.
Okay.
So you might be walking through a stage and say, hey, look at that crag up there, or look at that cave over there. I bet I can go in there. I don't know yet. I don't know how yet. And then when you get a certain upgrade, you'll then be able to access that area.
User RayKT has asked what engine is being used for the graphics here. Are you guys working off of Lost Planet 1 and 2 tech, or is this new tech we're looking at here?
This is new tech. This is actually running on Unreal Engine 3.
Okay.
But we're really happy with how we've been able to kind of tweak that engine to make it show the kind of art direction that we want, and it really sells the world.
Do the explosions look as sexy as they did in the first 2 games?
Is the what?
Do the explosions look as sexy as they used to?
I think they're pretty sexy. We're still trying to blow out the VFX, so we expect to get even better as we go along. Yeah.
Just in terms of what we're looking at here again, I feel like we're missing out on some awesome action here up on the gameplay. We just saw them hopping out of a mech. How are they going to be used in this game? Well, I guess vehicles and mechanics have always been an important part of it.
This is the utility rig, and it's actually an ancestor to the vital suits from the first 2 Lost Planet games. And it is originally designed as a piece of construction equipment. As you can see, it's got a claw and a drill.
Yeah.
And these are originally intended to lay down pipeline and put up prefab buildings. But the player, after he learns how to use those attachments, actually then has to figure out how to improvise to actually defeat enemies with those.
Maxwell780 wants to play it as soon as possible. He's wondering if there's going to be a demo.
Can't say for sure yet.
Early days.
Early days. We're not shipping till early 2013, but we do realize that a lot of people got into Lost Planet by playing the demo from the first game, so it's definitely on our radar for sure.
Are you guys going to have split screen offline mode like in Lost Planet 2? Is a question from Amir Motion.
Split screen what mode?
Co-op.
Co-op. We're not going to have split screen. That's a decision that we made. I know it's going to disappoint some people, but it was basically came down to a choice of either we have split screen with a little bit less fidelity in the environments for multiplayer, or we have to really kind of bump up the fidelity. So we chose kind of the fidelity portion of it. And like I said, we'll be showing more on the multiplayer in the months ahead, and I think people will like what they see.
Akash Mahood has asked, is it in 3D?
Stereoscopic?
Apparently. I didn't know people actually wanted that.
Yeah, haven't made a decision on that, but I'm not hearing a lot of requests for it. So that's something that if we did do, it would be later on in the process. Yeah.
Justin's asked, I haven't played any of the Lost Planet series before. Will I have had to play those previous games to understand the story or gameplay mechanics of Lost Planet 3?
No, you won't. And that's the beauty of it being a prequel, is that you can jump right in this world. The game starts when Jim, the character, has arrived on the planet, so you're learning along with him. And once again, we've tweaked the controls to make them very easy to pick up and play. So if you played other shooters like Call of Duty, or third-person shooters like Gears of War, it should be very intuitive how to play the controls. And then we'll teach you in the game how to use the utility rig, how to use the various abilities that Jim has.
Cool. Have we reached the end of the gameplay demo here, or we keep going?
No, we can keep going for sure.
Let's explore a bit more.
Sure. If you don't mind, we can load out and show and go to another section.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, so we'll chat while he's loading. The final section that we'll show actually is how you use the utility rig to fight the large acrid.
How have you seen the sort of reaction to this game being a prequel? Are people happy about it, sort of showing a new side to Lost Planet, or did they want to continue what was going on in the previous two games?
So far, the reaction, both obviously for us internally at Capcom, but also when we showed the game at Captivate back in April when we announced it, the response from the press and the media, everybody's been really positive. And I think it's because of our character. And it's hard to tell just from looking at the gameplay demo. You really have to come down and look at the show floor or look at our E3 trailer. But we've really tried to make put a lot of effort into making Jim a sympathetic guy. He's not just kind of this cipher that you jump in and just start playing as. He's got a wife and kid back home he's trying to provide for. He's kind of this blue-collar, everyman type guy. Who's really, when the game first starts, is just trying to earn a living and survive. And he's working with his fellow colonists, to eke out an existence. And I think that characterization, our voice acting, our performance capture, where we have actual actors providing the likenesses for the characters, all of that I think really brings you into the world of Lost Planet in a way that people have never seen before, and makes the characters really people you want to spend time with.
Cool. So we've loaded up this new section here.
Yes.
What's going on here?
So this is near the end of our E3 demo, and basically we have to get back to our rig so we can go back to base, but we're going to have a little bit of a impediment in doing that. So earlier we fought this crab creature, as you remember, on foot, but now we're going to actually jump into the utility rig. We're going to jump actually into the utility rig, and we're going to fight this another crab creature like we saw earlier, but we're going to actually fight it now in the rig. So this showcases one of our great features in the game, which is an enemy that is really a threat on foot. When you get into the rig, by its very nature, is going to be much easier to defeat. So he's going to kind of use this drill here. Oops, looks like we got knocked out. He's going to jump back in. So you can use the claw arm to grab your enemies. You can use the drill to bash the enemies. And once again, because you're sheltered and you're protected, it makes it a lot easier. So one of the themes that we have is this theme of escalation. Now you can see him, he's drilling the weak point. So on foot, you would have shot that with the gun. Here it's like, peeling the shell off a lobster, so to speak. So speaking about escalation, the idea that, there's always a bigger fish in the sea, so to speak. So you're fighting little small enemies on foot, which are really easy to beat. Then you fight a boss. That's quite a challenge. When you jump in the rig, that same boss now is not a challenge. Yeah. But then you're going to run into things that are going to be challenged even in the rig, that even dwarf the rig.
How durable is the rig?
I'm sorry?
How durable is the rig?
It's quite durable, and it also has an auto repair feature. So earlier when he got knocked out from getting attacked, all he had to do was kind of circle around, let the rig repair itself, and jump back in. So you'll definitely feel more protected. And now we've defeated the crab by basically going directly into its core with the drill.
We saw in the reveal trailer, the first time we saw the game, there was sort of a large torrent of snow coming your way. How is the sort of environment going to play into mechanics?
It's going to be very important. The environment,
in terms of weather and whatnot.
Yeah, the weather is always changing on EDN3. In fact, we have a dynamic weather system that allows us to change the weather on the fly as we're playing. So some sequences will be scripted, as part of the story. Snow comes in, you have to rush back to the base to help protect the people that are in the base. And in some areas, because it is a very exploration-heavy game, in some areas, as you're walking through places that you've been before, you'll see the weather dynamically change, and it reduces visibility. It changes what type of acrid enemies appear and things like that. So it's a way for us to continually give the player something new. So even as you're exploring areas that you might have already been to, you're going to be constantly seeing new information.
Is that an electrical storm we can see there in the background?
Yeah, that was part of our storm system, as a matter of fact.
I have a question here from Thomas Vickers. He's asking what sort of variety will there be within the levels and environments? Presumably you're not going to have a forest level and lava level.
That's correct. In Lost Planet 2, because the planet had been warmed, they had forests, they had deserts and things like that. For this, once again, it's extreme conditions. It's about freezing cold and really kind of that foreboding nature. That being said, we know people don't want to see snow for the whole game. So you're going to see a good mix of exterior segments that really kind of show off the vastness of the world and the landscapes. You're going to have kind of being inside of caves where it's still cold and it's still, very threatening, but you're in sort of a claustrophobic type atmosphere. And I don't want to give too much away, but later on in the game, you're actually going to be traveling to entirely new areas throughout the planet that are going to show you new color palettes and introduce new factions and things like that. So I think people are going to be really impressed with the variety.
Awesome. Andrew, Matt, thanks very much for showing us this.
Thanks so much.
When can we see it on store shelves and on what platforms?
This is Lost Planet 3 is going to be out in early 2013 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
Cool. Will there be a giant enemy crab with the limited edition version?
We'll think about it.
All right.
Thanks so
please.
much.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, guys. And next up on the show floor, we've got Crysis 3, so make sure to stick around. Floor, guys. We've got Mike Reed here showing us Crysis 3. What are you playing it on, first of all? That's the big question that everyone's been asking me ahead of time.
We're going to be showing it on PC.
Showing it on PC?
Yep.
The good, sexy version?
Yeah.
They're all good,
the
sexy
extra
versions.
sexy
Extra
version.
sexy version.
Absolutely.
So this time around, Crysis 3, you're sort of taking elements, I guess, from the first two games and combining them in a way.
Yeah, we're basically taking elements, some of the best elements of what we had in Crysis 1 and Crysis 2, and really combining those into Crysis 3. So a lot of the open elements that we had in Crysis 1 with that jungle setting, and people really like the openness of that. So in Crysis 2, a little bit more visually confined because of the New York City setting, of course. And then we had a lot of vertical gameplay that occurred in that. So in this, we basically have a broken down New York City and what we're calling an urban rainforest that combines the best of jungle setting and, of course, a broken down urban setting, creating a very unique environment.
So in terms of narrative, for people who have played the previous two games, whereabouts is this taking off?
The current version, or the current story in Crysis 3 and where it starts off?
This kicks off straight after Crysis.
This takes place about 20 years past where the end of Crysis 2 was. So Cell and Ceph have been fighting a war over that time, and what Cell has done is they've basically gone in, and what they've done is built a nanodomes over all these cities worldwide with the facade that they're going to cleanse the world and protect everybody from the stuff. But there is underlying reasons within these nanodomes, and that's what we're going to discover.
There always is.
There always is, and that's what we're going to discover in Crysis 3.
Awesome. So in terms of returning characters, players in the first two
So
games.
Prophet, from which a lot of people might recognize from Crysis 1 and Crysis 2, had small roles there. You played Nomad in the first one, and you played Alcatraz in the second. But as we know from Crysis 2, at the very beginning of it, you started off with Prophet putting a bullet in his head and giving the nanosuit to Alcatraz to complete his mission.
So a lot of the questions I had before was asking how large the environment is, because in previous games you could wander anywhere you wanted, and then it's sort of, I guess, when you're trying to tell a story, you tend to narrow it down again.
So there's definitely challenges that you have. I mean, you can have these open environments, and when we had those in Crysis 1, what you saw was people were going around long ways and going through some areas, but they were really kind of devoid of anything. There was really no action in those segments. So in Crysis 2, things were a little bit more confined. So we've kind of combined those while keeping action segments within the maps themselves. And what we're going to see here today is a segment of what we call, of the Seven Wonders, what we call Canyon, and the level we call Dam Busters, which is, we have a lot more open maps that we're going to be showing in the coming months and as the year moves on. But this one is quite spectacular, what we're going to be showing here today.
I guess when you're showing a game off at something like this, you kind of are almost forced to show the most action-oriented, explosive part of the game.
That's always a piece of it. But we really want people to see how we've developed these unique environments, this urban rainforest, so to speak. And combining both the greatest elements of Crysis 1 and Crysis 2, and really showing that you have multiple ways to multiple ways to path this and plan your attack.
Just to remind folks, if you got any questions, give us a tweet with #GameSpotE3, or if you're watching on the GameSpot stream, just stick a email in the little box underneath the stream, and I'll do my best to ask Mike those questions. I have a couple just set up beforehand. Carl Burst has asked, how many PCs have died trying to make Crysis 3? How many ones have you exploded?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question.
Lots, presumably.
I mean, it's we're definitely going to be pushing the limits of the X11 this time, and putting a lot of focus.
Stephen Lappin, in the sort of the same way, has asked, is the development in any way held back by console restrictions as opposed to what's achievable on PC? So how do you sort of weigh that off?
So with Crysis 2, we spent a lot of time looking at the engine and what we had to do to really decompile that and then bring it back into Xbox, PS3, and of course PC as well. There was an enormous amount of technical challenges in making that happen. But now that we're over that hurdle and we're into Crysis 3, we can really go back and spend a lot of time giving the PC users a little bit of an extra experience.
And you guys are using the same engine this time around as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It is the CryEngine 3, or what I guess internally we might refer to as the CryEngine 3 Plus.
Yeah.
Because we have done an enormous amount of work on a lot of the systems, and our R&D teams are really pounding hard on that too.
It must be refreshing for once to not have to build an entire new engine before you ship a game.
Absolutely. It's really great having that in-house, and Crysis 3 is allowing us to do new and unique things with the engine and with the engine itself, in of course conjunction with all the other projects that we have on the go at Crytek.
So the environmental changes in the game are sort of very self-apparent from the visuals, but what, in terms of mechanics, weapons, or how the gameplay works, has been changed up since Crysis 2?
So, of course, with the weapons themselves, you had several different options, from the barrel changes to the underbarrels to the scopes as well. You're going to have a lot more options and things to unlock on that path. The nanosuit, of course, being the staple of Crysis, and everybody knows that very well. We're really revamping that whole system and what you can do to customize the nanosuit. And it's not a finished system yet, but we are building a new system out to allow for quick switches between different perks that you can unlock for the nanosuit. So you're really not going to be confined to either be choosing stuff that affect your cloak or just strength, but you're going to be able to create these combinations, put them in quick load settings, put them in quick loadout settings, and then move that on.
Cool. Just so people they're waiting to see the game. I know, I can feel it. I can feel it coming from the chat room. We've just got one little audio problem we're just trying to work on at the moment, so we'll get it fixed and immediately have the game up again. In terms of multiplayer this time around, what are you guys doing? Just building on what's happening in Crysis 2?
Can't really talk about that right now. I know everybody's. We've been getting a lot of questions in regards to multiplayer, and it's progressing very, very, very well. And we'll be talking about a lot more about that by the end of the year. But our focus right now is to really talk about Dam Busters and the Canyon segment, and really show what just a few of the changes we've made environmentally, and of course to the game as well.
If you'll indulge me for a second, I'd like to know how you guys sort of embrace your multiplayer community. Like in terms of Crysis 2, you see a lot of games nowadays focusing so much of their effort in the multiplayer world. How do you guys engage with the Crysis 2 community?
With the Crysis 2 community, I think at Crytek we feel we didn't do enough to really support that community, and we're going to go back this time with Crysis 3 and really take a good hard look at what we can do to bring up that level of support and really get people playing this game. But there's going to be some very interesting stuff coming out on the multiplayer side, and we'll be talking about that later this year.
Because you guys have always, we're wonderful. We have the gameplay up.
Hey,
finally,
there we go.
Let's have a look. So presumably that is the dam that I imagine will be getting busted at some stage during this demo.
Give me a sit rep.
So Crysis has focused a lot through Crysis 1, 2, and 3 on what we call adaptive warfare and what we call assess, adapt, and attack. So overlooking and bringing up the visor, being able to tag enemies, really assessing what the situation is, going down, adapting to that, adapting your weapons, adapting your nanosuit, and then really going in for the attack. So we like to think of it as more of a thinking person shooter.
Sure. So what's going on here? This appears to be some sort of...
This is the new composite bow we've added into the game. It can be fired while cloaked. And it's a lot of fun. Currently we have 4 different tips that are available for this. We have a thermite tip, which is more like an explosive.
Yeah.
We have electrical tips. We have one called the air burst, which I'm sure that CJ over here is going to demo for us at some point. And of course the standard arrows. And the standard arrows, you can actually go back and pick those back up again. It's not a really standard ammo type you're going to find in the cell crates.
Bit of a game changer having the ability to fire this while being cloaked.
Yes and no. I believe it was, and somebody's going to kill me for this, but I'm pretty sure it was Crysis 1. You could actually fire the pistol while cloaked.
Really?
Yes. So with this, when firing the bow too, depending on, there's different, as you can see, the barrel and underbarrel system is, people will be very familiar with that. But you can also on the bow change the draw weight, which allows you to change the dynamics of the arrow, allowing you with a heavy draw weight, for instance, being able to pin guys into cars or objects that are behind them as well. Also allowing them to travel further distances, but in using those draw weights, it uses up more of your energy.
What type of range does the bow have? Far.
Well, very, very far, especially at a long draw distance. But what you'll see at some of the lower ones, you'll definitely see an arc in the way that it travels.
So we're looking at here. Whereabouts is this set currently? This bit of gameplay we're watching.
This level of the game is set in one of the 7 wonders, of which we refer to as Canyon, and it's what we're showcasing here. This is just a small action slice of the game itself. So your mission here, for those that missed it when it came up, is basically to destroy the dam. Some people may have heard right at the beginning that somebody from a previous game was mentioned in here by the name of Psycho. So, without going into too much detail on the stories, it's there's some recurring characters. We're definitely we want people to become more intimate with the characters themselves and become more attached to them, more so than we had in Crysis 1 and 2. With Crysis 1, with Nomad, you had him as a speaking character. In 2, Alcatraz was very silent the whole time, and in this one, you have Prophet back, who's very vocal.
What was the name? Was it What was the name of the character in Warhead again? The British guy.
That was Psycho.
Is he gonna hop around again?
I just mentioned him before. He's actually mentioned in this demo specifically. Okay. So he's Psycho is definitely making a reappearance in this.
Perfect. One of my favorite parts in the first game was the ability to throw Korean people around. Great question here from Serial Killer. In Crysis 3, will you be able to pick up more objects like in Crysis 1, i.e. sticks, small trees, and of course animals?
Absolutely. Actually, I think we can show that right here. There's a washing machine on the ground, and so he's now cloaked while he's doing this. So it's like it's a invisible moving washing machine. So yeah, and of course the cell guards took notice to that, knowing that that Prophet was in the area. But yes, you'll be able to interact with the environment a lot more with picking up objects, kicking objects. You'll see trees falling down, and certain objects being destroyed.
Question here from Kyle Glass. Is there, well, there's probably not actually Kyle Glass, is there still going to be customizable options for your nanosuit?
Yes, and that was one thing we talked about. It's a system that's still very much a work in progress. This is still very much in an alpha stage. We have a good 9 months before release at this point. But again, to go back into that system, it's you'll be able to work out combinations of those systems, creating different loadouts. For instance, one loadout would be a close range loadout, so you can go in and punch guys really hard, like you like throwing guys around in the game, or maybe more of a sniper setup. But you'll be able to kind of mix and match a lot of these different perks and creating combinations of them to even further how you like to approach the game.
Like you were saying earlier about having the presets
yes,
and stuff.
Absolutely.
Just being able
the presets are definitely going to be a lot interesting. Rather than changing just specific things with strength or cloak, you'll be able to create and mix and match these combinations, creating a style that works for you.
Johnny Malins asks what sort of improvements have happened in the engine. It's an interesting sort of thing with you guys because
on what was this?
In the engine, in the terms of
in the engine. Lots. I mean,
I always find this funny because you guys don't get an inch on this. Like, for some reason, they assume there's like this sort of crazy backlash. That's not large backlash, but just there's some people who think, we want a new engine from these guys every single time.
Yeah.
Keep pushing the, but entire series has go out on the same engine.
I mean, Crytek has always been about pushing the cutting edge of technology, and the Cry engine has really helped us do this. And I mean, as you can see, what we're showing here today really pushes that further. But one thing that we're going back and we took a look at was revamping the AI system and making the enemies, the way that they move, the way that they react to stuff, and actually acting more as squads. And what you'll hear in some of this demo is you'll hear them communicating back and forth to each other. Also, and some of the stuff that we've actually shown with some of our CryEngine demos is the pathing system we have. So level designers can actually place items all around the maps, and we have a system that can kind of come in and lay down and tell the AI where it can and cannot go.
Oh, wonderful. So who are we shooting at here?
These are cell guards. They know that Prophet is in the area, but they don't know exactly where he is. So what they've done is, as he's entered into this area, they've been sent in to basically protect the dam and stop him from entering.
Are you guys alluding to why the protagonist is on the way in there?
I'm sorry?
Are you guys alluding to or talking about why the protagonist is going in and trying to... What's his objective in the game?
Are you talking about Prophet?
Yeah.
So, in this one, it's to destroy the dam. I don't want to give too much of the story away at this point, but yes, it's going to become apparent as it goes on. But one thing I can say is that Prophet is being driven by something that he doesn't quite understand, and this is really the start to the story, in him assisting assisting Psycho and some of the other people in getting to his goal. So basically, he's got this goal where he's on a mission to basically destroy everything in his path.
So let's just look at the gameplay here again. What's going on? And one of the best things about the first two Crysis games is the ability to tackle an objective from sort of any angle that you wanted to, or numerous.
Exactly. I mean, as you can see on these levels, they're a lot more wide open than we saw on Crysis 2. And then of course the unique environment that we've created here. I mean, he has so many different paths and different ways that he can go in this, and the way that he can tackle it. There's even secondary levels on here that he can actually go up and walk around as well.
And has he picked up a sort of
He's picked up a heavy machine gun. We saw some of those actually in Crysis 2 as well. I think I missed the alien segment while we were talking. When he picked up the alien weapon, he might be able to go back and maybe grab another one.
Is this which is the gun that can shoot an outrageous number of bullets per second?
That is the Typhoon, and I don't believe he's picked one of those up yet, but we'll get to that segment. Actually, there's that alien weapon on the ground, but I think he's used up all the ammo for it. But I think people got a good look at that. So yeah, for the first time in the Crysis series, people will be able to wield alien weaponry. So as we remember from Crysis 2, why Prophet killed himself, because he was infected with alien DNA. So over the course of that time, Alcatraz, but over the course of that time, the suit has changed and evolved, and now has absorbed some of this alien DNA, so he's able to pick up these weapons and wield them now. And one thing you'll notice when he picks those weapons up is that the HUD changes to indicate that he's picked this up, but the suit doesn't really recognize what he's picked up. And because as you notice, when you pick up new weapons, the suit engages with those weapons, giving him a readout of what the ammo loadouts are and what its abilities are.
Do you think you guys, because the time has passed since Crysis 2, are going to pick up some new players of this game who finally sort of upgraded their PCs? Obviously, it's coming out in consoles
for sure.
as well.
And we just re-released Crysis 2 Maximum Edition to the digital channels, which we are very excited about, to kind of give people another run back. I mean, PC hardware has absolutely evolved over that time, and so it gives people a chance to really go back and take a look at that.
I have a great question here. I probably know the answer, but Krastos Killer, I guess, has asked, is there any use of motion controls? Are you going to have motion controls? You're going to have Kinect or Move support in Crysis?
That would be fun, maybe, wouldn't it? I don't know.
For the bow,
Not at the present time, no. We did get asked actually about Move, but no, not at the present time.
Yeah. You guys have enough tech to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got enough stuff going on.
So he's actually going to show off here the electric arrow.
Ceasefire. Down.
So there's a nice little puddle conveniently placed between these two guards. So again, interacting with the environment. So this is what we were talking about before. This is the Typhoon.
Yes.
Fires a whopping 500 rounds a second.
Why not just one big round?
I don't know. That wouldn't be any fun though. But at long ranges, it's quite ineffective. But at medium to short, which CJ will likely give us a nice little demo of that here. But as you can see, I mean, the environments and how we've created this in combining a jungle setting and an urban setting both into one is definitely something that is very unique. We like this whole post-apocalyptic kind of thing.
It's a lot of bullets.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. It's fast as well, and
it is. But if you watch that counter go down, it's
a bunch of bullets. The environments are, it's incredible to see them being so vast, but also having this sort of verticality as well.
Right. There is the vertical play in there as well. Like I said, even on the lower areas, there is some places that you can go up top, and even walking through some of the buildings and the different areas. And so this is one of the power dams that Cell has created inside the dome itself.
Are there any civilians inside of the dome, or is this a?
No, it's purely controlled by Cell. And of course, picking up the alien weaponry, there was actually a dead alien sitting on the corner.
Oh, really?
So we're not talking about the aliens just yet, but we're gonna get to that at some point later in the year.
So how's he planning to take down this dam?
Oh, we're gonna get to that right now. So he's gonna enter in here. So this is actually another feature that we're adding in game, still very much in its infancy, but it's hacking through the visor. So Again, another way you can interact with the environment, you can actually hack turrets as well. And the turrets themselves, what they'll do is they'll actually turn on all the cell guys. So, and they'll basically using it to your advantage. Same thing with the panels and stuff. What we may do, we're looking at is maybe creating different challenges at different security levels of different turrets or wall hacking and wall hacking. That's that's a dangerous word to use with a bunch of gamers. But with hacking the wall panels, and so you'll be able to interact with those in various ways.
Lath has asked us on Twitter, I've never played Crysis before. Will I know what's going on? Will I struggle with the plot and give up? So how are you guys introducing the weighty backstory that's coming into Crysis?
That's a tough one. I mean, this story gets very, very deep when you look at it overall. I mean, Crysis was always announced as a trilogy from back in 2007, and so we've been really developing that over time. So
I've got something else.
That's going to be definitely an interesting challenge, especially given how deep it is. But I'm sure our story guys will come up with an interesting way to kind of interweave some of those elements from Crysis 1 and Crysis 2 into this.
So you said it was always planned as a trilogy. I actually wasn't aware of that. Does that mean that we're going to see the sort of Prophet story wrap up in this? No.
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
It's it may not end here. We may continue on, but that remains to be seen. But right now, this part of the story with the Ceph and everything is a trilogy. But we've really moved on with this, and I think there's good possibilities to do things in the future.
How do you guys feel about the sort of current generation of consoles everyone's looking towards next year or the year after, about new technologies coming out? You guys have always pushed the boundaries in terms of this stuff, being forerunners of it. Are you guys looking towards new technology coming out, or do you think there's still more to get out of our current generation of hardware?
That's a tough one. I mean, it's the current as everyone knows, the current generation of consoles. This is the longest generation of consoles that we've ever seen ever. So I think it's definitely for at least for Crytek, it's coming to the end of its line. We're really not able to. We're really going to push the hardware as far as we possibly can. But the PC is just allowing us to push that so much more, and that's why we really want to put a lot of that focus on that and continue building out with our technology base. And we'll have to wait and see what happens with the next gen series of consoles and what Microsoft and Sony end up doing.
Crytek with Far Cry and the original Crysis were always, well, at least originally seen as very much a PC developer. How is the console market sort of, how important has that become now for Crysis?
It's become very important. I mean, we did very, very well with the release of Crysis 2, and of course the damn ending.
Damn.
With the release of Crysis 2 and us bringing the CryEngine onto PS3 and the Xbox, it's been enormous for us, and there's a lot of depth to this game that I think that both PC gamers and console gamers can relate to.
So in terms of environments in the game, so you've got this sort of urban meets jungle thing. Is there much of a variety apart from that? How do you combine those two things in interesting ways over the course of an entire campaign?
So under this dome, we have what's called the Seven Wonders, and the Seven Wonders. Without going into too many of them, we have areas like Canyon, for instance, which is this one. We have Misty Mountains, we have grasslands, we have all of these different environments that are basically interwoven into the city itself. So you're going to not experience, like with Crysis 2, it was very set in New York City itself. There was a lot of similar environments in there, but you're going to see all these various things that you see inside of a rainforest, but tied in and broken down with a jungle setting.
Cool. So that was Crysis 3 in all of its incredibly sexy glory. Whenabouts will we see it on what platforms as well?
Pardon me?
Whenabouts will we see it on what platforms?
Crysis 3 will be released February 2013 on PC, Xbox, and PS3.
Awesome. No Wii U version?
Not this
that
I
time
can
around.
say anything at this point.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Mike, for
Great.
showing us Crysis 3. Stay around, guys. We're going to have some more games up here on the GameSpot Live show. Next up is Star Wars 1313, so stick around.
GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with Dominic from LucasArts.
Hi there.
Hey, we were just in a spaceship. Thanks for that.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, look around. We were just in a spaceship for the demo of Star Wars 13. It looks like we have blast doors, which are cool, so keeping it safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the whole thing was the brainchild of this great guy we have on team called Hez, and it's turned out really well.
It's brilliant. I mean, must have taken a while to make this. It's awesome.
I don't know how they pulled it together in time, frankly.
They had to happen. So the reason why we were in the spaceship because we were going down into the ground because this game takes place down way far down 13th level.
Right. So Coruscant's made up of over 5,000 levels, and 1313 is a level right down near the bottom, near the core of the planet.
It's pretty hot then, right?
Well, it's pretty seedy and dirty down there. I don't know how hot it is because there's still like 1,000 levels to the core from where you are. So it starts at the core at number 1 and then goes all the way up to the surface.
And you play a bounty hunter, as we saw, or like kind of a scrappy little bounty hunter wannabe maybe.
Right.
Can I be Boba Fett? That's the question. First question.
It's a great question. Yeah, no, we're not quite ready to talk about who you're actually going to be.
Okay. Oh, I meant like kind of, is there going to be like a level progression, that kind of idea? Like I can change my character.
So you won't be able to change your character, but as you go through the game, you're going to get more and more of these bounty hunter weapons that will have unique purposes and gadgets that you can get. And then as you kind of expand this tool chest that you have, the gameplay will kind of change with that.
So the personalization will become from the weapons or the things that I get. Awesome. So I love that there's no quick time. Thank you for that.
Yeah. It's really weird, isn't it? I mean, I love QuickTime events when they first came out, and I remember Shenmue, and it was awesome at the time. Yeah, exactly. But they're such a classic symptom of that tension between cutscenes and gameplay. You want to involve the player in those dramatic cinematic moments, but if you have to stop the player to teach them something different or a different type of interaction, then I feel like you kind of lose them at that point.
Definitely. And I love the immersion that you're doing motion capture too. It seems like you had a lot more motion capture than I was even expecting.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when we were kind of breaking down the game into its component parts and trying to find where the right places to collaborate were, we were talking with the RLM guys, and we had this great guy, Mike Coperwas, come down, and he came off the Avengers, and he'd just been working on the Hulk, and he was telling us what their technology was and how they can do a complete total performance capture, face, body, voice, all in one go. And they were describing how it works, and we were like, oh, great to get that in game. And so it kind of worked out really well.
Yeah, it did. Those characters look like super realistic. So I'm excited. Motion capture, the personalization, becoming a bounty hunter, all of it sounds great. The last thing I want to allude to is you were saying there's no Jedis, no Force, so no point in the game will I encounter any of that kind of stuff, you think?
No, this is a very different corner of Star Wars, and it's one of those things that's been alluded to. You've seen it in places like the Cantina in Episode 4, and they've alluded to in Clone Wars and things like that. But this is the first time you're actually going to get to go down there and spend some quality time down there.
See, I love it. I was telling you before this, like, I love the idea of like having a different angle of the Star Wars universe, but still feeling like it's the Star Wars universe.
Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. It's always been there, and it's still part of Star Wars, and it has to feel like that. And so we're really careful to keep that kind of DNA present all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And so no Yoda then, right?
No.
Just kidding. Hey, thanks for your time, Dominic.
Great, lovely to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. And back to the stage.
Back to the stage, guys. Just had to get rid of my water bottle there. We're here with Darksiders 2. Han, thanks very much for joining us. And your friend, is this Hayden?
This is Hayden, lead designer on Darksiders 2, and I'm the art director on Darksiders 2.
Awesome. You guys going to show us some of this game?
Absolutely, yeah.
This is a bit of a change up. New protagonist, new storyline. What's the sort of, give us the basic overview for people who haven't played the first Darksiders.
Yeah, so basically Darksiders 2 takes off here in the first area. That's what we're going to be demoing today. And it's in essence the story of death, really. And he's really on a quest to redeem his brother Wall, his name, since he's been imprisoned and accused of creating the apocalypse in the first game. So here we kind of get to see him in the realm, a frozen kind of like realm where the Crowfather lives. And Crowfather is the keeper of secrets, and he's somehow going to find out, what's been happening.
His brother. Are we going to see Conquest and Famine at all appearing in this?
That's a good question. The Horsemen, the rest of them will make some sort of appearance or be referenced, but really this is a story about death, and we wanted to really introduce death as another one of the Horsemen as part of the whole Darksiders lore and the story. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see this right now, but he's getting into his first bit of combat. So this is kind of like a training level also.
Yeah.
You get to really string the different bits of traversal, introduce you into a light bit of combat. You can really kind of like get an idea for, first of all, how agile death is in comparison to war. So it's a completely different fighting style. We've looked at the combat, looked at the way we want him to move and maneuver around the environments, and it's kind of to change it up. Also to do with personality as well. Wars are very much like solid, kind of like battering ramming of a character.
Yeah, physically they're completely different.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of the things we want to do: give each of the horsemen their own personality, their own fighting style, so they really kind of like feel like a complete group when they go out, and march on the hordes.
Whereabouts is this game taking place geographically, I guess?
It's kind of an area called the Abyss, really, where all the worlds kind of go to die. So you're going to encounter a lot of different areas, angelic citadels, and demonic fortresses, and a whole bunch of other kind of parts of the Darksiders lore will be revealed to you. So right now, yeah, we're introducing some more the beam traversal here. And again, we're going to start stringing some of this stuff together, so the player gets a chance to sort of like change up how he kind of gets around the environment. We've got 4 main areas, and these areas are all visually pretty different. Different challenges are presented. You're going to come across a lot of NPCs, and they're going to help you on your quest, or potentially buy weapons, artifacts, and things like that. And also trainers. So trainers will train you up as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff there. It's a much bigger game.
So in terms of the campaign, is it a very linear structure, or how open is it?
You have a kind of a path where you go questing, but you can go off that path, and go do side quests. There's plenty of for the player to do. We were talking about one of our fastest players went through the main track about 25 hours, and that's without actually really doing anything on the side, really. So 25 hours plus, depends on what kind of gamer you are, what kind of things you want to do. There's a lot of hidden areas, a lot of exploration, a lot of side quests. So here you can see sort of like he's stringing a few more, slightly more complicated ways of actually getting around. So slowly by slowly, you're going to start finding the stuff you've done before. It's going to come into its own. So you're only kind of like fighting a few smattering of skeletons right now. Eventually you're going to be overcome with a lot more enemies. We're going to introduce like slightly harder enemies, bigger enemies, and you're going to start dealing with those guys differently. And then you've got a lot of different weapons. You'll notice that you're picking up loot. So loot's a big part of the game, which wasn't in Darksiders 1. And you can restore those away. So you can see he's just brought up the radial dial, which was, since we're going to have all this information in the inventory, we want to really kind of like let the player have quick access to all this stuff, all this cool stuff that he's getting. So with health potions, spells, weapons, gear. So yeah.
The original Darksiders was, I don't want to say sleeper hit, but it was one of these games that came out that had a massive, the people who played it were incredibly passionate about it. It was a massive fan reaction when it came out. How have you guys reacted to the positives and maybe possibly negative things?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a surprise for us. I mean, really, the game was something that all the guys working on the game really wanted to play, and it's something that they, we're really glad that it resonated with the players. It's kind of almost like an old school way of gaming. Actually, Hayden did a really good quote. He said at one point that it's kind of a game that you really get to play rather than the game playing you. There's so many cutscenes these days in some of the games, and this is like a super interactive experience. So going back to the exploration, the kind of like finding new areas, questing, but heavy dose of action. You combine that with the right balance of action. That's something we're really interested in. And Darksiders 2 is also bringing forth a lot of stuff we didn't really get a chance to do On the first game, because it's an ambitious game anyway.
Which is saying something considering how much was in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was left on the table on the cutting room floor, so to speak, and we're doing a lot more of that in this game, and it's closer to the game we really wanted to make. So.
I feel kind of mean even saying this, but how do you guys react to the point that sometimes you can't go 5 seconds without mentioning Zelda?
Well,
is that a positive thing?
Well, it's an amazing thing to be compared to these awesome games. To be honest, I mean, we see it as a massive compliment, really. To be honest, I mean, these are all games that we've all played and are excited about, and the ability to sort of see another version of it, and make it the way that we wanted to make it. That's exciting, and hopefully it's exciting for the fans. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I think it's not really a problem. It's like we're all kind of like influenced to some degree, but this is a game really which we built upon Darksiders 1. We had an idea, we had a vision, and we want to just really capitalize on what we started with Darksiders 1, and that's really the essence of where we're going with this. So.
Environmentally and possibly tonally, it has its own feel to it. But in terms of mechanics, how have you sort of mixed it up in Darksiders 2?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you just saw like wall bounce, which is another little different way of actually getting about, and again pushing the kind of traversal elements. We've got a good balance in the traversal versus combat. Exploration, story. I'm a big fan of story anyway, so I tend to play campaign quite a lot. But you can see we've got some epic vistas. We took great lengths to try and make sure that each world feels different. And I don't know if you guys can hear the soundtrack, but we've spent a lot of time on the soundtrack as well. Jesper Kid did the music for the game, and we made sure he had lots of visuals so he could really set the mood and atmosphere for each of the areas. So obviously this is the frozen realm of the Crowfather.
In your reveal trailer, there was this massive boss fight essentially happening. How often did these fights happen in the game?
Surprisingly more often than you would think. We definitely wanted to mix it up and change up the pacing, depending on where the character was at the time. And this is also going to change up throughout the game. You may find yourself overrun by a lot more skeletons, a lot more kind of like minor enemies and things, and then we'll throw in like a big guy. So you have to really start thinking about how you're going to tackle, all those elements being thrown at you. The spells really come in useful there, and also switching up from the primary weapon being your scythe, which is a good all-rounder, and your secondary weapons, heavy hammers and axes and melee weapons. So, and then you could find yourself in the midst of all this a horde of like enemies, and then you want to throw out some spells like. We have like Murderer Crows, which is basically a bunch of crows which come out and just consume everything that's on the screen, or summon kind of ghouls, which come out like these kind of coffins, and they break out and start attacking the enemies. And again, as you also buff up your skills, they all do slightly different things. The enemies may become the focus. These ghouls may become the focus, and it leave you free to kind of tackle the other guys. So there's a lot of different things you can do.
The art team must be exhausted. There's so much. Like, do you ever wish you could just work on like a shooter or something where everything looks the same? There's so much variety.
Really, I don't know. I think seeing the game now and seeing the satisfaction and sort of seeing what we've accomplished, that's kind of excitement for all of us. I mean, all the art team, and I'm really proud of those guys. Couldn't have done it without the strength of the art team, the design, and the coding. It's an ambitious project. Yeah, we've had to keep lean. We've had to do lots of sensible decisions, and the team's just fantastic. It's a really one-off, unique team. So right now you can see he's in the inventory, and he can look at the skill tree there, and you have to level up to use certain amounts of skills, and also you might find weapons that you can only use once you've leveled up. It's a kind of a good idea to hang on to your weapons, because you'll find weapons that are probably not as good as the ones you already have or you picked up, but they're still useful. We have things like possessed weapons that you can feed other weapons into to make those even more powerful. So it's another little dynamic, and there's so many like weapon sets, armor sets that you can collect throughout the game, and we have like complete sets you can get. It's called legendary weapons, legendary armor sets, and those are like super powerful as well also. And so you got to really explore the whole area just to really get the most and really kind of pick up on all the things that are going on.
We haven't got that much time left. I just want to get one user question here.
Okay.
We just had Lost Planet 3, Resi 6 up here. We've had more questions from people for this game than anything this morning.
Fantastic.
I just want to answer this question because it sort of applies to me as well, because I hadn't actually played the first game.
Brilliant.
And I'm looking to do it now. Friendly to newcomers, question from Robbie Jones. And is there deep customization in the game? So if you're coming to a new...
Yeah, well, it's very important for us that this was a complete package, for the players coming. You can completely play this game without having played Darksiders. The story will make sense. You'll have a great experience. It's really cool. But if you do play this, and like if you're like me, who really likes story and in-depth lore, you're gonna wish you had played the first one first. So, but it won't.
So
ruin
go buy it now.
It won't ruin the experience if you just play this game. This is a great game on its own, stands alone completely. But getting yourself into Darksiders lore, I'd want both of them. So.
Awesome. Guys, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, when can we see Darksiders 2 and on what platforms?
So Darksiders is coming August 14th on 360, PS3 and PC and Wii.
Awesome.
Wii
Thanks
U.
very much,
Wii
guys.
U.
Wii U, yeah.
Sorry.
Get that U in there.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Wii U, I'll be gone. Chris Waters will be back in a second. We've got a Wii U confessional coming up now. Stick up.
Some of the things that it will be showcasing at this year's E3, one of
Yeah.
which was Batman Arkham City Armored Edition.
Correct.
So tell us a little bit about what you saw.
So the big thing, so it's obviously most of us have probably played this game already. It's awesome. I'm sure it's still going to be awesome on Wii U. The big kind of thing they made a point of telling us about first was just that Batman's armor has been redesigned.
Yes.
Which, that doesn't change the game, does it? It does, because now the Wii U gamepad is built into Batman's armor. So, and I kind of like the way they've done it. I mean, it looks a little funny, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Batman's armor with a
Large
Wii U
screen.
gamepad on it.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is that that's the screen he's using in game to access his sonar and his maps and to set waypoints and all that kind of stuff. And so now you're going to do all of that on the Wii U gamepad while you're playing. I guess the Wii U gamepad was also going to do most of the things that you would normally have done by like pausing the game and going into menus before. So customizing your loadout.
Just inventory management,
yeah, inventory
and all that
management.
kind of stuff. So you can like find out information about various enemies that just shows up on that bottom screen. You can control the Batarang, just kind of using
Oh yeah,
pick it up
steer
and
your
just steer
Batarang
it
around
with that, which makes sense because
Yeah.
it's basically a separate screen, and that's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, and they had the new cryptograph sequencer minigame.
Right.
And I'm not sure how that worked, but obviously you used the touch screen, and you had, instead of just identifying nodes that matched up, you had to like drag your finger around
and
and
trace it
like
a little bit.
Yeah, like find a password, but then like avoid this scanner that was going across. And it's probably pretty cool.
Yeah, so a lot of the additions were basically there just to, a lot of it's menu-ish stuff, but then there's a little bit the gameplay stuff, as you mentioned. One of the things that I actually liked about it is, I believe, and you mentioned this briefly, was just the sonar thing. And what I think is cool too is that you can hold up the Wii U gamepad like you do in other games and kind of scan and look around like that, which may get old, I don't know, but it's kind of a cool use of the technology and the fact that you can, you can kind of use it outside the game space.
Right, and they had the evidence thing on there as well, right? So like with the bits in the game where you're tracking, looking for pools of blood and that kind of stuff, you're kind of moving the thing around, which was cool. They also had a thing which actually doesn't really relate to the new hardware so much, but that new BAT mode.
Yes, the BAT mode. So you basically...
I don't know, is that an acronym for something? Or is it
I don't know, maybe.
Badass something,
it's
probably.
BAT. That's all I know.
BAT. Oh yeah, I totally missed that, never thought of that.
Yeah.
It's lucky you're here, G.
So you basically charge up this meter, right? And it looks like you...
Yeah, I guess like as you're fighting, you're just charging something up, I guess maybe by just not getting hit or by finishing dudes off.
Or like through combos, and then you press a button on the Wii U screen and it basically launches Batman into this crazy fighting mode where he just...
It like electrified his suit or something, right? And then just like doing more damage and
it's
that
basically
kind of
just
stuff.
like a super... It turns him into Super Batman for a brief
Super
amount of time.
Batman.
Yeah. You heard it here first.
I don't know if
Super
DC
Batman.
even know about Super Batman.
Yeah, so what do you think in terms of just visually? I mean, did it look like it was about on par with what you've seen from the 360 and PS3 versions?
Yeah, I would say it looked pretty much on par from that video. I mean, we didn't get to see it live as
Right.
such, but it's all in-game stuff. So yeah, I mean, when they showed us some big kind of panning around the city and everything, yeah, I would say it was comparable to 360 PS3.
I mean, Nintendo made a point. It was just a video that we saw, but they wanted to make a point that everything that we saw was being generated by the Wii U. None of it was sort of CG or anything like that. And yeah, I mean, it looked pretty good. I mean, if you played the 360 and PS3 versions, it'll look about what you expect it to look like. So
yeah, I don't know that there's going to be a reason to play it. You know, like I already beat it on 360. I don't know that I need to rush out and play this.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how the Wii U specific gamepad modes kind of pans out when the game is. It's a launch window game, so it'll be out around the time that the system is launched, and we'll see more of it at the show. Actually.
Here back on the live stage at E3 2012. Thanks to Danny O'Dwyer for filling in. And now I'm back, and it's Fable time, folks. The Journey. And joining me on stage is Gary from Lionhead Studios. Gary, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, we're excited, man. We're excited to see some more Kinect on stage, actually. You know, Kinect is something that Microsoft emphasized big time last year. Not so much this year, but we've got Dance Central on earlier today, and now Fable The Journey. Got it set up over here, and there's some magic in the works, as we can see. So she's playing sitting down, though. That's the thing that strikes me first. Let's talk about that.
It was really important to us that we developed technology that allowed you to sit down and play a long-form game. First generation Kinect titles were all about jumping up and down and having fun and jumping in and playing and waving your arms, and that's really cool. But we wanted to do something for a more conventional core gamer who might want to sit down, maybe have a beer in one hand and actually enjoy
cast spells with the other, you know, living the dream.
Absolutely. So we developed some technology along with our partners Microsoft, and we feel we've solved that problem. You can sit down on your couch and play this game.
Nice.
Which is great.
All right, and so where are we at here in the journey?
Okay, so I'm just going to talk you through some of the spells.
Great.
So Jen's just cast a fireball there. Now, what I'll do is ask Jen just to throw a bolt of lightning out. If you can hear me there, Jen. I don't think she can hear me, but don't worry, we'll keep going.
She should be able to. We got some speakers coming down here.
So we'll take this nice and easy for the viewers at home. Now, this guy's coming into melee range. Now, there's a couple of things we're going to have to do is defend ourselves. So she's done a defensive mode there. Unfortunately, she's not cameraed up, but she's putting her arm in front of her body, which allows you to defend yourself.
We should be able to get a shot of her from time to time. We got a eye in the sky.
Great stuff. Now, these guys are Hollow Men, and anybody that's played a Fable before will recognize them, and we always have fun dismembering Hollow Men.
Absolutely.
So Jen's going to hopefully do is pop a little head off here. Oh, an arm. Okay. Maybe the other arm. Couple of heads there, which is great. What you can do with magic here is just really difficult to do on the controller. So we try to think of ideas that feel better by using motions than using a controller. It just feels lovely and analog to pop multiple heads off, pull arms off. Just play with these creatures. So with her left hand there, she's kind of mutilating these two Hollow Men. But with the right hand, she can also use other spells to vanquish them.
Just sort of blast them apart.
Blast them apart,
like, there was like a little tendril that came out there. Is she just yanking them apart?
Absolutely. So you can level up your magic and add multiple tendrils. So you can pull multiple parts off multiple creatures. So
will you be able to pull multiple parts off the same creature?
Yes, you can pull arms and heads off at the same time. But if there's multiple creatures, it tends to go for different creatures, so it just looks better when you see 3 heads pop off a creature.
I can get behind that.
Yeah. So once again, she's defending herself and sending that spear back at the creature. So even a shield is a weapon in its own right. So even if you miss, and I'll ask Jen to miss if she can, you can do something.
Can you find it within you to throw?
So what Jen did there was she used aftertouch. Now, if you can do that, Jen, she can redirect her spells by moving her arm and recontrolling that spell. Even if you miss, you can recontrol it.
Yep, she's sort of already put it out there and then swiping her arm as if she's grabbing it out of the air.
Absolutely, and it feels cool, and it just really does work.
Oh, we've got her on camera now. Let's see if she can do some aftertouch on the.
So yeah, Jen, if Jen can fire wide.
Well, I guess that might be.
There you go. So he's coming. Now, this guy's got a shield on here, so he's pretty good at defending himself, but she's taken him out.
It seems like, I mean, with the shielded enemy, if you throw it past him and then yank it back.
That's the point. That's the point. Then we can do great combat waves of creatures moving in and out of cover, and you can fire around obstacles. So this guy's an elite Hollow Man. He's quite tough. But you can pop off his shield there, maybe take off his head.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe. Go on, Jen, you can do it. Off it comes. No, he says no.
You're really
There we
just
go.
focusing on one particular area there.
And let's just take this guy out and move you on to a different piece of gameplay. There you go, he's gone. Now, this is one of the temples. And in the temples in Fable the Journey, now we've showed the horse off before, so this year it's all about showing magic and showing what magic does. But in these temples, we can get new spells and upgrade our magic system. So we're going to get a brand new spell now, and it's called Shard. So Jen's going to plunge her hands into this magic pool.
And we're going to give you sort of a ghostly image.
Wow, that's really impressive.
It's the magic of cameras.
And now she's got a new spell upgrade. Here it comes. So as the creatures evolve, so does your magic. So what Jen's going to do now, as we move on to another section, is use this. Now she literally just pulls this her arm up in the air and creates the sort of a gesture to it like a spear, or and you can throw it in the same way, and it just works. Now, if you want to use voice commands, you can. You can just say shard, it turns into a shard.
Really?
Fireball, it turns into a fireball. Bolt turns into a bolt. So we're utilizing the voice.
Is that primarily for weapon switching?
Yeah, weapon switching. But if you don't want to use your voice, you can just use gestures.
Okay, you can use a different gesture to pull out
That's
or
right.
activate a different spell.
Absolutely. So here's another little piece of gameplay where Jenna's falling down this water chute. It's quite like the Goonies, I think, here, but she's avoiding all these different obstacles. Now she can lean to avoid, or she can fire magic bolts to move these targets out of the way, which is really cool.
Or she could take one in the face.
Yeah.
She's
Or she
not
can
quick
eat
enough.
some spikes. So now, people who've played Fable before really love trolls. And we got a lot of feedback that we'd lost. Where's the trolls gone? We want trolls back. So we've brought them back.
Not satisfied with Hobbs.
Not satisfied with Hobbs.
They demand trolls.
So the guy who built this troll is called Chris Knott. And if you ever see him on the stand, he looks just like this troll.
He built it in his own image?
It looks exactly like him. So we've made our trolls a little bigger, a little bit more impressive. Now he's picked me up. He's going to throw me around a little bit.
As trolls are wont
to do.
do.
So now we're going to put together some of the things that Jen was showing you early on in the demo. So he's going to pretty much want to rip me apart now. So she's moving around into different cover points here just by shoulder leans, means she can navigate around. She can use force push to throw those giant rocks back at the troll. Let's see if she can do that for me now. There you go. Just battered that right back at him.
Nice catch.
Nice catch. She's using the shard spell, which is quite a powerful spell, which he doesn't like very much. He's starting to react to that.
He's unhappy that he's being hit in the groin with
the
sharp
groin
magical
region is not good.
projectiles. I can't imagine.
But there's many ways you can actually avoid these rocks. You can either shield them, you can use force push, or you can avoid by literally leaning your body to avoid them. But she's going to take out some more of these little critters that are to the left at the moment.
Yeah, I saw that. It looks a little bit like a cheering section for a second. He's kind of dancing around.
They kind of live off him. We call them rock mites, and they kind of live off the back of the troll there. But he's going to send another wave of creatures my way in a moment, so we'll just see these come along.
Well, before that next wave comes in, we've got a bunch of questions coming in.
Okay.
Lustiker wants to know about the scope of Albion that you explore here.
Right.
Albion's familiar to many, many people.
Big world.
But sort of how big is the world that you will see in Fable the Journey?
Now, I made a mistake. I thought 300 miles of track would be enough.
Sure, that sounds pretty long.
Sounds good.
It takes a long time to go 300 miles.
We've built 3 Fables previously, and they're big worlds, but we've never built them with a horse in mind. Horses go quite fast. So we needed to build a much bigger world than we've done before. It's about 3 times the size of any Albion we've built before.
No kidding.
Absolutely. This game plays, 15 hours, no problem at all. Even more if you want to go level up, if you want to complete every mission, every side quest, collect every collectible. This game has a long play experience.
Now you mentioned side quests, and that's raises an interesting question because, to an extent, this game is on rails here.
Yep.
It's sort of going from encounter to encounter, and you're behaving in the situation you're placed in. But if you have a side quest, that implies a choice of path.
There are choices of paths. This is a linear story for sure. We're pushing you through a linear story, but what we have options in the game. I mean, when you're riding on your horse, you can choose to go left or right. You can choose to stop at optional quests and take those campaigns, or you can move on. So there are choices in this game. But when it doesn't really feel right, you let the camera move you through. Because if you're flailing these cool spells with your left and right hand, I don't want to be a human joystick at the same time.
Yeah. Step forward to move the camera forward. Step back. No, that's no good.
So what Jen's going to do now is she's going to do. We've got towards the end of our demo here, and she's pretty much destroyed this guy, but we're going to finish him off. So she's going to pull. Brutal.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to come back from that.
Oh no, he's in pretty bad shape.
So as you probably know, we've announced a ship date for this. I'm being horribly pluggy, if you don't mind.
Well, it's E3. I guess you're allowed to talk about when your game's coming out.
I've got my marketing manager over there going, plug the date. It's coming out in the US on the 9th of October and in Europe on the 12th of October. And we're really excited.
So just a few short months before
Fable,
the
and we're really excited about this one.
All right, cool. Gary, thank you so much for coming by.
You.
Fable the Journey, and nice work on the Kinect stuff. That's working very well.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Appreciated.
Cheers.
All right, folks, we are off to another tape segment before coming back for a look at the first major DLC for Skyrim, Dawnguard.
My boy Darren Williams.
Okay.
Make some noise, E3. Let's go.
All right, people. We are here at Baller Beats from Majesco, and this is Darren Williams. He just got on stage. He's going to show us how to play this Kinect game.
So we have all 30 NBA teams. One of these teams Darren might be playing on next year.
There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people. If you just look around, you can see like there are a lot of cameras as well. Darren Williams is an awesome basketball player,
Any team that you want.
but obviously he's more awesome than I thought. So essentially, this is going to be a Kinect game that comes with a basketball. It actually comes with a real basketball, free of charge.
A lot of people were saying, we're going to play with the Lakers, since we got a lot of Lakers fans in the building. We're LA, and a lot of people were saying we need to get Darren to the Lakers. When I tell people that he was coming on Twitter, so.
Oh, Trade Talk.
You can play as any of the 30 NBA teams. Multiple game modes. You can play it multiplayer.
Trade Talk is happening here at Baller Beats.
Versus mode. So we're going to have Darren go with one other player so we can show you how it goes down. Actually, we can go.
I have a feeling that I'm going to be terrible at this game. You guys, if you saw the panel where I did sing and I have no coordination, this is the same thing.
At a theme park, on a rooftop, you name it. And again, this game is very easy to pick up. If you've never dribbled a basketball, the easy modes, easy to jump into. As you progress, though, to the baller modes, are very difficult to master. As we will showcase you with some of the best ballers in the world who are here today. In terms of music, over 30 records, all styles, all genres. I was talking about it before.
So the game has tons of soundtracks as well, it seems, which is cool.
Raps really fast. Tiesto and Diplo make really hard beats. So this is a great.
I am going to be terrible at this game. Again, this is not for me. I want to be good at it.
And it's also the first game for Xbox 360 Kinect to actually track more than just the player.
All right, here we go, people.
As you can see,
whoa.
Right here, it will go to the rhythm of the beat.
So,
Cue menu right here will showcase you the special move coming up next. We have over
it's Guitar Hero with a basketball. It's Guitar Hero basketball, people. That's what we're doing. I'm guessing at no point in the game you actually shoot the ball. You're just dribbling, and it's already too difficult for me.
You can see the Kinect is tracking him and the ball, and right now we got.
Uh-oh, tag out.
Phenom Jay Sean going to show you some of his.
Jay Sean in his house.
Again, this is NBA Baller Beats. Let's go.
Bounce to the beat, people hands up. Everybody in the place stand up and jump and shake and rush the crowd. And the whole time your building is rained up, and there's nothing you can do to hold them off. And while the beautiful women be showing off.
Oh, see, they're already messed up right there.
In this game. Over 30 records. You go to the rhythm of the beat with your moves, with everything else.
It's pretty darn cool, though. I mean, I'm gonna be bad at this game, but I would definitely play it.
And now it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's see how Darren does.
Darren Williams
All-star NBA
in the
baller.
house.
We're gonna try him out right here at NBA Baller Beats. Let's go.
Bounce to the beat, people hands up. Everybody in the place stand up and jump and shake.
Uh-oh, Darren Williams with a mess up.
to hold them off. And while the beautiful women be showing off, we about to cause a riot in this house. So we hearing the fire alarm going off.
Hey, you know what? If Darren Williams is having a little bit of a trouble with this game, my chances are much better now.
It's all about matching your moves and dribbles to that rhythm. That is Darren Williams showcasing you.
All right, that was Baller Beats. Oh, we're going back. It's getting crazier.
Just hop in to All-Star NBA athletes. Right now we got the professor, the legendary And1 street ball.
Dude, by the way, just so you know, And1, I love And1. And And1's actually a really cool old PS2 game. You should go find that. It's good.
360 Connect game to track more than just the person. On this screen, it's actually tracking the basketball as well. Down here in the menu, it shows what special move is coming up next. And you follow that along the runway, and play the game to the rhythm of the beat. It's the first sports or basketball game ever to use a real basketball.
I kind of wish there was at least some like fake shooting. Like you fake dunk a ball or something, like you're doing crossover and then you just dunk it. That'd be cool. I mean, they're doing like fake passing, so it might be neat.
You can play up to 80 of your friends at one time, because basketball's all about showing off. Doing your thing.
This guy seems like he's the best at it.
He's only 15. Here's some of the illest moves you'll ever see.
Oh, I have a question. So, where am I playing this, by the way? Am I playing this in my kitchen with my Kinect? Like, the ground, like the rug in my living room is not going to work.
This game will also take a picture with the Xbox 360.
And I'm not going to put my Kinect outside in the backyard. We should talk about that.
That you actually are.
Where are you going to play this game?
Use all 30 NBA teams. And right now it is time for cover boy of this game, Darren Williams. He's going to show you some of his moves right here in Baller Beats. Let's go!
I actually think everybody's here right now to see Darren Williams because they want him to come to the Lakers. That's what I'm just saying. Because we're in Los Angeles. He's so concentrating, he has to. It's seems difficult. It shouldn't, but it does to me.
See, it's all about making your moves and dribbles to the rhythm of the beat. Over 30 records in this game.
If you look around right now, there are a million cameras and cell phones filming this moment.
The multiplier is going right now for his points. That means he hit a lot of moves in a row. Right now, we're going to get back to my boy Vinny, an All-American who can show you some moves. Again, this game comes with an official NBA Spalding ball that you can use on the court, and in this game, it will be picked up by the Xbox 360 Connect sensor. The first game to ever use more than just your body, pick up more than your body with the Xbox 360 Connect sensor.
So I like the fact that you get a free basketball. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool.
Crossovers, four legs crossovers, whatever move is coming up next is right over here at the bottom right.
Let's catch him by surprise. Let's catch him by surprise. Let's catch him by surprise.
We have ballers from every level, from All-Americans to NBA All-Stars to now 15-year-old phenoms like my boy Jay Sean is going to show you how it's done right here. This is NBA Baller Beats. It drops this September for Xbox 360 Connect. The next evolution of sports video games. You're using a real basketball.
I wonder how much this game costs.
You're going to walk away.
It might be expensive. It comes with a basketball. So, are we talking like at least, well wait, games are usually like 50 bucks, 60 bucks. So, are they gonna tack an extra 30 bucks because of the basketball? Are we talking about $100? Because that's a lot of money to pay for a game. I hope not.
So we have over 30 tracks. Everybody from Kanye West to Queens.
Maybe it will come with shoes?
To the Gorillas.
Is that-
You name it, they are in this.
I don't know. NBA Baller Beats version of shoes might come with this game.
Right now, though,
That's a rumor.
give it up one more time to Darren Williams, the NBA All-Star, who can show you some of his moves right here in NBA Baller.
Okay, so what I think we decided is if this game
Go.
is about $100, then it better come with shoes. I think that's what we decided. Like shoes into the ball. Uh-oh, this is for real now. Hold on.
So you can see the game just took a picture of him. Anybody that is playing can upload the pictures taken from the Xbox 360 Connect camera to their Facebook.
Oh, I would not want that. It'd be a big Facebook picture of me failing.
Again, you can see the Xbox 360 not just tracking his body, but tracking the ball.
I think he might have mentioned that a couple of times now.
You see what move?
Let's catch 'em by surprise.
Well, it's interesting. It actually slowed down the rhythm. That was cool. So it made you dribble like at a slower pace for a little while. All right, Darren Williams scores. Well, he didn't score because there's no scoring.
Time for Darren Williams showcasing you the evolution of sports video games with NBA Baller Beats. And as you can see, it actually took pictures of everybody playing that you can upload directly to your Facebook. There's Darren Baller. We got the Professor, the street ball legend, of course, Vinny up here showcasing this game.
Folks, a lot of you have been clamoring for this on Twitter, on Facebook. We've got Dawnguard coming up just now. We're going to take a quick look at some of the questions you guys have here up on these TVs we got behind. You may have noticed they've been running the website, running our sort of GameSpot Giant Bomb sizzle reel business, but we can also use them to look at the internet because of magic is how. So I've got a couple questions coming in about Dawnguard, which I'm about to relay. And one of them is about your T-shirt, Matt. And, oh, folks, by the way, this is Matt from Bethesda Game Studios, here to talk about Dawnguard. Matt, hello.
Hi. Thanks for having me on.
We are super psyched to have you, and also excited to see a dragon high-fiving a werewolf. Can you sit up and give that a little?
Yeah, give that a show.
Yeah, that's excellent. People want to know if that's something they can acquire for themselves.
This was actually our dev shirt that we just made for the team. It was kind of a fun team building thing, and you know, it's just for us, unfortunately.
All right. Well, before we jump into the game proper, we've got another question here on Twitter, wondering about jumping height enhancements or spells.
So with the Vampire Lord, there's a lot of new things you can do, a lot of new spells, a whole new perk tree. We didn't change how jumping works, but we do allow you to float on water when you are the Vampire Lord.
Ooh.
So a lot of new abilities there, and you have you can kind of float around the world and move a lot faster, so a lot more maneuverable.
All right. Well, Vampire Lord is certainly a term that folks who know anything about Dawnguard are familiar with, but Dawnguard, first major DLC for Skyrim. And give people an overview of who the primary antagonists are in this and protagonists of this DLC.
So with Dawnguard, we wanted to present the player with a choice. You can join the vampires and try and stop the sun, stop the tyranny of the sun so they can walk around during the day and be more powerful. Or you can join the Dawnguard. They're an ancient group of vampire hunters, and you can build them up and become one of them and then fight the vampires. So the story has two paths to it.
And so you can go either way. Do you have one that you're partial to? Are you a Dawnguard man? Or are you a block out the sun?
I'm a
night
little bit
will
of
rain?
a Dawnguard man myself. I like using the new crossbows. They're really, really fun to play with. They use the same perk tree as our arrows do, bows and arrows do, but they shoot a little faster. They're more accurate, and they can knock back your opponents. It's a really fun way to play the game.
That seems like a good crowd control mechanism.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're checking out some B-roll of the game right now. Who are these characters we're walking around with?
So here you've just entered the Dawnguard base, Fort Dawnguard, and it's this hidden castle, in the southern part of the map. And you can see they're recruiting new members to fight against the vampires, this new threat. And you can join up and gather members and go out and fight the vampires yourself.
Well, here we see the crossbow, not only for shooting vampires.
Yeah, so here we actually added mounted combat and crossbows, and this is your summon mount that you can free from the Soul Cairn, an all-new Oblivion realm that you get to explore.
The Soul Cairn?
Yeah, so It's the realm of trapped souls, and during the story you'll go there in search of an Elder Scroll, and if you do some of the side content there, you can free this horse Arvak and summon him whenever you want and ride around on the world on a flaming horse.
A flaming horse that doesn't burn you, fortunately.
Correct.
But does it scorch your enemies? Is the horse involved in can you run down an enemy as part of mounted combat?
He will fight for you a little bit, but the main benefit is you can call him to you at any time you want. You can just summon him right there.
Nice. That is handy. And here we're getting a look, presumably, at vampire mode.
Yeah, so this is the Vampire Lord form. You can teleport around in bats, and it's a really good way to maneuver while you're fighting. The Vampire Lord is a really powerful spellcaster, has a lot of new abilities, the Drain Life spell, and here you're summoning a gargoyle. That's one of the new perks that you can unlock, and he does a lot of combat for you. You're primarily a spellcaster, so the gargoyle is helpful to do a lot of melee, offensive.
Draw some aggression from your foes, so you can stay back and work your
And here, if you walk around, you can attack your enemies with claws and biting attacks.
Or throw them into the sky.
And that power is one of the most powerful Vampire Lord abilities. It's called Vampiric Grip.
Mm-hmm.
And you can drag people over to you and just shoot them off into the sky, all the while you're draining their health.
Really? Extra bonus to just getting to see them ragdoll and land on a roof.
Yes.
That seemed like something that you maybe got out of the mod community or something. Or actually from the shouts. The ability to throw and propel your enemies through space is just such a satisfying part of combat in Skyrim.
It's incredibly rewarding.
So folks Darks J on Twitch is asking about a female version of the Vampire Lord. Does the character model change at all depending on your
there's a completely different model depending on if you play male or female.
Okay, good to know. So this is the first DLC for Skyrim, and this is about well over 6 months after the game's release. Now, previously, say with Fallout 3, you guys released smaller DLC packs sooner, maybe 2 months after the original release. Is there a reason you guys waited this long, or sort of what's the benefits of giving that kind of space?
So when we started looking at doing Dawnguard, we decided, we wanted to add something more substantial to the game. We wanted to not only improve the game of Skyrim, but add this whole new story about vampires. And so this downloadable content is much bigger than what we've done in the past for Fallout.
And so size, hour-wise, if you're going to complete the vampiric quest, block out the sun, how many hours is that going to take you, give or take?
So the main quest takes about 10 to 20 hours, depending how quickly you can move through it, and there's a lot of additional side content as well. So you can keep playing it and get a lot out of the game.
Now, previously, vampires, they're in Skyrim. You definitely encounter them. You do battle with them. But now you're really getting into, they have sort of an organized society. You're getting into those dark rituals that you've busted up so many times in so many caves. What's a vampire personality like?
Well, so Harkon, the main vampire in this game, he's looking to end the tyranny of the sun, and he's recruiting you to be his agent. So has his own sinister motivations. So you can join with him to help him do that, or take more of the traditional hero route and become a vampire hunter. But additionally, all the vampires we have in the game, we went back and added a new look to them and new abilities. We mixed in some new creatures. So this is sort of an overhaul to vampires in general, even if they aren't on part of the story of Dawnguard.
All right. Nice. Taking down the dragon. So one of the things about, again, Fallout was you would come out of the DLCs, which were sort of a little bit separated from the game, with awesome new weapon or new armor set. So you've talked about some of the new abilities that Dawnguard introduces. What are some ways that players can then go back into Skyrim and make use of those abilities?
So you can play as a Vampire Lord throughout the entire game of Skyrim. Dawnguard is seamlessly integrated. You can just jump right into it. You have to be about level 10 to start the content, but once you're there, you could run off and do the rest of the quests in the game as a Vampire Lord and try that out. We wanted to add a whole new way to play the game, and that's what the Vampire Lord does.
And to play as Vampire Lord, because that's then your primary mode of combat.
Yes.
You're putting your upgrade, you're there's they're trying to end the Tyranny of the Sun. Do you suffer from combat during the day or get a bonus at night?
Yeah, so as a vampire, you are weaker during the day, but you can work to increase your perks and it'll become more powerful vampire lord as you play the game.
Or you can just go in a cave and take a nap until the sun goes down.
That's true, yeah, you can wait it out. So there's a little bit of strategy into playing the vampire form.
Excellent. Now, we have seen a lot of... we're seeing a lot of questions come in over Twitch and over email. Folks, again, we are live right now, so if you want to ask, we're here. I got Matt. He will answer your questions about Dawnguard. People are asking about werewolves, and I'm trying to sort of think of how to compare the werewolf and vampire lord fighting styles. How would you contrast those two?
So the werewolf is mainly a melee attack form, and with Dawnguard we decided, the fans really liked the werewolf a lot, and we wanted to make it better. So it's not necessarily part of this story, but we did add a whole new perk tree for the werewolf as well. So you can advance by killing and feeding on your enemies, and you'll get new perks. So it makes it a more viable option to play towards the end game. So we wanted to balance them out when we made new additions to the vampires.
Now, we've got one coming in from Twitch, from Scratch, that I'm wondering about flying abilities, because you sort of see those scaly wings that are out of the back of Vampire. You don't imagine that he could really fly too far with those, but to what extent can vampires sort of move through space and take to the sky?
So that form is more of a magical form, and you don't fly, you sort of hover around the world. You can move a lot faster, and you do walk across water when you're in that form, so it's a quick way to get around the world and maneuver.
All right, very cool. All right, Matt, Dawnguard, people are really excited about it. A lot of people obviously have put hundreds of hours into Skyrim. Even if they're really high level, Dawnguard's going to be for them. It's going to scale to give them a good challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So we added new dragon encounters for high-level characters and a whole new weapon set of dragon bone weapons that you can craft on your own. So there's a lot of new content to extend the life of the game and add a lot to it.
Excellent. Even outside of the sort of main the Tyranny of the Sun quest. All right, Matt. Well, thank you so much for coming on and talking about Dawnguard. A lot of people excited to play it. When can they get their hands on it?
So we're doing an open beta next week on Xbox Live, and hopefully it'll be out the 26th of this month.
Of this month?
Yes.
Oh, very soon. Very exciting, Matt. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Absolutely. All right, folks, quick break, and then we're back with Dishonored. we're back live here at E3 2010 on the GameSpot stage. And we've got Dishonored queued up. This guy right here, he's wearing a Dishonored t-shirt, but he's going to have to wait a few minutes while we check in with the news team, Brendan Sinclair and Eddie McCoo.
We are here at E3 day number 2, and some big news from last night. Square Enix showed off a new tech demo set in the Final Fantasy universe. The tech demo was called Agni's Philosophy, and apparently it's capable of doing real-time graphics at the same level as pre-rendered graphics. So
yeah, it looks really pretty, but the cool thing is like the setting, because it was like dudes with assault rifles storming a cultist compound, magic versus technology. It looks pretty slick.
And you could even see, you could see the guy's beard hairs. So that was, that caught my interest.
His beard hairs are moving in different directions. We have the technology.
And it's running on an engine called the Luminous Studio engine. And it's being internally developed by Square Enix right now.
So no game on that one yet, but I'm sure they'll let us know. Another bit of news today. The PlayStation Vita, if you own a Vita, you might be, upset at the way it was just about absent from Sony's press conference the other day. Shuhei Yoshida, Sony Worldwide Studios president, explained this absence, sort of, in an interview with the VG247 today. He said that basically the PR staff at Sony was going in with a focus of keeping the conference short because they'd been criticized for long sessions before. And that's why we got Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, and that was about it for the Vita at the show because they had to prioritize the PS3, PlayStation Move, PlayStation Mobile, and Wonderbooks. So if you're looking for Vita stuff, there is some coming. Most of it's on the show floor, though, Soul Sacrifice, things like that. You looking for any Vita games here?
Any Vita games? I want to play the new Call of Duty. I don't think it's here, but...
No, okay, I'm going to go into shill mode for a second here and say Pinball Arcade.
Yes.
That thing is awesome. I've been playing that on the Vita for a long time, and I'm not too thrilled with the Vita's presence or lack thereof.
It's a little upsetting.
More news, though.
In another bit of news, Activision CEO, or publishing CEO, Eric Hirschberg said movie-based games are still a viable business for Activision, despite them not selling very well and never scoring, great reviews. But they do have their foot in the movie business because they're publishing 007 Legends coming up, and they publish Men in Black and all the Transformers games. So it kind of makes sense that they say it's still a viable business. But,
yeah, it's really weird the way they go about it because they've got like Battleship and Men in Black, which they kind of shoved out with their, I think, very low-key approaches. But then at the other hand, they've got tie-ins like the Transformers movie, the Spider-Man movie that they really put a lot of marketing muscle behind. So clearly, like Activision seems to be one of the few players left in movie-based games.
Trying to think of the last movie-based game that I really liked. Maybe Bloodstone, a 007. It wasn't exactly based on a movie, but it's a movie property.
You're kind of a 007. I don't want to say the
don't
word.
Say it.
No, it's not a very nice complimentary word.
Even though it's a fact.
You're not critical when it comes to James Bond. I'll say that.
Unfortunately, no.
You like what? Casino Royale, the Woody Allen one.
Did you not like that?
The Woody Allen one?
Oh no.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about the new one. But.
More news. Microsoft. Just a quick recap here. If you've been holding out on the Xbox 360, if it's just been like, 7 years, I'm not quite convinced yet, they have dropped the price, sort of. Now you can get it for $99 at Best Buy across the country and some select GameStop stores, but only, and here is the oh-so-fun catch, only if you sign up for 2 years of Xbox Live Gold at an inflated rate. In the long run, it comes out to just a little bit more expensive, but this is sort of I think kind of a harbinger. Like next generation, I think we're going to see a lot more companies trying to,
with the subscriptions.
Yeah, I mean the lower price points when everyone jumps in.
Right.
So you get it low off the bat, and then you get the money in on the back end, subscriptions and cancellation fees.
Ooh. They were huge for that, weren't they?
Yeah, well they're just about paying
standard,
for that whole 2 years of Xbox Live, anyways.
Right. And with that, we're going to send it back to Chris on the stage.
All right, thanks, Brendan and Eddie. Now, before we get into Dishonored, which I'm as excited as you guys are, so I'll make this quick. I just wanted to check in and show you folks on Twitter. We have gotten a ton of people asking about Dawnguard. And I was asking plenty of questions of Matt, but you guys have plenty more. So let's check right over here. People are wondering what's the biggest attraction of the Dawnguard faction. People are curious what the advantage crossbows have over bows. Matt sort of clarified that a little bit during our demo. And Pierre wondering about new factions or guilds apart from the vampires and the Dawnguards. If you folks want to know all that stuff, a great place to go is to GameSpot. Just call it up real quick. Scroll down here. Any minute now, you're going to be seeing an article from Kevin Van Ort appear. He went and had hands-on with Dawnguard, and that'll be coming up there, and he'll be in the comments checking and hopefully answering your questions, so be sure to check there. But now, enough of Dawnguard. We're on to Dishonored, and joining me on the stage here is Raphael from Arcane Studios. Raphael, so excited to have you here, man.
Hi, thank you.
Dishonored has been getting a lot of buzz around the show, something that's piqued a lot of people's interests, and we're getting to see a robust amount of the game that we haven't really gotten to see before. How's the response been for you guys?
It's been awesome. A very, very good response. We didn't know that people would like it so much, so we're really happy.
Always a good feeling, right? You
Absolutely.
put a lot of time into it. All right, so Dishonored, you brought some stuff to show off here today. I understand we're going to be seeing a mission in a couple different ways because sort of choice in how you approach missions is crucial to the appeal of Dishonored.
Right, absolutely. The kind of games that we like are always rely on the premise of being able to play the way you want. You know, it's all about simulation. So really, if you want to be stealthy or brutal or somewhere in between, it's up to you.
All right, now for folks who don't recognize the name, what is the world of Dishonored like? And just give us a quick synopsis of what we're jumping into here.
So the game evolves in the city of Dunwall, and it's our version of steampunk. So we designed it with Victor Antonov, who was the art director of Half-Life 2, and so we created this London-inspired world with its own layer of technology and some magic that belongs to us.
And there's sort of an interesting interplay between the magic and the technology that we've seen in some of the gameplay footage you guys have showed off. And now the central plot revolves around someone. He's really been wronged and is trying to get revenge.
Right, so you start as the bodyguard of the Empress, and you are framed for her murder. And at this point, you're going to take revenge and set things right and clear your name.
And it looks like now we're here poised above some enemies and calling up the Blink ability.
Right,
which
Blink
is like a little teleport.
And we're going to demonstrate a power called Possession, where we can, in the game, you can possess bodies of animals and even human beings at high level.
Bodies of animals, like, I mean, this city looks like there would be no shortage of rats to possess.
So yes, there's a plague, so there are rats everywhere, and in this case, actually, we're possessing a fish.
A fish?
Yes, we're gonna show this in a minute. There we go.
I think it's safe to say that's a first that I've seen in a game, fish possession.
Right.
But now here we are
with the first fish possession game ever.
Right on the box quote. There you go. And so you're swimming your way in, presumably going to try to. Is that for? Oh, so you're not just possessing them with your mind and sort of.
You become the fish. Yeah.
Your body is.
You magically fuse with the fish somehow.
So you can use it as transport and get
right.
into.
It's a vehicle.
A place where a dude really should not be. I mean, that looks like a lady's shower.
Well, you know, every mission has got its own identity. So here in this case, it's a bathhouse where you have to eliminate 2 members of parliament, 2 brothers. Here we're using a power to see through walls, and you can see the vision cone of the characters, which is very helpful for the stealth gameplay.
Absolutely. Now, folks, we are live here with our demo of Dishonored, so if you've got questions, ask them through GameSpot, over Twitter to the hashtag GameSpotE3, or in the chat on Twitch TV, and I'll do my best to relay those to Raphael here. You said you were targeting members of Parliament?
Right. There are 2 members of Parliament in this bathhouse, and they are randomly positioned. So every time you play, we have a set of possibilities where they could be. So you have to find where they are, either by overhearing conversations or reading here, like for example the register. You would find where they are, and so one of them in this case is in the hammam, at the bottom of the building.
Can you blink through a keyhole or through solid objects?
You cannot blink through a keyhole.
So you're gonna have to find another way around.
So you have to find another way around. So in this case here, we're approaching the first target, one of them, and there are multiple ways in every time. Like in this case, if you found the key, the master key to the place, you could use that key. Otherwise, there are other ways. Like here, we're gonna show how we're going to steam to death this target.
Oh, you're gonna lock him in there?
We're gonna, yes.
And that lady's gonna be collateral damage, huh?
Absolutely. We're sorry for that, but sometimes it happens.
When you're on the quest of vengeance, you're gonna have to leave some bodies beneath you.
The thing though is that there are always ways to eliminate the targets without killing them. So if your thing is really to play non-lethally, it is possible.
And that was a question from the aptly named Twitch user Stealth Shot. Can you really beat the game without killing anybody?
You can. It is very hard. It requires a lot of effort and dedication, but you can finish the game without killing a single being. Yes.
Is that now, when you say effort and dedication, is that just sort of mapping out the area, exploring every possible avenue?
Right. It requires overhearing a lot of conversation, digging into books, but it is possible. Initially, it was like almost an Easter egg. It was something we wanted it to be secret. But people got really excited about it, so now we expose it more and more as a possibility. And you'll get achievements for it. But we expect that most people are gonna play the more regular way, which is like a combination of sparing some of the targets and killing some of the targets.
And it involves a lot of stabbing in the face, as we saw in the gameplay trailer you guys.
Right, and then again, it's up to you. Some people like to sneak around and be discreet, and some other people are really like to go brutal. In this case here, we're possessing the target himself. And we're gonna make it look like a suicide. In this,
all of a sudden, he just went out on the balcony and
went
jumped.
out on the balcony, and somehow he jumps.
Except you can't actually make him jump. You got to give him the ultimate push.
Well, you have to help him a little bit.
How very helpful.
Right.
So is this now an escape, or are we restarting to?
So here we restarted because the way we demo the game in this case is that we play this mission several times. And the first time was very stealthy, and then the second time is very brutal.
So no fish possession this time around?
This time no fish possession. It's always going to be using guns and severing heads, assassinating people.
User Valis Jobu wants to know if there are incentives in terms of extra gear or extra experience or anything like that for doing the stealth approach.
So doing the stealth approach, of course, mechanically is an advantage because you will aggregate more ammos but also the big benefit of playing stealth is that we track the number of innocents that you kill. So if you don't kill innocents, then you will reach the more positive ending, as opposed to the darker ending if you kill a lot of people.
And that's sort of fitting because if if your body is soaked in the spilled blood of hundreds of guards, you should receive the dark ending. Or,
that was the wind blast power.
There are bloodless ways to eliminate people, as we've seen. So you're doing a lot of climbing around on different surfaces. So platforming is a huge part of Dishonored.
Right, it's more like the freedom of exploring and feeling in a body where you can jump around, mantle, blink from rooftop to rooftop. It feels very physical, very good. It feels very good to do those things, as a fantasy.
Now some folks are wondering about some more mechanical elements. Crazy Jam is seeing the blue bar here. So red is presumably your health.
Right.
Blue is some sort of power that lets you use your abilities.
Right. The blue one is like the equivalent of mana in, for magic and RPGs. And so you have to, you can drink potions to restore your mana and your health.
Okay, so yeah, that'll be a potion refill.
It's a potion refill. Yeah. So basically, you cannot cast those powers forever. You are limited, and so you have to choose the right time to do those.
That was a nasty little rat attack, by the way. I didn't want to let that go by without comment. You guys sort of working in animals in a number of ways to sort of, is that to just sort of flesh out the world, make it feel more like an alive city that you're moving through?
Right. I mean, it's all about the context. You know, we chose the plague because it's a very interesting, dark context, and so therefore there were rats, and therefore we integrated the rats into the mechanics as well. You can possess them. You can even summon them.
Whoa!
That was something we call the Spring Razor. It's a nasty, you know, sort of a mine.
Yeah, I'll say. And is this that was a bomb that like required a little bit of arming, but now we're in full-on combat with blocking and counter-striking. You know, you're not just sneaking up and stabbing people.
Right.
They will engage you, and you can, you know, duke it out.
Right. At this point, like whenever you're being detected, then it turns into more of an action game where you know, you have to use your powers in an aggressive way, or you can evade, and it's up to you again. But like blocking and counter-attacking. Sorry?
Do you have a preference yourself for the way you play through?
I think, you know, the way I like to play is that I like to take advantage of stealth because, like, you're very lethal when you sneak on people. You can kill them like we just saw in one attack, and that feels very powerful. But then, you know, whenever I'm spotted, I also like that thrill of suddenly having to improvise and going like, you know,
and
guns out, basically.
One of the interesting points you guys made in an interview with you and your co-director or co-founder of Arcane was that within the studio you have a bunch of developers who like to play different ways, and you'll sort of push and pull against each other, and let's make this more viable. Now let's make this viable. How does that sort of what does that result in here for the end product?
Well, I think that's the point, is that, you know, our games rely on simulation a lot. It's not very much is scripted in there, and so the point of simulation is that it totally encourages different play styles. And some of our members are very, very much into sneaking and even ghosting the areas. Some others don't care so much for that, and all they want is kill people. So we have to check on all of them all the time, and making sure that everybody's happy.
That everyone's happy and able to wreak their own particular brand of havoc.
Yep.
Now this is one of the more visually striking enemies, these sort of patrol guards on really, really tall stilts.
Right.
Do we have, you know, that's sort of feeds it, is a striking example of the steampunk aesthetic you guys are going for. What are some of the other steampunk elements we can see? What's one of your favorites?
We have something called the Wall of Light, which, you know, there's an eye, some sort of an AI that recognizes if you're friend or foe, and it fries you if you try to go through the pillars. We have the same version with the distance, so it's like we call it an arc pylon, which it shoots these electrical arcs at you if it doesn't recognize you, and then you can hack it so that it actually attacks the enemies instead of you. So all those are this kind of technology that is like specific to our world.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys have fun coming up with the different ways that tech would have evolved in this alternate universe?
Yes, it was a very, very fun process too. It was very organic as well, and, you know, it took a while to add some layers to it until we got it right. But it was a lot of fun.
We've got a lot of questions. Nscrew and Ravik636 curious about cooperative or multiplayer elements at all within Dishonored?
You know, Harvey, who's the other co-creative director with me, and I talked a lot about that, and this is something that we love to do. We are not doing it for Dishonored. You know, it's something that we'd like to do one day, but not for this game.
You know, it's nice to have that focus on single player. You know, it seems like a lot of games these days, they're like, and with multiplayer, and sometimes it's a good fit, and sometimes it surprises you.
Sometimes it's just a marketing feature, yeah.
And sometimes it's just a marketing feature.
Yeah, in this case, we really wanted to, you know, commit all our efforts on making the best single player experience we could.
Mm-hmm. And so folks are curious about, again, about those spells and how those tie into sort of character progression. Typically, you know, you get stronger as you go along. What's the sort of rate that you gain access to those abilities, or do you have them all from the start?
Yeah, so the way it works is that it's built into an economy system. You find some runes in the game, so it's this item that you collect, and every power costs a certain amount of runes. And so you spend those runes to acquire a power or to upgrade a power.
Mm-hmm.
By the end of the game, you won't have every powers. You can only have a subset of them. So if you really want to explore all of them and see all of the powers, you'll have to play multiple times.
Okay, yeah, and so it's not just, I got this rune, I'm going to get whatever the next power is in line. It's,
no.
I'm going to decide how I want to play, what playstyles I've been enjoying,
right?
What new things sound cool to me.
Exactly.
All right, so we saw like some rat attacks with the wind thing, the blinking. There's a whole lot of cool abilities. What's one of your favorites?
One of my favorite is actually one that we did not see in this video, and it's called Ash, Turn to Ash. So basically what happens is that when shadow kill. So when you kill somebody by surprise, it disappears. It turns into ashes and it disappears. This is very helpful for stealth because then you don't have to hide the body.
But you can't, if you do stab someone and there's this big uncomfortable body, you can lug it off and toss it over a ledge or something like that.
Right, you can, but with that, with that power, you don't have to.
Just kind of.
Yeah, it just disappears.
They won't even
Very
notice.
handy, absolutely.
Excellent. We've got time for about one more question. Connor5 in Twitch chat wants to know, are all the missions based around assassinations and taking out targets?
Wow, that's a great question because when we planned for the missions, we tried to come up with a different set of scenarios, so it's not always the same pattern, right? We did not want every time the same thing. So the answer is no. The answer is that sometimes it's about an abduction, or sometimes there are different contexts. Like you have to infiltrate a party, and now like nobody's nobody's hostile, so you have to move around and start to talk to people.
Play it cool. No blinking around. No blinking over to the bar to get in front of people in line.
Right.
Sorry, the abduction just piqued my interest, and I got to ask about is there an ability for like wrapping up a guy, or how do you abduct and then spirit them away?
Right. So you have two options. You can sleep dart him.
Okay.
And then you carry the body, or you can choke him unconscious, and then you carry the body.
And then you lug the body out.
Load the body out, and then you can blink out of it.
And you probably can't like tie the body to a fish and then swim out. You're gonna have to find some way out.
You cannot.
Well, Raphael, it seems like Dishonored is offering, like a lot of people are comparing to Thief or BioShock. I think it's sort of pulling on these games, and of course Half-Life too, but creating something that feels very distinct, and certainly something that's very exciting here at the show. We've got a lot of people at GameSpot psyched about it, and just want to congratulate you on having such a great showing here.
Thank you very much.
And also ask you for a release date sometime soon?
Yes, a release date is October 9th in America and October 12th in Europe. And it's going to be on the PC, 360, and PS3.
Excellent. We'll be looking forward to it. Raphael with Dishonored, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
And now we are off to the show floor for one more check-in with Carlos Rodella, and then back for Tekken Tag Tournament 2.
Hey everybody, Carlos Rodella here for GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. We're here at the Video Game History Museum. Now, there's one of the areas that you might not know about that's actually at E3, and it's one of my favorite areas ever because it's all these old school games. We're going to take you through a little tour of some of the games. Come with me. All right, so we're over here. Excuse me. I'm going to start with Odyssey because, I mean, come on. It's a good place to start, 1972. I had one of these. I think I had almost everything that's here because I'm a big nerd. Let's keep going. Really, really cool books, old school books. Vanguard, Tomb Raiders. Tomb Raider, I just said Tomb Raider from Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's why it's on my mind. These are really cool old books. Oh, the Puffy stickers. Do you remember these? These are so great. I had like a whole little book of these, which again makes me sound like a big nerd. Puffy stickers, awesome. Hats, lunchbox. Oh, we will talk about this later. One of my favorite systems of all time. Not many people had the TurboGrafx. I did. Werner, did you have TurboGrafx? Yes or no? No, no one did. I did. As you see in the back here, we have a bunch of old school arcade games, which of course we could play all day, and I'm sure that we're going to come back here to play some of them. And just like in the traditional arcade, some aren't working. Yeah, so we've got Donkey Kong Jr., Primal Rage, oh man. Altered Beast, of course. Russian Attack. Tons of games. And also, you can see over here, they have the old school setup. That's like like my living room back in the day. I can see myself just lounging, playing Atari. Oh, it's E.T., the worst game ever. That's a terrible game. And that's what they're showing for some reason. All right, let's come over here. Uh-oh, wait, don't film the screen. You can put whatever one you in.
copies. It's not in a landfill somewhere.
Oh, I know. I was just going to mention the landfill. Well, let's. Millipede's always good. Oh, Berserk is better. Can we do Berserk? Oh my goodness. Make this work. Can I? Oh, yeah, can I? I don't know if I can do this at the same time. Here we go. Yeah, can you? Oh my goodness. Wait, how do I start it? Oh yeah, just that. Oh, I love this game. Can we stay here for a while?
You can stay here all afternoon.
I can't though. I can't. So this, you know what's funny about this? It's actually really close to the arcade. You know, like the arcade was simple and like, you know, basic graphics. So we're pretty much close to the actual game. Oh, and the smiley face later. I love this game. Oh, no way. My skills have not stayed the same. Yeah, it's supposed to make you crazy. And it kind of does that. Oh, you know what? Those lines represent where the guys are. You see that? Okay, hold on. I just got to get one more board. I want to feel like I'm still good at this. There we go. It's going to take me a while to walk to the next level. So when the smiley face shows up, I forgot. Just whenever? No way, dude. No way. Yeah. Oh, how do you even hit that guy? Oh, I don't know. Thanks for holding that. Berserk, I could play that all day, so we better leave. Thanks, ma'am. Here's some really cool patches. Oh, man, are these for sale? This is cool. Activision. Friends of Dolphins. Oh, that's super cool. Security Atari. Some old school games. Lord of the Rings. That's pretty deep. Over here. Oh, it's got buttons too. Sega Genesis. I kind of want all this, dude. We're gonna have to ask them later how much. They're not gonna sell it. It's a museum. This is always the whole cartridges. I didn't know this existed. Oh, it's like, you know, old school place to hold. No, it actually more than that, isn't it? I think you actually can play them from there. It seems like it has a selector. Oh, that's cool. It plays a bunch at once. That's crazy. And then this is the voice, which actually was one of the first, you know, talking, synthesized voice things. Also kind of a computer in a way with these really weird joysticks. VIC-20, I had this. It's before the Commodore 64, the one that was crappier. This I never had, which seems really awesome. You can drive and shoot things all at once, but of course the graphics were rubbish. ColecoVision was great, but this is the worst controller ever made, one of them. And it hurts your thumbs really bad. Remember this? Hurts your thumbs. I don't know what that is, but it looks really interesting. And then Kid Video, there's the attachment for the Atari. Man, I forgot about that. Super cool. And of course you're in television, which is where I actually played sports games for the first time. You guys remember in television football? That was like before John Madden, and it felt like a real football game. Okay, that's one half of this museum. It's a lot of stuff. We'll come back for another segment and show you the other half, and we're gonna look at TurboGrafx, which is one of my favorite systems of all time.
Hey, welcome back to the live show. Your host Chris Waters here, and because it's a live show and the magic of scheduling and waiting through the massive crowds of E3, Tekken Tag Tournament 2 is going to be next. Now we have Deadlight, and joining me on stage I have Raul and Ian to show the game off. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now, Deadlight, I think, is a title coming out on Xbox Live Arcade.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people, you know, it's not. You guys didn't have a showing in the press conference. Maybe some folks don't know what it's all about.
Yeah.
Give them while they're seeing, you know, the intro here. Give them a synopsis. What's going on with Deadlight?
Well, Deadlight is a cinematic platformer. I mean, we have been a bit of an underdog because this is our first project as a team, actually. We have been working on it for 2 years, and until January, nobody knew anything about the project. So, yeah, it has been a bit of a surprise, even for us, because we didn't expect so much expectation.
Yeah, but a pleasant one at that. And so we're seeing right now a two-dimensional platformer look, but it's you play, your character can almost be hard to see here on the stage lights, but you're almost an entirely dark silhouette for most of the game.
Yeah.
It's a very striking visual style. What are you guys trying to evoke here?
Well, Deadlight is about all a cinematic platformer. I mean, you remember the 80s and early 90s.
I was there. I totally remember those. Yeah, it happened.
Okay. Then the original Prince of Persia, Out of This World, Flashback, those kind of things, those classics. The idea was recreating that old gameplay with a striking visual. So for the visual style, we inspired in movies from the 80s, like First Blood.
I'm sorry, wait a second. Did you just chop off a guy's head, or was his head already chopped and you just pulled the axe out of his dead body?
Well, you have to play to know.
Okay. All right, so... Sorry, continue, Rahul.
No, one of the keys of the game is that most of the time you have no weapons at all. So you must to run away and avoid confrontation. In this case, you have found the axe. So you must fight back.
So you're going to have to put it to use.
Yeah, the axe is more useful, for example, for breaking doors or windows. So you have a way of escape.
And now those two enemies, it seemed the game was calling them the Fallen. What kind of creatures are they? Clearly humanoid, but also this one seems to be eating a fly-ridden corpse. Gnarly.
That's easy. I mean, there are... classic Romero ones.
That was close. You almost got the squish.
Those are slow-moving zombies. So they are dumb, stupid, and slow. These are not the only kind of enemies we have in the game, but don't expect mutants or monsters. It's a more realistic kind of
on the
approach.
spectrum of zombie games.
Of course.
Given a certain suspension of disbelief, it's a little more realistic. Yeah, now, obviously, zombies are one of the more oversaturated enemies in video games and movies and pop culture. How do you guys sort of trying to avoid zombie fatigue here with your game design?
Well, first of all, Deadlight is not a zombie shooter. I mean, for some reason, in most zombie stories in video games, when their death rise, the first thing you do is catch it using a rocket launcher or whatever.
Shotgun to the head.
And shoot to the head. But I mean, the most logical thing to do is to run away. So we wanted to answer the question of what would you do in a zombie apocalypse? Because Randall Wayne, the main character, he's just a nobody, a normal guy. He hasn't any superpowers. I mean, he has only his intelligence and some stamina.
And he's pretty nimble, but he's just no way taking on all those zombies.
All the game has been created as backlit silhouettes. So there's a Limbo influence there. And but if you notice, all the backgrounds are really detailed, and there's gore, but it's very stylist.
Yeah, it is very stylish. But I think that's because you guys, the foreground is so dark, and then you have the light and the detail is all in the background, which creates this really interesting silhouette effect. A lot of folks in the chat are comparing it to Limbo, but with some extra color involved. Was that an inspiration for you guys?
Well, we have been compared with Shadow Complex or Limbo.
Yep, Shadow Complex, absolutely.
It was unintentional, I'm afraid. The first thing we did, even before Deadlight exists, was a speed painting by one of our artists, and he took a photograph, a picture, and he just drew above it. So the shadows, the silhouettes, is a consequence of that, because he literally drew.
He drew. That's the way he drew it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, it's very 80s. All these backlit scenes. I mean, in cheap B movies.
Yeah.
And well, it's a homage in some way.
Well, and we're seeing, again, like you were saying, that the environments are so detailed. We saw at this gas station, apparently, someone really has a vendetta against these creatures with stringing them up in nooses.
Yeah.
Are you going to encounter any friendly faces or any non-zombie faces, I guess?
Well...
We're getting the maybe over here.
the presence of zombies is more of a moment in time in this journey that's really more about this character, Randall, and how he's choosing to react to the end of the world, basically.
I think your mic might have been a little low during the beginning of that answer, but yeah, was saying sort of zombies are just part of the situation you're in. It's more about, like you were saying before, Raul, what would you do if faced in a situation and the zombies are just sort of an element you're going to need to get around?
Well,
contend with, certainly.
Think of the road or Iron Legend, and you get a clear picture. I mean, you are alone, you are vulnerable, and you cannot save the world. I mean, it has already gone to hell. You cannot do anything but live for another day.
Yeah, you're not going to stop the zombie menace and be a hero to all mankind.
Yeah.
You just kind of got to not get eaten by a zombie. you know, it's good to have goals.
That's the question.
All right, so now we've been seeing, for the most part, a fairly urban environment. Is there a greater diversity of places that you're going to go in the game?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the game takes place not only in Seattle, but all different locations. And yeah, it's not only urban scenarios, but there's a lot of wildlife actually. And we can say anything about the later levels.
Yeah, we'd so love to answer that question, but I hate spoilers. So we'll just tease that there's an awful lot of variety throughout the game, actually. And a lot of different places that Randall will go on this journey to try to survive in a world that wants him dead at pretty much every turn.
Not only
Speaking of variety, Grid-Eye wants to know about any other weapons you might encounter in the game. We've got an axe covered. Obviously, firearms are always at a premium in the zombie apocalypse, but can you give us a taste of what other ways you might use to dispatch your enemies?
The most exotic weapons you will find in the game is the slingshot, which
a slingshot?
Yes, a slingshot.
That doesn't seem like it'd be the most efficient zombie killing apparatus, but hey,
think about it.
You might have. Okay, I'll go home and think about it. I'll get back to you guys about it. Username Yeah28 would like to relay, and this is in all caps. Tell him I'm in love with this game. So I didn't shout, which is presumably what they were trying to communicate, but you're making some fans already.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate that and certainly don't take that for granted. So we promise we're going to give you a good game to play, buddy.
And when do you think when are you going to give it to us is the real question.
Well,
soon.
Very soon.
Very soon.
We are part of the Summer of Arcade.
Okay.
That means, a time frame between July and or August. So, summer.
So this summer, you'll be able to look forward to enjoying the sunshine and warm weather.
Yeah.
By playing a dark, oppressive
sunshine and zombies
game in the zombie apocalypse. Deadlight. Raul, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Folks, that game,
spirit.
again, that game is Deadlight, coming out the Summer of Arcade for Xbox Live Arcade. And now, as promised earlier, we're going to be going on to Tekken Tag Tournament 2, but not before Carlos Rodela takes us through a second part of his tour of the video game history exhibit.
Oh, hi. I'm just here petting my favorite system of all time, the TurboGrafx 16. I'm not going to leave it. I won't leave you. So this is one of my favorite systems, and not many people had it. And that just looked awkward, I'm sure, to a lot of people. I love this. And it was one of the first to have the Turbo Tap. So you could play a lot of people at once. And playing Bomberman with this, very much fun. Also, before we get into the other systems, which are a lot of systems here, I noticed this over here, and I can't touch it, but I had both of those. Huge childhood memories for me. Again, early football, totally loved it, and Hardball, one of the best baseball games back then. Then, of course, we have Sega Saturn, the 3DO, the infamous 3DO, which is terrible. Oh my gosh, I haven't felt this controller in a while. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But what was worse is that Zelda game. Remember that Zelda game? Oop, watch out. That Zelda game was terrible. Sega Saturn, kind of bad too. Here's one of those things where they hold a bunch of games. That's really cool. The Power Glove. Oh yeah, I keep touching these things. I'm not supposed to. I want to put this on really badly, but I'm not going to. A mini Nintendo TV. That's cool. More of these Famicom boxes where you can hold multiple games in one. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, over there's the original DS in a way. A bunch of the basic LCD games, which are still fun too, by the way. Oh, look at that watch, Warner. Super cool. I really want to buy some of this stuff. I just realized they're playing 80s music, which makes me feel so much more at home. These are just some old games. What is up with that game? Why is that happening? I don't know what that means. It looks like it's like they've sucked things into it. I should probably know what that is, right? Shouldn't I? Is that a nerd thing? I feel like I'm gonna get hate mail for not knowing what that is. All right, we'll round out this round here. Sega Master System also had this. Alex Kidd. It was like if you didn't have Nintendo, you had this. Game Gear. This takes 1 million batteries and lasts for 5 minutes. Although it had some good graphics and backlit at the time, that's why it was so many batteries. Sega Genesis stable, PlayStation stable, Dreamcast stable, normal. Famicom kind of normal, Nintendo kind of normal. So this is the kind of normal aisle. Let's see if we can actually play one of these things. I don't know, this is a Sega Saturn. And it's on pause, but it's not working. There it is. Oh, it's bug, right? Yeah, it's bug. Oh, look at the graphics, people. Confirmed. Best graphics of E3 2012. Bug. For Sega Saturn. Of course, I can't even play because I can't really jump in. Oh, it's terrible. Let's not play it. All right, you get an idea. There's a lot more to see. There's actually a bunch of arcade games. I think at some point I would be really fun to play one of the arcade games and, I don't know, just stay there all day. But until then, back to the stage.
And it's Tekken Tag Tournament 2 time! And that game title is just really fun to say. I'm a sucker for alliteration. What can I say? Brian and John from Bandai Namco Bandai, joining me on stage. Gentlemen, welcome. Hi. Hello, welcome. You came to punch and kick, and that's what people like to see. So Tekken Tag Tournament 2, in addition to just rolling off the tongue, it's a game a lot of folks have been interested in because it's out in arcades and causing quite a splash.
That's correct. It came out September last year. It's coming onto the consoles for the first time, 360 and PS3. So we're really excited about that.
Yeah. But so it's out in the arcade, but it's since been updated. Is
Correct.
that right?
Yes, the Tekken Tag Tournament 2 Unlimited. And that rolls off the tongue very well, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
That's been updated with some key features, but for the console game, the 44 characters that you saw in the arcade cabinet are in the console game, but we actually have additional characters. We'll have more than 50 in this one.
More than 50?
Yes, sir.
That is so many feet connecting with so many faces.
Yes.
Now, we're taking a look at characters right now who are actually even newer than the sort of the new roster.
These are new. These are not actually in the arcade game. That's Kunimitsu there, alongside with Angel, 2 of our DLC characters that we actually announced as part of our pre-order campaign last month. One of the cool things that I will point out with the new characters actually is all of them actually have additional movesets, which is something that's happened in all the Tekkens that have come out since the start of the Tekken series. We've also got something called the Fight Lab, which will allow Tekken fans to get really excited because for the first time, they'll actually be able to take a character combat, which first came out in Tekken 4, customize combat with key moves and move sets that they can actually take, put in, and put that character into the game and play with. This is something that Tekken fans are very, very excited about.
Really? So you know, normally you associate one given character with 1 or 2 move sets, different ways to play them, but now you're offering like a much more rich customization way to sort of...
for the combat character, yeah,
for combat.
definitely. And this is something that, you know, a lot of players who want to improve, they're always looking to practice and you know, try to be more creative with what they're doing with their characters. This will allow them to do that.
Okay, but so if you're putting practice in with a character whose moveset you've created,
yes,
how does that transfer to, say, you want to play better as Kunimitsu?
Well, with Kunimitsu, the Kunimitsu character is actually, you know, obviously separate from combat. The combat character is something where you could actually take Kunimitsu's moves and combine them with, say, Lily's moves.
Okay.
And actually come up with a unique set of your own.
Now, can you take that combat online? Is that the kind of thing that you can then bring into competition against other players and other players' combat loadouts?
Well, we're going to be talking actually more about that as the months roll on. We're not actually talking about multiplayer and getting too deep into that during E3.
Okay.
We will be actually as the summer months roll along.
All right, well, let's talk about local multiplayer, because we had a bunch of choices just as we were booting the game up here. This is obviously, we've got Kunimitsu versus Brian, but there were 2 other characters, so
Absolutely.
it's a 2v2. What are the other matchups you can have here?
Pair play is something that is a feature with Tekken Tag 2. You can actually have the 4 characters, as they do their tag assault combos, you can get, 4 characters on screen at one time. But this will allow you actually to take specific characters and have one player control one character. So you could actually have 4 real life people playing together at the same time.
Together. That is a whole lot of Tekken.
That is a whole lot of Tekken.
So we're checking out Kunimitsu here and Angel, who are 2 of the new DLC characters, but you guys also recently announced that there's another character making it into the game, Snoop Dogg.
Yes. For anyone who didn't catch the press conference yesterday, that was very exciting. Snoop Dogg, yes, actually we did a collaboration with him. He created a custom Tekken song called Knock 'Em Down. Also shot a music video with Adrian Curry, winner of America's Next Top Model. So we're all about celebrities at Namco, as you can see.
Yeah, apparently.
And what we actually started with, I'm not sure if we caught it all, but it's actually a stage that was inspired by Snoop Dogg and all his Snoopness.
All his
we got a lowrider on hydraulics, we've got some go-go dancers, we've got his Doberman. We have everything that you know that Snoop is about, except
there's like a low-lying smog over the area because he's from Los Angeles.
Yeah,
it's kind of cloudy and smoky.
There's no smoke, so to speak, in the game.
Clear skies.
Yes, we know what we're talking about.
And
there.
also, just to clarify here, Snoop, not a playable character.
No. Yeah, he is not a playable character. We wanted to make sure that the balance of the game, Harada-san, Katsuhiro Harada, game designer, wanted to make sure that we ensured the balance of the game. Obviously, this is really to help expand the appeal of the game to more than just the core audience. And we think it's going to actually have that effect. I mean, Snoop has always been a Tekken fan, as he expressed in his one-on-one interview with you guys yesterday.
Oh, yeah, him and Los.
Him and Los. Where is Los? Where is he? Is he around?
Los is out roaming the show floor, but that man could not stop talking about his interview with Snoop Dogg last night.
It was epic. It was epic.
It changed his life. He refers to him as Uncle Snoop Dogg now.
Yeah, yes.
Because he didn't really understand how colloquial the term nephew is. Like Snoop wasn't literally saying, you are my nephew. But, a man's going to believe what he wants to believe.
Well, he gets to go around for the rest of his days saying we had the D-O-double-G with the L-O-double-S, yo, yo, yo. That's how we roll.
That's pretty much how he was doing it, man.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's... I actually wanted to ask you more about Fight Lab, because you talked about it in terms of the combat character and how you can use it to tweak the move set and the fighting style of that character. But it's also a training mode, from what I understand.
It is, and when you get in there, it actually will work you through specific combos, and it'll allow you to keep trying until you get it right. And so the more you practice, the better you get, and that's one of the key things about the Fight Lab function.
Excellent. So folks who, maybe are get a controller in their hand and start mashing away, they can get a little bit more tactics, understand a little bit more about the flow of the battle.
Absolutely, and that's the thing about Tekken Tag that we want everyone to also get, is that, yes, it is one of those games. It is like the Ferrari and Lamborghini of fighting games. Highly skilled players love this game, but even if you're just a button masher and you pick up the controller and you want to button mash, something like Fight Lab will help you actually go from button masher to something more than a button masher, so to speak. And so it's a game that everyone can pick up and play. I mean, that's one of the key things we want to make sure people understand.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Well, let's talk about the other end of the spectrum.
Sure.
The folks who don't need that tutorial, who are playing this game competitively. Are you guys getting onto the Evo circuit or getting competitive with the
That is a very good question, and what I will ask people to do is go to Twitter and talk to Filthy Rich, and ask Filthy Rich, because he does represent our community, and he's going to be giving up all the news about what's happening with Evo and the tournament in Vegas, and also with MLG in the series, because we are We're planning things, we're talking about things, but we won't be revealing too many details.
So you guys
right
definitely
right now.
hoping to get in on that scene. EVO definitely blossoming in popularity in the past few years, drawing
very big.
esports in general, just drawing more and more fans, and rightly so, because you watch those guys play, those women play, and it's fascinating because they're so good.
And in fact, you know, when the Snoop Dogg music video comes out, hopefully the community out there will recognize some of the key guys that we had as actors in the music video.
Oh, really? We
had some pro fighters in that music video. Hopefully, if they come to the Tekken booth, I'll check it out and they'll see. But once that thing goes live, it'll be debuting on BET on June 11th. But then it'll be available at Tekken.com. People can check that out. They're gonna trip when they see that music video. I promise.
All right, if you know esports celebrities, check out that video, and you will literally trip. So please just make sure you're not near any sharp corners.
Yeah.
So that's to get more information on that, Filthy Rich on Twitter.
Yes,
he's the guy to look out for.
Yeah, he's our community guy.
All right,
we love Filthy Rich. He's awesome.
Now we're playing right now on the PlayStation 3. Looks like,
yes,
but you guys have also announced for the Wii U. Is that correct?
Yes, it was announced at the Nintendo press conference. We're not going to be talking too much about the Wii U, other than what was already announced.
Tell me about all your gamepad abilities.
I've been threatened with my life to not go beyond what was already said at the press conference. As we know, there will be feature parity. A lot of the features that you see in the Xbox 360 and the PS3 version will show up in the Wii U version. We're also working on some nice, interesting, unique twists that will take advantage of the Wii U console, but we won't be revealing what any of that is just yet.
Fair enough, Brian. Fair enough. Now we're watching pandas get punched out here. Who's your character when you get into Tekken here? Who's your go-to?
You know, me. You know, I will say, if you look at our box art, we have a young Hayachi on the box art. His hair's actually black. Hopefully the fans notice that.
His hair is what? Black? Come on, blasphemy.
No,
it's a
not
white-haired dude.
No.
There you go.
Yes.
Hayachi's in your future.
Yes.
All right, we have Dustpan of Doom on Twitch avidly asking about a PC version and possible move support for the PlayStation 3. He's yelling, so I'm not even sure if he's serious, but what do you got for me?
Appreciate the yelling and appreciate the interest and the passion, but we're not going to really be talking about that just yet. Just stay tuned for additional news. Go to Tekken.com.
Okay, Tekken.com, Filthy Rich on Twitter.
Filthy Rich on Twitter.
Those are the ways to go.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, Tekken Tag Tournament 2. Obviously, when you have a bear fighting a lady in a mask, fighting a Law, you've been around for so long, still got so much fight in you. Do you guys have any kind of wacky story mode pulling these things together? Fighting games always, you try to. There's not much you can do, but sometimes you like to get creative with it. Is there anything? Can we talk about the different modes in Tekken Tag Tournament 2?
Well, a lot of the modes that you saw in Tekken 6, the arcade mode is back. A lot of the offline, that we had is still there. But really, what we're excited about is the multiplayer, mode, the online multiplayer specifically. We know that with Tekken 6, there was a bit of a stumble, as we got that game out. We wanted to make sure that we tried to take care of that this time around. That's something that we're going to try and address specifically with some demos and to get the media's hands and the players' hands onto the multiplayer code at some point before launch so they can actually test it out and see it.
Oh, really? Like a little beta for a fighting game?
Not necessarily out for the public, but it would be more of a controlled
into the
environment,
community, maybe?
Yeah.
Seems like you guys are really tapping the fighting game community for influence and also for sort of guidance in how your execution plays out.
We are, and it's because, in particular, I think with fighting games in general, the community is so important. They mean so much to the franchises and the success because there's so much passion there. That's important for us to make sure that we're taking care of them. That's why a lot of the things that we do is with them in mind.
All right, we've got a tweet coming in from Sam Birch wondering about, can we see Ancient Ogre play? And if not, what new stages are there that weren't in the arcade release, if any?
That's a very good question. In this particular build here at E3 that we're showing on the floor, we do not have the Ancient Ogre character that's playable, although Ancient Ogre is one of our 4 DLC characters that we've announced.
Oh, great.
For
Okay.
those who pre-order, they'll be able to get Ancient Ogre day 1. But of course, for anyone who doesn't pre-order, they'll still be able to get Ancient Ogre at some point after the game has launched for free. We don't charge for characters.
Yeah, and that's something that we at GameSpot have definitely come to appreciate with you guys. You know, DLC is often these days sort of seen as a way to maybe milk a little bit more money from the players, or give them stuff that they feel like they should be entitled to. And I think it goes a long way towards reinforcing your focus on community and on the players, that you are delivering those extra players for free.
Well, that's a lot of credit to Harada-san. That's something that he has enforced many times over. It's part of the essence of Tekken, is he believes that these playable characters are all, I think he's been quoted at some point or other about them being like chess pieces, and you need all of your pieces to properly play the game. It's very important to him, very important to all of us, and so we're glad, that if the community is really happy that, we're taking care of them in that way, we're glad that we can do that for them.
And they are glad as well, Brian.
We love our community. We love you.
All right, a nice KO. It looks like we're fighting at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade or something. As this fight wraps up, Brian, I know we can't talk too much about multiplayer today, but tell me about what platforms you guys have announced release dates for, and then what platforms it's coming out on.
We have announced Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and the Wii U.
Okay, and release dates?
Release dates, yes. So North America, it is September 11th. Globally, we look at September 10th, that week of September 10th being the right window for us to launch in, so yes.
Okay, so right around that time, folks will be able to punch it up.
Worldwide.
Excellent, Brian. Thank you so much. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 looking sharp.
Yes, get ready for the next battle.
Excellent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take it over to Carlos Rodela and an interview with Adam West, and then back for more awesome game demos right here on GameSpot stage at E3.
GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with Adam West. How you doing, man?
Mr. Rodella.
Oh, thanks. That's very official.
How are you, Carlos?
Don't start speaking Spanish again, though. I'll fail at that.
Oh, no. I don't. I only speak Lithuanian.
Oh, we could do that. You want to do that?
No, it's another game.
So we're talking about Family Guy Online.
But you ended that beautifully, didn't I?
So this game is really cool. It's browser-based. It seems really funny and interesting. What's your involvement in it?
Well, as the mayor of Quahog, I have, really a deep interest, profound, in seeing that Quahog stays a clean city. Consequently, I have a cat launcher. We have, well, I won't go into this. It's a little...
I heard there's a bunch of cats in the city.
Well, it's a little gruesome. But what I do is guide you folks in playing the game so that you can assume your own characters within the context or the confines, if you will, of this Family Guy game. You can suit up, you can make up, you can design yourself to resemble any of your favorite characters.
Yeah, it seems really cool, and the fact that you can meet you too, right? You're obviously there somewhere.
Well, that's certainly cool, Carlos, but yeah, it's great because I'm kind of the host and I guide you folks.
So you actually guide the players as they're going through the game itself?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I do that.
Super cool. And so, do you play games yourself? Or you were saying earlier you wouldn't really pay as much, but...
Well, my wife says I do. I do occasionally.
Yeah.
But I'm so occupied now with doing my chores at home. Gardening. I'm a senior superhero.
Okay.
And
senior superhero is awesome. So it's really cool to have you be in the game because a lot of these Family Guy games, you don't have like all the voice actors and stuff. You're there. You're guiding us through the game. It's really cool and awesome. I actually did a little bit of research on you because we were going to talk for a minute. You've done 1 million movies. Like 60 or more. Like, what was one of your favorite movies to be in?
Carlos, I have 50 years of stuff out there.
Yeah, so...
I started when I was 3 as a child actor. And I think I've done some terrible movies. But
they're terribly good, too.
Thank you. I've done a few good ones. And maybe 5 television series. And, a bunch of guest shots and pilots things we all go through. But what happened with me, I got so lucky, Carlos, because somehow I was able to carve out a niche, and there are only maybe 3 of us who became icons in pop culture. And there was a time when I was typecast as Batman, and it was very difficult. But then I realized if I don't embrace this character, I'm stupid, because people love it, and I did it, so why don't I love it?
Yeah, and that's your brand then,
Yes, it's called branding. You're absolutely right.
Marketing terms, people.
Well, yes, I'm like Trump. I'm branded, but it's good.
And I remember one of the movies was Badass. You remember that movie kindly?
Badass, that's right.
It had a lot of really good people in it too. Rainn Wilson was in that movie.
Oh, sure. And, I do a lot of different kinds of movies, and when I find that they're not terribly offensive, it's just send the check, Carlos.
Nice. Well, speaking of movies, there was a rumor out there that you were on the set of Dark Knight. I don't know. I heard that rumor. There's probably no truth to that. But is there?
Carlos, you're right. There's no truth to that, as far as I know. I mean, I've heard rumors that I was spotted coming out of a pub in London on the way to the soundstage for The Dark Knight.
That is not true, so.
It is not true. I may have been in the pub trying to get out, but no.
Okay, just checking.
I'm not in that movie.
I know, but I mean, you could be like the old guy in the back and be like, yo, not old.
Wait a minute, yo.
Wise man. I meant wise man.
I could be the Dark Knight's father, for Pete's sakes, or butler, or uncle, I don't care.
You'd be better than the Dark Knight because you have the year's experience.
Well, I can't say that.
Hey, listen, thanks so much for taking a few minutes. I'm really excited about Family Guy Online and GameSpot. Back to your stage. Thanks, man.
Oh, man. Folks, here we are live on stage, and I'm super excited to welcome Randy Pitchford from Gearbox Software here to talk about Borderlands 2. Randy, super glad to have you on the stage.
I'm happy to be here.
Borderlands 2, this is one of those games that just puts a big smile on my face anytime I see it.
Puts a smile on my face, too. It's a wild game.
And it's been showing well at E3. Folks been enjoying it.
It has been incredible. The only thing I feel bad about is the lines are like crazy long. So, this is a trade show. We weren't sure to expect, when we go to consumer shows like PAX or something, like they're gamers. So, there's tons and tons of people that want to play the game.
And at PAX, there were people, you'd have to cut off that line
by
midday.
It was rough. But at E3, we didn't expect as long of lines, but it's like 2 to 3 hours wait. People are they're spending 2 to 3 hours of their E3 just to get their hands on Borderlands 2.
I think they see that 20-story ad you guys have up right off Figueroa.
Oh, yeah, the building.
Yeah.
They're going to let us take that wall home so we can keep the ad. No,
that'll fit right in.
Get a section of the Lux Hotel.
All right, so the focus of what you're showing off here is you've got 2 more character classes that you've been showing off, Gunzerker and Siren, predominantly leading up to E3, but now you're on to Commando.
Yeah, this is actually the first time. There's a lot of folks that are actually getting backstage with us, and for the first time they're getting to play as Axton or as Zero, who's the assassin. Axton is the Commando, and actually they can play as any of the 4 characters, and it's really exciting to let. And it's not really just showing it off. It's like we just brought the game, and we're letting people play a section of the game. We're giving them a character that's already leveled up. They're about level 25, and they're doing a really interesting side mission where they're part of the rebellion against Handsome Jack. Ooh. And Claptrap is helping, and he's hacked.
Always so helpful.
Yeah, he's hacked a constructor bot, and they're using the constructor bot to actually saw down and take down the statues of Handsome Jack in his own Hyperion City of Opportunity.
That's an important stage of any uprising, is
gotta take down the statue of those tyrants, yes.
But of course, they're meeting with resistance, so whereas the Gunzerker stuff you guys are showing off was mostly against some of the new monster enemies, are we seeing a lot of combat against mercenary enemies?
We've got bots, we've got mercenaries, we've got combat engineers, we've got the Hyperion soldiers. There's all kinds of interesting enemies that come into play in this sequence, so it's a lot of fun.
Excellent. So we'll be taking a look at that in just any second. Now we're getting it set up.
Okay.
Already, folks are lighting up with questions about Borderlands 2. But one of the big things that's immediately noticeable when you look at it is the art style that you guys sort of pioneered with Borderlands, but you just run with and taken to a whole new level with Borderlands 2.
Yeah, with Borderlands 1, it was kind of late in the development cycle when we really decided to go for it. And really what it came down to was, you know, the game was getting kind of realistic looking, and some of our guys, Brian Martell, one of my partners, one of the owners of Gearbox, you know, he's a creative director of the studio. He went back and was looking at a lot of the concept art. And you know, like when they make a concept car, and they're so freaking awesome.
And like, oh man, yes.
They're so ridiculous and amazing. When they build the actual car, it kind of boils down and it kind of sucks, and it's like the thing you expect. Well, the concept art for Borderlands was so wild, and then Scott Kester joined the team, and he was doing this amazing stuff. I was like, you know what? We can make the game look like that. And that's really the personality of the game. And so we went for it. And now that we were able to begin Borderlands 2 with that art style of mine and really ran with it. So we're having, the guys have had so much fun. We're having a blast.
And we're taking a look here at the game in action. Some nice topiary.
That's one of the statues of Handsome Jack. You can see this is the hacked Overseer bot here that Claptrap has hacked, because he can hack into the Hyperion network.
He's gained a few new tricks here in Borderlands 2.
Yeah,
all right, and so the class now, we're playing as Axton or as Zero?
You know, Claptrap's obviously a favorite character, but behind the scenes, he's a real pain in the ass. So we deal with him though, because the fans love him.
That little revolution uprising for the DLC that you guys had.
Behind the scenes, like off camera, he's kind of a pain in the ass.
He's a real diva.
Yeah, he is a bit.
Yeah.
But he's like, I'm the talent, so whatever.
You gotta do
deal with
things
him
for the talent, especially when they're tiny and surly and ride around on one wheel. So here are some of those mech enemies you were talking about.
Yeah.
Now, the interplay between the bajillion guns you guys have and the varying enemies is one of the things that makes combat in Borderlands so exciting.
Right.
What's the best strategy for taking out these robotic enemies?
Well, there's lots of different strategies. One of the first things you want to do is make sure that there's no surveyors in the scene. If they are, you want to prioritize them, because in Borderlands 2, surveyor robots will be flying around, and they'll actually work to repair the bots. So if you're in a bot fight with some of these Hyperion loaders, you really want to take out look, this guy's getting constructed. And as long as the constructor bot's alive, he'll be making new enemies.
Just gonna keep making
them. Target prioritization is a part of it. Each enemy has different tactics, different situations. Axton just dropped his turret.
Yep.
This is a really cool offensive turret that you can build out with your skill tree. It's about a level 25 level turret. And the turret changes and grows over time as well.
And speaking of leveling up, a lot of people curious in the Twitch chat about the max level.
Yeah.
Where's the level cap at right now?
Well, I don't want to spoil anything, and honestly, we're still tweaking a couple of things there.
Okay.
But why don't you pin me down on that when we're on the eve of launch, and then I'll let that go. But I'll tell you one thing. Leveling up obviously is a lot of fun, and it's really motivating, and the max level is fun too. But we've also been doing some things to think about the end game beyond max level. We play Borderlands like it's a hobby, and we know many of our fans do too. So we're doing a lot of things, not just the level up system, but other things as well. New systems, and using things that you can imagine, raid encounters, boss encounters, to really have a long end game. But there's some new stuff that's innovative that you haven't seen in a game like this before that will push the end game even farther, and I'm really excited to reveal that.
And
I don't want to.
Those vagaries will not crystallize for a little while longer.
Because it's a new thing, because people haven't done this before. It's not. It's actually harder if I explain it. It's better just for it to come out and experience and go, wow, I'm really motivated by this. And I think it'll work out better if we just let it happen in the launch.
All right, so some cool things in store. So I'll give you a few easy ones that I'm sure you'll be able to handle. Split screen co-op.
Yes.
You guys going to put that in here?
Of course. We love shared experiences. So you can play the game alone. At any time, a friend can dynamically drop into the game, connecting to your game online. We also have dynamic drop-in split screen, so you can have that as well. And for the first time in Borderlands 2, a split screen game can now go onto the internet and join another a game that's being hosted. So you can actually take your split screen game online and be part of a larger co-op game.
Excellent.
It's really exciting. It took us a while to figure out the tech for that. But there's a lot of complexity with networking, and it's a really complex simulation that's only even gotten more complex with Borderlands 2.
With the various combat mechanics that you guys are working
and all the loot. There's more loot in Borderlands 2 than in Borderlands 1.
I think that of all the games at E3, you guys love the most to spout numbers that seem fictional, numbers that seem like they don't exist in real life, but they do in your game, like the amount of guns.
Yeah,
that
the
you
number of
see.
guns. Yeah, you
And
know, I think for Borderlands 1 we said 87 gazillion, and this time we said like 800 and something bazillion. In fact, though, the Guinness Book of World Records gave Gearbox a world record for most guns ever in a video game.
How did you convince them of that? Do you have like your resident weird statistician whose just job is there to go in
They
there?
don't take your word for it. They actually went through it and proved it themselves. And the number on the certificate is 17,750,000, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, almost 18 million guns in Borderlands 1. And what's interesting is that I was kind of surprised. I was on television. It was a live show. I knew that they had done that, and I knew that an award was coming, but they surprised me, and they had the Guinness Book guys show up during the live show, and they presented the award, and I was like, what? Like, it was really cool. And then I had to tell them, it's like, look, this is awesome, but we already broke this record with Borderlands 2.
Sorry, we're
so as soon as it ships, you're gonna have to count
You need a new edition, man.
millions more guns. So Borderlands 2 has more guns than every shooter on the 360, every shooter on the PlayStation 3, all added together,
Combined.
including Borderlands 1.
Wow, all right. So no one man could ever see that many guns.
No,
in his
we
life.
haven't even seen them all. It's thanks to the procedural generation system that creates the loot for us, using the materials and all the subparts. And we've added more diversity and more variety than ever before. The weapon manufacturers are really unique and identifiable this time, and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, you guys sort of went towards that with like sort of the Jacobs-focused DLC with the haunted.
Yes,
Dr.
yeah, we
Zeds,
really got into our gun manufacturers and wanted to create all really distinct looks, but a lot of variety even within each gun manufacturer.
Kiernoth in the chat is wondering about PC support for Borderlands 2 and how you guys are focusing on that platform.
If you are a PC gamer, look up Claptrap's love letter to PC gamers.
That's right.
Because we made a big commitment and we've invested a lot. And I think we actually have a few more surprises coming. We've been partnering very closely with NVIDIA. They launched a new video card. I love that my GTX 680. It's a very powerful processor. But we've been working with NVIDIA for a long time. So if you happen to have NVIDIA hardware, if you're getting NVIDIA hardware, you're going to see the game as we see it, and it's beautiful and amazing. And with NVIDIA, we also have their PhysX software supported on the hardware as well. So it's really amazing stuff.
So you PC players are in good hands.
Yeah. Well, we've always developed on the PC. So you've always been able to get the highest fidelity image on the PC. But one of the lessons we learned from Borderlands 1 is it's not just about the fidelity. It's not just about using what the graphics card can do. It's also about interfaces and stuff. And I know a lot of us are plugging in controllers, but a lot of us still like to play with mouse and keyboard. So, some of it's about font size, it's about menus, it's about graphics options inside the menus, it's about field of view, it's about configuration of your keyboard and your system and doing that in game.
And if
if you look at that Claptrap's love letter to PC
I was gonna say, if I recall correctly, these bullet
we have
points
a full list
are
of all
part
these
of that,
things.
that impassioned
and
letter.
we learned some great lessons from our last launches on the PC, and we really know that it's And we develop on the PC, but we're developers, so we're kind of comfortable, dealing with some of the idiosyncrasies, and but we know that a lot of gamers, they just want it all nice and convenient and in the menus. You don't want to have to use the video cards to deal with anti-aliasing. You want to flip toggles in your in-game menus. You want things like network routing to just be handled automatically. You don't want to have to do your own network configurations to make everything work. And we really got that message and took it to heart.
Well, speaking of configurations, let's get back to those guns and talk about weapon customization. Victor from an email on GameSpot, and then like half the people in the Twitch chat are really wondering about what you're going to be able to do mod-wise. Because in Borderlands, you could have a couple different types of mods, but what are we dealing with in Borderlands 2?
Borderlands is all about finding loot. So it's not a game where you start with one gun and then you keep it throughout the whole game and change it. It's about looking for the better gun, But we love customization, and we think customization is really important. So we've created a lot of customization choice in your character. We've really leveled that up a lot. There are a whole lot of heads you can choose from, a whole lot of custom skins, and you can have really unique and distinct looks to personalize yourself. As far as gear goes, you're not a weaponsmith. If you want a better gun, you gotta go out there. Marcus will sell you one. He loves to take your money in game. Marcus will, he's the master gun salesman of Pandora.
Absolutely.
So he'll take your dollars. But you know what? Every critter's got loot on him, and the loot chests. Opening up a loot chest. That's one of the that's a really important moment, because what am I going to get? And then you look at the stats, you want to see if you're going to find something better than what
one
you've
of the
got.
most lovingly crafted animations, or dozens of them, but one of the most lovingly crafted moments in Borderlands is that unveiling of the loot.
That was a big deal. When Matt Armstrong first kind of put that, he's the director of the original Borderlands and creator of so much of what we all love in this game, and he said, look, we got to have chests because it's a loot game, but when this thing opens, it's got to be this really awesome experience. It's got to kind of unfold in a ballet of technology and present the goods to us like this, and that directional note became such a thing. And it's not even just like, even in Borderlands, when you even open a toilet and it's like you get this cool little animation, and there's like sometimes there's a piece of ammo or somebody's left a buck inside or something, and so it doesn't matter what you're opening, you get this really awesome feeling from having opened and new stuff. And we've got so many new cool loot chests, and of course the limited edition of the game, unfortunately it's sold out. But
oh, now you're just gonna tease everyone.
No, but you know what? We still have some. We still have some of the Vault Hunters edition. In fact, do you have the bobblehead? Here, toss that up to me. So yeah,
there it is.
You can. This is currency in Borderlands, and in Borderlands when you remember the.
That's right. Yeah, you pick up the Marcus
so you can
bobblehead.
have one. And look at the. I mean, this is like custom inked. This isn't just some like plastic replica like you can buy online. This is like a really cool. Like this is inked, from our art team. I mean, our guys didn't ink it, but it's using the stylings of our art team, and it's the actual Marcus bobblehead, and it's in the Vault Hunters edition. And I understand there's still some left, but we can't. We thought we could anticipate demand, and there's a lot of lead time on manufacturing this and manufacturing the loot chest. And man, those I couldn't believe it. Like. The hat just sold out like that. And these are gone. So if you want one of these, better get in now, because you're going to be mad at me. if you're going to wait till launch and you're not going to find, you're going to be like, Randy, why didn't you make more? And it's like, dude, it's not up to me. I'm the developer, and like we're doing the best we can, and we care. We want everybody to get this stuff, but they are limited editions. So once they're gone, they're gone.
I think that just goes to show how well gamers respond to 98% more wub wub.
Yes.
another one of the.
That was a Mikey Newman classic.
Yep.
Yeah. Classic.
Yep.
Yeah, that was what a great line. What a fun trailer. It was a lot of fun to work on that trailer with the guys.
And it seems like you guys have been having a lot of fun with Borderlands.
Borderlands is all about fun, and as a co-op game, it's also about shared experiences, and that's the culture of our studio. We're all gamers. We kind of want to make the things that we want to play, and we want to have fun doing it. We want to enjoy the experience of playing as much as playing.
Well, Randy, I'd love to talk Borderlands till the end of the day, but we've got other most lined up for
Fair enough.
And actually, you're one of them. Next tomorrow, you'll be coming back for Aliens Colonial.
All right, I'll be happy to come back. Can't wait to talk about it. I'm very excited about that too, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yes, you will, sir.
Cheers.
Thank you for coming on.
My pleasure.
Cheers.
Right on.
And you can just leave that there. That'd be. All right, folks. While I try to convince Randy to leave me with Marcus, I'm going to send you over to Carlos Rodela for a look at Family Guy Online. And then back here for more excellent game demos.
Peter, give me a drink. I'm tired. It's E3 2012. I need a drink. Anything, a beer. You're not real. I'm talking to a stand-up. That's not a real person. That's how tired I am. Let's talk to this person instead. Ian Bashir.
How you doing?
Good. You're from Roadhouse, right?
Yep, that's the name of our company, Roadhouse Interactive. We're based in Vancouver, British Columbia.
And we're looking at Family Guy Online.
Yes.
That's happening.
It is. It's a free-to-play, browser-based game. So all you need is a web connection. That's it, right?
I love it. I'll play tonight. When is it? It's not out now. It's live now?
Yeah. Well, we're in, beta, right? Like, it's one of those things. Could be a beta for a year, could be a beta for 5 years. But the database isn't getting wiped. You create your character. We're up and running. We're just going to add stuff over the next, 6, 7, 8 months based on what our users are telling us.
Brilliant. At the hotel, I will start tonight. I'm very excited.
As long as you have a good web connection. My hotel, I don't know about you, but mine sucks.
Mine's pretty good. Mine's pretty good. So what else can you tell us about the game? I mean, like, what characters are in it? What's the standout features?
Well, basically, you start off as you want to become a citizen of Quahog. So we want you to make your own character based on all the Family Guy show Bible. So like the eyes, the ears, and it's all straight out of the animation book. And then you, the quest givers, inside the game, it's an MMLOL, right? So the quest givers inside the game are guys like Quagmire, all the Griffin family, that sort of stuff. So you start out by associating yourself with a member of the Griffin family. You could be a Brian, which is a purchasable, unlocked character class, Peter, Lois, Meg and Chris, or Stewie. Stewie is a ranged DPS the kid, right? I mean, small baby, takes damage, but is really good with gear. Peter, on the other side of it, is a tank. Big, huge melee guy gets in there. Lois is a healer.
World of Warcraft meets Family Guy.
Well, you know what? Yeah, it's more than, Quahog and Azeroth, but it's way more, I'm not saying it's accessible. I mean, in the sense that you just need a browser. We're not gonna, we're not hitting you for money as a subscription or anything, but there are ways for you to go, buy items, buy goods, buy power-ups, buy stuff like that, right?
I'm guessing, of course, there's a lot of really funny writing inside it, right?
Yeah. I'm working very closely with two of the producers and senior writers on the show, Alex Carter and Andrew Goldberg.
Oh, great. I'm so happy you're working with them. That's awesome.
Well, this is not a licensed game, right? I did not pay Fox to make, for a license. It's not a traditional game. This is an extension of Family Guy, the show, into the online space. This is a Fox studio project. They hired me. I mean, I have a lot of experience working in this space. I've been in the game industry for 25 years. So I built a team to make this, and Fox is actually funding it themselves. So very different from the traditional license model. It's important to know that.
Yeah. Well, I'm just excited to have something good from Family Guy. Family Guy is one of my favorite franchises, and to have it be an actual livable, breathable world is super cool.
Well, you can walk. It's 3D Quahog. In fact, when we look at a lot of the metrics and analytics that people come, where we got Google Analytics, we got Swerve embedded, and heat mapping, we can see where people are going in the world. And a lot of people are, for the first half an hour they spend in the game, they're just walking around going, wow.
Yeah, right now that this guy's in the supermarket, I mean, just going around aisles, I would do that same thing. It seems really fun.
So we built achievements, collectibles, like Peter's fingers that he blows them off with the fireworks. They're spread up all over Quahog. Adam West, Mayor West, who's here today, he's got 100 of his cats spread out through all downtown. You got to find those. That's how you win the cat launcher, which is a great weapon. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna, down the road there'll be all kinds of new content coming every month. Giant chicken battles coming right now. Right now you can go toe to toe with Crippletron. I mean, if you really wanted to sit down and beat up people in wheelchairs, now's this.
That you heard it here first. If you want to beat up people in wheelchairs, it's happening right now. Hey Ian, thanks so much for the time. And if you can get me a drink now, that'd be so cool. Can we do anything? What do we got? Anything. Oh, here we go. Right here. Well, I don't know if we can do it on camera, can we? No. There's a nodding no, yeah. Anyways, thanks for your time. Excited about the game.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to the stage.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the live stage show here at the GameSpot stage at E3. I'm delighted to introduce the guys from Signal Studios here. You may have seen their game at the Microsoft press conference. I think maybe about 10 seconds of it, perhaps.
Yeah. Brief little clip,
Ascend New Gods. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? You basically are the entire team, right?
No. That's not true. There's a large team working on this.
Why don't you introduce yourselves for the folks?
My name is Ian Scott. I'm the lead game designer.
I'm Josh Winter. I'm the game director of the project.
I'm Jason Rutta, and I'm the lead gameplay programmer.
Awesome. So a lot of questions about this. I was already asking people on Twitter what the story is. You got any questions for these guys? And they're basically just saying, what is Ascend New Gods? So what's the elevator pitch for this game?
Yeah, a quick little introduction. Ascend New Gods is coming to Xbox Live Arcade, trying to give it like a AAA feel, AAA look. It's an action RPG at its heart, and on top of that, we got a lot of really cool features. We've been really excited to share with people at the E3 this year, or whatever. But over at Signal Studios, you might know us from like Toy Soldiers 2. We wanted to do something a little bit different, you know.
Yeah, a bit of a departure. This.
Yeah, it's totally different. You know, it's mostly family-friendly, casual games or whatever. But the artists and the team was like really stoked to do a game that was like a lot more brutal, a lot more violent, and a lot more open. So totally something new for the team to do. We started on this right after we finished Cold War, so we're just building on the same tech. So fans of that game, you can kind of see we've come a long way since then.
Cool.
Like I was saying, Ascend is at its core, it's an action RPG, so you kind of know what to expect. You've got leveling systems, lots of customization, weapons and armor and skills to upgrade. But on top of that, what we've got is this unique multiplayer component. One of those things is what we call like parallel multiplayer. And the idea is that as you're playing the game, you're playing a single player game in Ascend, but you can actually see other players in the world that are also playing a single player game. So
are these guys on your friends list, or are these?
These are actually just random connections over Xbox Live, which happens automatically. There's no need to go into a party or like organize friends to really quests together if you want to play the game. So that's one of the ways we think kind of makes it unique, is you're having this parallel multiplayer experience. And although you can't just walk up to the guy and whack him with your sword, you can actually cast special like online-only abilities between characters. So we have a blessing system and a curse system, which, as you might be able to tell, is like you can either help or hinder other players in the game. So, you know, example of like a blessing would be, I can send somebody a fountain that heals them if they stand nearby, makes it really hard to die in combat. Yeah. Or another character can send a fire blessing that burns all enemies nearby. So you get a notification that comes up, gets pushed to your console, tells you about what's going on. What we're really stoked about as well, though, is we got like mobile integration. Basically, anywhere you see Xbox Live, we're pushing to see like how much we can actually connect the experience. So, so one of the things we're showing off here at E3 is sending content from a mobile phone into the game live.
How does that work? It's through an app on itself, or through a website, or
through the Windows Phone. We have a Windows Phone companion to the game. It's actually got some action elements and stuff. But as you're playing it, you're unlocking things you can send to your character on Xbox Live. Since it's through Xbox Live, we know your gamer tag and all that, so you can have a presence in the console experience from the mobile version. So if you're seeing back here, we got two players that are kind of like battling, trying to take control of this shrine. Part of what you're doing in the game is you're capturing areas of the world for your god. There's 3 new gods in Ascend from the title there, and each of those gods, the dark, the light, and the void, gives the player like different abilities. So as you're playing, you're upgrading, you're getting new things, customizing those. And you're also seeing other people with different alignments playing at the same time. So right here, I'm going to raise a shrine, going to capture this area for the light god. This is a light character here. He's got like kind of crusader armor.
Yeah.
One of the really cool things we do to show that you're capturing the world, though, is each time you raise an icon to your god, the whole like world transforms underneath it. So for dark, light, and void, you immediately know when you enter one of their areas. You know to look out for bosses or.
Do you play all 3 of those, or do you choose one?
Yeah, it's a really cool other feature of the game is replayability is like baked right in. So as you're playing a character in the game, you can sacrifice him at any point. And it's kind of like respecking. You get to keep some of your favorite weapons and armor, pass them down to the next character. You get to also pick a new alignment, though. And as part of the process of creating a new character, that old character actually stays in the game as a boss permanently.
Oh,
so
wow.
While they exist in the game, we show a little bit of that more in the demo, so I can speak to it then. But there's some really cool like asynchronous features going on in the game as well.
So as that boss is out there invading other players' worlds, you're gaining that XP on for your main character, and you're getting sort of more powerful along from that move, totally asynchronously without you having to be logged on or playing at all.
I feel like I need to remind people that this is an Xbox Live arcade game.
This is an Xbox Live arcade game. Yeah, we're super stoked. We got like less than 20 people working on this game. So Signal's about like 40 or so people right now. There's a lot of stuff, like crazy exciting stuff going on at the studio, and we're just pumped to be finally showing this thing off. Just as an example of some of the really cool connectivity, though, like in this particular example, a player might be fighting a whole bunch of enemies that he maybe doesn't want to fight. So you can use these special like online-only abilities to actually banish enemies from your game by creating these portals. You might have seen these big blue portals floating around the screen. Yeah, we got a room coming up here. We'll actually demo that ability for you. But you know, every time you're playing the game, you see another Phantom. You know that they can actually see you at the same time, right? So you don't know if that guy's going to help you, or maybe he's like setting traps around the corner. That kind of makes it really exciting. We're also looking at some good ways of like connecting friends on your friends list. But right now, we're kind of just randomly connecting you with people based on where you're at in the actual game.
Yeah, so currently, there's no bespoke, there's no party system in the.
We're looking at adding that so that people can play with just their friends.
Yeah.
But there'll be like a slew of connectivity options, so you can kind of play it the way you want to play it. But we're really excited about the co-op and the differences that kind of brings to co-op, because like everybody loves co-op gaming. We're all huge fans of it. Back there, you know, Toy Soldiers is a great game to play with friends. But you know, a big hassle with co-op is like you got to get in a party, you got to organize everybody, and then with an action RPG, it's like I don't know if my friend's level 20 and I'm level 10, or whatever. And so because you're still playing a single-player game, you're really just passing content back and forth in like a kind of a indirect way. So it's not a problem. You can always play with your friends. There's no issues there. And we try to make it as seamless as possible, really.
Cool. We're taking questions as well, guys. If you're watching this on the live stream, feel free to use the form underneath the video. Otherwise, if you tweet me at Daniel Dwyer or tweet hashtag GameSpot E3, I'll ask the guys any questions you got. Got one here already from Kratos Killa. Will there be competitive multiplayer?
So competitive multiplayer is definitely something we're looking at. For the time being, we're really focused more on that kind of, like not really random, but the more passive type of interconnectivity multiplayer.
Did you guys sort of take a leaf out of sort of Dark Souls book in that regard?
I think we're drawing a lot of like We're looking at like what a lot of different types of games are doing. A lot of games come up when they saw the announcement trailer. It doesn't really allude to a lot of the connectivity things.
No.
And that's really where we feel like we're putting our stamp on action RPG.
Well, you've got a lot going on there as well that doesn't come across instantly just from watching some gameplay.
Yeah, look, at the very core. And here are some of those portals I was talking about earlier. You'll notice that like some of these enemies have gamer tags on them. When you banish enemies out of your game, they're actually your minions now. So any kills they get, you get credit for. In this case, I'm getting a summary on the screen. It's telling me that like you get an XP bonus just for banishing enemies. You get a bonus for banishing more. You get a you get a bonus if they kill somebody or like how much damage they do. So we can compartmentalize a lot of the bonuses you're getting just for using skills like in kind of an intelligent way.
Could you talk more about the phone integration? What exactly is that being used for? Presumably it's when you're away from the game, it's not.
Yeah, we're like super stoked about the phone integration. Working with Microsoft gives us kind of a unique ability to like do things that really have never really been done before. So we've kind of got this database we use to manage all the information we're tracking from players. And in this particular example, actually, another player who is like stored in the game, like a retired player, is actually defending this village.
Okay.
So like this could be anybody, and this guy doesn't actually have to be playing the game right now.
Yeah.
His boss actually lives in the world, and all the kills he gets are credited to that player. So at any time, for instance, using the mobile phone, you can look and see where your bosses are at, what they're doing.
That's awesome.
But if your game gets invaded by another boss, you'll actually get a push notification to your phone that's like, hey, so-and-so, their gamer tag is like in your world right now.
Do they get any sort of buff or credit for being in other people's games?
You do. We have like a progression path we're working on that's all about like your bosses and what they're doing in the game at the same time. But to that end, on the mobile version, you can actually real-time affect the games of people. So as you're seeing, we're passing forward blessings and curses between each other. The mobile phone can automatically send those to players and get feedback as to how it's working. So if I send somebody like a blessing of loot, a chest will like beam down from the Xbox Live right there. You can loot like an exclusive item, and it's really cool because that friend, they could be on the couch next to you. It could be a random person. You could be on the bus. It's just another way that we're hoping to keep players like kind of connected with the world, but also kind of doing meaningful interconnectivity between Xbox Live, basically in the future perhaps all live platforms, as well as obviously the Xbox Live Arcade version of the game.
Presumably with all this social stuff going on, you guys are very intent on having people not just play this game linearly one time and quitting it out. So what obviously there's replayability with the three different sort of characters you have, but what else are you doing to try and get people to play? Is the campaign, is it being played for the story predominantly, or is that just sort of like a means to an end?
The overarching goal of the game is for the player to destroy the Titans. The gods, in the mythos of the world, the gods require use of giants called Chaos, just like you, to basically kill the Titan. So each of the Dark, Light, and Void gods will kind of like incentivize you to claim the world for them in return for abilities. So we're developing multiple abilities for each alignment, and each of those customized in various ways. So far as the E3 demo goes, we kind of gave pre-customized skills, but those will all you can upgrade minute components of each one. Like I want to go for damage over time or crowd control. So
Are there specific classes, or is it just?
There's playstyles built within the different alignments.
Okay.
So let's say you're getting tired of a light character, you really want to try dark. You can actually retire that character by creating a boss when you sacrifice him, and what happens is you ascend. And ascending is basically taking all the accomplishments of the character you had, all the XP, all the kills, and you ascend, which is basically leveling up on a different tier, a special level of rewards you're going to get just for sacrificing that character. So on top of creating like another boss to exist within the game, you're also unlocking access to new things and passing down your favorite items to the next character. So that if you're light, you sacrifice, give that next character your favorite weapons, your favorite abilities, and then start taking on dark ones. So at the end of the game, as players like finally start to defeat the Titan, which is going to be like a big deal, you start to see like weird cross combinations that's really fueled by player choice. We think that with all the bosses coming in, plus the async stuff and the real-time like parallel multiplayer stuff, anytime you play the game, or we have random dungeons as well, it's like anytime you're playing the game, you're getting like a totally different experience based on the intentions of the players around you, as well as what's going on. There's a lot we'll be announcing in the next couple of months just about the stats we're tracking and how we're using that to dynamically create quests and new content for players.
I got a couple of questions here that are coming in. Littleman3344 asks, from a rating of 1 to 10, how difficult is this in comparison to Dark Souls?
Dark Souls. So yeah, Dark Souls is pretty sweet because it's like brutally difficult, and a lot of people really like that. So the direction we're really trying to go with Ascend is that players are going to start the game. It's going to be much more open level design than what you're really seeing in the E3 demo. The idea is that initially there's a lot of the world open to you to kind of go quest with, not a lot of challenges. But then you're going to start coming to dungeons which are locked, or enemies and other player bosses that are really standing in your way. So to defeat them, you have to gain more abilities. And to gain more abilities, you need to play the game. So it's going to kind of start a little easier, and then dynamically, as you kind of go, it's going to get a lot harder. And ultimately, there are going to be places and enemies you'll encounter that require teamwork. So cool. I'm pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, just before you go, I want to ask, where did you pull in some of these ideas? Because they're some of these stuff you're talking about is incredibly unique, and also there's so many different types of this social integration going on. Where did you sort of bring these ideas in from?
Well, at the studio we're all like pretty huge gamers, and outside of influences from many games, we're all like hardcore gamers. We're playing the game as we're making it, which lends to a lot of really interesting experiences, like in the office. We're all working together or working against each other.
It's a really creative atmosphere at Signal.
Yeah, it's kind of the kind of environment where everybody's kind of able to take ownership of certain parts of the game and inject their opinion, or you have a platform to kind of stand on to share your ideas and also to realize them in games. So cool. It's really the accumulative work of a small but like a super dedicated team of people, and of course like our creative director DR is a badass. And
awesome.
Yeah.
Nice one, guys. Thanks very much for showing us the game. That's incredible. Let us know whenabouts we can see it and on what platforms.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we have things wrapped up by the end of the year. Hoping for early 2013 release. So hopefully see you guys then.
Awesome. That's very much. That was Ascend New Gods. Thanks very much to the guys for coming here and showing us that awesome game. It's like the first time it's been
just to get out of the office, dude. We're stoked.
We got LittleBigPlanet Karting coming up, but first let's shoot it off to Carlos and see what he's doing on the show floor.
Hey everybody, Carlos Riley here on the floor of GameSpot coverage of E3 2012. I'm here with Jenny from Inex.
Hi Carlos.
I wanted to showcase this awesome company because they have lots of stuff besides toys, which we're going to get to at the end. Some kind of retro fun stuff too.
Right, retro accessories.
So what do we got? What do we got here?
Now we have some of our new Pac-Man lines. So we have some of the racers, the Ghost Racers. We got some new Android products that we received, some plush keychains.
Big guy down here.
Got our big guy here. And we also...
He's massive, he's massive.
Everyone loves them. We have some RC cars. We got our new Angry Birds headset. We actually just got this in today. So
oh, cool.
Yeah, we have some of the new Angry Birds Space plush dolls and pillows.
Nice, okay, what's over in here?
On this side, we have our LittleBigPlanet dolls.
I kind of want all those.
I know, right? And we have a full collection. We couldn't fit them all in here, so we got some of the wobbleheads from LittleBigPlanet.
I see some worms up in there too as well.
That's right. We have that. We have Raving Rabbids. We have the headset for cases for the 3DS. We got Moshi Monsters. We got some Cut the Rope here. We also have Pokemon and Smurfs.
So over here you got some actual like board games, it seems, which is cool. I'm in love with board games, so I love these.
We have all kinds of things. We got World of Warcraft. We got Street Fighter.
Risk StarCraft. Check that out. That's cool. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, a lot of these actually haven't even came out yet. They're going to come out later this summer. So yeah, we have some Nintendo Super Mario Chess, Hello Kitty.
Rad.
Street Fighter. We actually just got these in today as well. These are.
Oh, they're cute, but also violent.
Right?
Let's move on over here. There's just so much stuff to look at. You know what I want to get to, though. You know I'm here. There's one main reason, yeah. Let's just move on to it. Warner, over this way. This is why we're here, people. Retro Bits, and I've loved these guys, this product line for so long. Why don't you just take us through some of the things you've shown off here?
Well, some of our newest, actually, we just released it this year. We have the Retro Gen adapter, which plays Genesis games on any 16-bit consoles.
That's so cool. What about copyright on that stuff? How do you guys get around with that?
Oh, that I don't really know, to be honest.
Asking the hard questions? I'm sorry. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It's awesome. It works.
Yeah, so you could, just plug in your Genesis games, plug this in, and you can go ahead and just play that. And also with this, the Retro port, you can plug it into any 16-bit game and play your 8-bit games.
Yeah,
so,
that's super cool too.
Really cool adapter.
What are these controllers? These controllers are just retro controllers. You have a lot of those. A lot of wireless controllers, which are really cool.
Got these in this recently as well. These are wireless retro controllers. And we also have a couple for PC and Mac. The original.
Oh, those are cool. I didn't even know about that.
Got those in it. Well, these we just got in. I'm not too sure when we got those.
Yeah, but having something for a PC is really helpful, yeah, when you're doing the old school gaming. All right, so there's something else behind closed doors you want to see, right? We're going to go to this special access. We're gonna actually see these things in the wild, right? Or real things. Oh, we can get the door open.
Yeah, right?
So what's back here?
Back here, we have, a lot of people are familiar with the Retro Duo.
Yeah, I love this thing. Yeah, this is super cool.
It plays the 16-bit and the...
And 8-bit, so you get both ports right there. You place each one.
You can actually plug in the Retro Gen adapter and play the Genesis games as well.
Oh man, it's like a three. It's like a trio.
Right, exactly.
No, can we scratch that? Forget I said that.
It's like a trio. We got our special edition of the Retro.
What I'm talking about right here, people. You do not know this exists. This exists, and it's from NX, and you should buy it.
Yes, this is awesome. It actually plays the 16-bit games. And you can go ahead and just play that, or you can remove this, and it comes with an adapter to play the original.
So I can play Genesis or Super Nintendo on this.
Right. Or Genesis, 8-bit, or.
So Nintendo, Genesis, Nintendo, Genesis, Super Nintendo.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It comes
super cool.
It comes with an AV cable, so you can plug it onto your TV. Awesome. 2 controllers with the stand. So
you can show it off how like awesome you are. Like, check me out. I have this. Which, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be hard to leave here without this actually in my hand.
We only have 2.
Oh, well, one might go my way. Hey, thanks so much, Jenny. And everybody, if you don't know about NX, go check out NX. There's actually some really cool products besides all the toys, and there's Risk for StarCraft for some reason. So back to the stage. Awesome.
Hey, welcome back to the stage show. I was about to call Carlos Homer there. It's Carlos Cam this year, not Homer Cam. We're sitting here with William Ho from
United Front
Games. I was about to say Mod Nation Racers Games, but we're not talking about Mod Nation.
United Front Games in beautiful sunny Vancouver, BC, Canada.
Sounds wonderful. I'm from wet and damp London.
Sounds wonderful
well,
too.
That's where I live anyway. We're here to show us LittleBigPlanet Karting.
Yeah, LittleBigPlanet Karting. What we're aiming for LittleBigPlanet Karting to be is a competitive karting adventure, right? Not just a traditional kart racer, but a competitive karting adventure. What does that mean, karting adventure? Well, we've built on a foundation of great kart racing, right? Really pick up and play controls, really great handling, stunts, jumps, weapons, drifting, of course. And built on that, we've added new abilities that are unique to LittleBigPlanet Karting, like grapple hook. It's a great moment from LittleBigPlanet. And when you go into the story mode, you're going to start with the traditional races. We've added battles because people love battle mode in a kart. And then we take the story mode to, in LittleBigPlanet fashion, we offer all these surprises of different types of levels, different objectives. The creator curators, give you all these wild and wacky challenges, and you go on an adventure in your kart. Sackboy in a kart for the first time.
So when you're playing the game, you said there's the campaign sort of akin to
the story mode.
Is there story and everything involved in that, and narrative?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a LittleBigPlanet if it didn't have a really cool, charming story. And so I can't give away the story today, but we will have Stephen Fry, the voice of LittleBigPlanet, introducing you to the game, immersing you into it, teaching you all the controls and how to re-immerse yourself into Craft World. And then, as you go along, you're going to meet these crazy characters that, give you all these surprising challenges, right? It starts with races and battles, like I mentioned, but, different types of modes like, treasure hunts, score attacks. We've even got a capture the flag mode in the story mode. So all these things that are cool to do in a kart, we're going to have in our story mode. And that's just the beginning of LittleBigPlanet Karting, because all of these modes that we're making, all these levels that we're making, are made with the level editor that's shipping on the Blu-ray. So you could pick it up.
Well, it wouldn't be a LittleBigPlanet game.
Exactly. It's play, create, share. So when you go into create, you're using everything that our level designers use at United Front Games. So, whether it's just painting a track, putting down some buildings, some objects, setting it to 3 laps, you can build a race very, very quickly. Same thing with a battle. You can just draw an arena, put down some weapons, put down some obstacles. You've got a battle. But then you have all of the tools, all of the gadgets that people are familiar with. All the power creators have been using these tools for 5 years now, and they're going to have a head start in LittleBigPlanet Karting because they'll be able to go in, very familiar interface, in a full 3D world. It's not just 2D, it's full 3D. We've taken Craft World, all the familiar materials, all the familiar objects, and they're in this huge 3D canvas in which you can make your own karting adventure, whether it's a race, a battle, or other modes that you can script yourself using the power of the level editor.
How scalable is that? Because one of the criticisms laid towards LittleBigPlanet, it's not really a fair criticism, I don't think, is that oftentimes it can be quite difficult to make a large level, sort of naturally, because there's so many variables going on. So how are you guys maybe addressing the idea that there might be people who want to make a simple level?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The simple things are still simple to do, right? We have tutorials that lead you into how to make your first race, how to make your first battle, and there's lots of options that you can just flip the number of laps or the time limit or some basic rule sets that you can just go in, and it's like multiple choice. What do you want? And then you can set up your own original race and battle with very little effort. And then, because of the depth of the tools, the depth of the scripting, the depth of being able to paint 3D objects and rig them and animate them, trigger them in all kinds of different ways, the depth pays off over time, because we don't expect you to learn everything at once. No one learns all of the level editor features at once, but you learn them one at a time. You play around with them, you experiment with them, and you just discover along the way what you can bolt onto your levels to make them truly custom and truly unique.
And on the other side of the scale then, because some of the level creators in LittleBigPlanet 2 have just made absolutely astonishing games, new games, new game modes. So how easy is it to create sort of new types of gameplay modes within that, or are you stuck to?
If you're well versed in the level editor and LittleBigPlanet already, people are already making things that are like, oh my god, I didn't know that was possible in a platform game. Well, we want that same reaction in LittleBigPlanet Karting, where if you play with the basic tools, experiment with them a bit, you're going to go, oh my god, I had no idea they could do that in a karting game. And that's why we always come back to the term karting adventure. It just breaks all these boundaries of what it means to be in a kart and what you can do and what challenges you can present to people, with your friends, or when you publish your levels online, people in the community, right, which is millions of people strong.
I think we should check out some of this gameplay, because I just saw the
so
being used there.
LittleBigPlanet fans are going to be, I hope, glad to hear that we're paying homage to some of our favorite scenarios and levels and themes from LittleBigPlanet, the first game, and LittleBigPlanet 2. And so this is an homage to Avalonia. And so it's actually called Huge Spaceship, and it's the huge spaceship from LittleBigPlanet 2. And you're seeing it from a completely different vantage point, right? What was formerly just 2D, we've actually modeled using our what we call geopaint tools to paint this huge spaceship that you're actually racing through. You're doing stunts through. You're picking up weapons. We've got, I mentioned a little bit earlier, we've got the grappling hook.
Yes.
We prototyped the grappling hook like in about a day or a day and a half very early on in the project. And once we tried it, there was no going back. It was just so much fun getting off the ground and swinging across chasms, swinging across hazards, swinging to collect prize bubbles and score bubbles. It really frees you from just being on the track all the time, and it introduces new strategies, new skills, and just the feeling of flying. We really wanted, with a spaceship level, to make you feel like you're flying through space in a kart.
Just to remind folks, we're taking questions as well. If you have any and you're watching the GameSpot feed, feel free to drop them into the box underneath the video, or if you're just using Twitter and stuff, use hashtag GameSpotE3 and I'll do my best to ask them. Great one here from Justin. He's asked, since LittleBigPlanet is about making your own creations, can we make our own carts and even weapons? I saw the paint gun.
I'm glad you asked that question, because absolutely everything that you see on the screen here in this huge spaceship level, again, was made using the level editor, no cheats that you're going to have on the Blu-ray. So you look at all of this scenery, you look at this bridge here, like this was all geo-painted, right? You're just picking a material, you're picking a brush, and you're making these objects, and you're instancing them to make the track. The grapple sponge, you can place it wherever you want. We've got, some hazards here. You can lethalize any object in the game, right, to make them into obstacles. You can change the AI, you can change the difficulty, you can change the behaviors, how aggressive they are. You can customize all the weapons. All the weapons in LittleBigPlanet Karting are made using the level editor. So you can either, on your own custom level, remove weapons that you don't want, add ones that you've made. You just pick an object, give it a behavior, give it a stun state, and you've got your own custom weapons. You can tune the frequency of those weapons. I'm going on and on about this only because there's so much flexibility.
So much to talk about.
But yeah, so the weapons you can customize, the AI you can customize, the music, you can pick the song you want. LittleBigPlanet games always have kick-ass soundtracks, so pick the song you want. The scoring system, the HUDs, I could go on and on and on about what you can customize. So I hope that answers the question.
Cool. Question here from Hercus asked, multiplayer split screen, and if yes, 2 or 4 players?
Multiplayer split screen, we've always played great 4-player split screen games, and so we are supporting 4-player split screen. if you're going online, you and a buddy on the same PS3 can go up against up to 8 players online. So online, it's 8 players on the PlayStation Network.
And what's the scalability in terms of the amount of races in single player? Is it 8 again?
Yeah, it's always 8, but 8 fully customized Sackboys and 8 fully customized carts.
Gamaran has asked, from in the UK, he's asked, will the story mode be interweaving with plot points in LittleBigPlanet 1 and 2?
That's a really good question. We are paying homage to some of our favorite scenarios, the favorite places that we've already visited on Sackboy's previous adventures. I don't want to spoil the surprises, but we are going back to LittleBigPlanet 1 and LittleBigPlanet 2. But in addition to that, we've got original themes, original locations, new characters, new challenges that Sackboy has to overcome in a quest to save Craftworld once again.
We're getting bunches of questions in on this. The Dowrai's asked, do you pick up powers while you're on the track, or do you choose the powers before the race? So are they defined by the track, or are you picking up powers?
Yeah, so we've invented things called weaponators, and they're all over the track. You pick up a weaponator, and you get a random weapon at that time. That's how it works in our story mode, right? That's classic, a classic karting game mechanic. However, in your own custom levels, you can choose how you want it to go. You can have random weaponators. You can have weaponators that are specifically this weapon, or you could even script scenarios where, hey, I drive through this, tunnel, or I drive into this garage and I equip a weapon. So there are lots of different ways that you can get weapons in LittleBigPlanet Karting.
Would there be environmental weaponization, like running over a pad and it making
for
a wall
instance,
disappear?
Somewhere on this level, we've got, up ahead, we've got these electrified obstacles. So you can actually use the lethalizer, and you actually apply them to different objects in different places. You can have them triggered by, player sensors or by certain conditions like time. Again, I'm going into a lot of detail, but basically any way you can imagine you can create an obstacle with a weapon, you can probably do it. Yeah.
Awesome. Question here from Grideye. Can I import any of my stuff from LittleBigPlanet 1 or 2?
That's a question I get a lot. We're still looking into the details of that, and we'll probably have something to announce later. Something that reminds me of is that this is a brand new game, right? Like from the ground up. Like this is not a port of LittleBigPlanet 2 that happens to have karting. This is not, a reskin of any previous racing game. This is actually something we re-examined. Like we looked at every part of the game to make it more powerful, to make it fit within Craftworld, to be, this karting adventure game. And so this is actually a brand new game. And so we have to see if it's going to be compatible with anything else. But even within this title, there's going to be so much for you to, to unlock, to earn, to collect, to create with, to customize.
It's incredible that it is, considering you've managed to basically match the aesthetic and feel of the LittleBigPlanet.
Yeah, the biggest compliment that anyone can pay us is they look at this game and they go, oh my God, it's Craftworld in 3D. I feel like this is authentically LittleBigPlanet. And we get that compliment from people playing the game here at E3. We've gotten it from people like Media Molecule, right? Our friends at Media Molecule. They love how we've translated Craftworld into this new, larger 3D canvas.
Great question here from Captain M in Denmark. Denmark, my God, it's like 2 in the
I love
morning
the
there, I
Danes.
think. 2 a.m. He said, what would you say is the biggest difference between LittleBigPlanet Karting and, for example, Mod Nation Racers?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, this is a karting adventure, right? We're very proud of our heritage of having made great karting games, traditional kart racing games, and so that is awesome. We're so proud of it. But this is a reboot. This is a karting adventure, and we really want to break the boundaries on what it means to Sackboy in a kart, what you can do in a vehicle, the types of challenges, the types of modes. It really is something brand new.
Question here from Littleman3344 asks, are there different types of carts like sports cars, jeeps, and I guess to add to his question, could you have different cars that have different abilities and effects?
We have literally a couple 100 different bodies of carts in our game. I'm not going to list them all, but they span from race cars to things that are things that we see in everyday life. There are trucks, and then there are crazy things like domestic objects. Like we have a flower pot. We also have, a bit of a nod to the LBP fans. We have the Robobun. You can actually race as the Robobun from LBP2. So we have this potpourri of, vastly different vehicles that you can choose from. You can mate with different parts in the poppet to make your own custom ride, and of course you can sticker and decorate them.
A couple of more questions here. Split screen. question: from a puzzle to a racing game, how did you come up with this idea? And do you think it's how did this partnership happen? Actually, how did it? Did you guys? Was there collaboration? Because it's quite similar to Mad Nation Racers in many ways.
Yeah.
So
to tell you the truth, we've always had a good relationship with Media Molecule. Even before we started work on LittleBigPlanet Karting, we've always felt like we're kind of kindred spirits with Media Molecule. Ever since 2008, when I was at that GDC when they revealed Sackboy for the first time, I went, holy crow! I love this character. He's so charming, and this type of game is something that we had already been germinating ideas for, right? And so we felt like we were studios with the same values to empower people out there to create, whatever they imagined, to be able to express themselves. And when it came time to start our latest title, we wanted something insanely powerful, and it just made sense to make karting with LittleBigPlanet.
we were talking about the customizable elements on making the cars. Do all of them have wheels, or can you make stuff that flies? Or
Yeah, well, they start off as go-karts with go-kart chassis, but then we've got different types of chassis. You've got a standard go-kart chassis, but you can turn it into a dragster, or you can turn it into a lowrider, or you can turn it into a tank, or even a hovercraft, which doesn't have wheels. So again, a wide variety of different kart styles that you can make using the customization.
Just interested because there's a couple of different ways you can sort of make these games in terms of difficulty. Are you guys going to use things like rubber banding in the?
We don't really do rubber banding, but we try to make the right tools and the right decision making with the AI so that the matches are tight. But we don't cheat. We don't automatically drop in a guy like to fire a weapon at a certain point. We don't like to predetermine those outcomes. We feel that we've designed a karting game that is natural enough that you're going to get that competitiveness with humans versus humans and humans versus AI.
I have a question here from PS3 Dude 10. He's asked, in LittleBigPlanet 2 there were 2 layers to work with. How many layers are there in LittleBigPlanet Karting? I guess it's a whole different situation because you're in a 3D.
We've blown away layers because it's not just a puppet theater. It's actually a theme park, right? If you think about the difference between those two things, that is how big a canvas you have in 3D. And once you're in 3D, you don't have layers anymore. You have this wide open space that you can randomly deploy things on, right? We still have grids so that you can align things. You can make city grids or streets, or line up your buildings or fences. But really, you have all the freedom within that 3D space that you could ever want. And so I think a lot of experienced creators in LittleBigPlanet are going to be pleased that, oh my god, I don't have layers anymore. I have a huge space to fill with whatever they imagine they put in there.
Captain N from Denmark, he still hasn't gone asleep, has asked, how fast can you make the carts? For example, can you make them lightning fast, like racing games like F-Zero or Wipeout?
Yeah, you can make them quite fast.
Quite fast.
I don't know how to express it in
miles
number,
per hour,
but you can make them significantly faster than the default speed and significantly slower. And it depends on the particular level or scenario you're building. There's some scenarios where you kind of want them to be slow, right? If you want it to be, if you want them to be tank speeds, you can make them tank speeds. Or if you want to make them like F1 speeds, you can do that too, and everywhere in between.
In terms of the level editor as well, then, how large can you make what's the sort of the limit on the amount of assets that you can have in any one, or in terms of size?
That's another question where it's like, it's big. I honestly don't know how to quantify it. But if you look at what we're playing here, like this is an arena called Zeppelin's Rule. Like it actually has quite a bit going on because we've got 2 ships. They're in the sky. There are clouds. We've got some scenery in the background. We've got these ships are made out of a lot of different pieces that again are painted using the 3D geopainting tools. We've got the weapons, we've got pickups, we've got prize bubbles, score bubbles. Anyway, we've got lots of stuff going on the screen here. And, I don't think anyone will hit the limits really, really soon using the level editor.
Cool. That's awesome. Thank you very much for coming over and showing us LittleBigPlanet
Thanks a lot. I'm really thrilled to be here. Thanks.
When can we play it? And I was about to ask on what
coming out on PlayStation 3 later in 2012.
Awesome. Thanks very much for bringing it along.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're going to shoot over to Brendan and Eddie now, who've got some news apparently. What's the news, guys?
This is E3 day number 2, and we are here for a little news recap. So Naughty Dog's new action game, The Last of Us, is not going to come out this year. No, it's not. First, we thought it was going to maybe come out at the end of 2012, but now it's been confirmed for a release in 2013.
So that'll put it in like early 2013 alongside, nothing else is coming then.
No, it's just a lot of small
Bioshock
things.
Infinite, maybe Grand Theft Auto 5.
No, it should do well, all sitting there by itself. Yeah, it should be fine. That's kind of disappointing, though, because I'm looking forward to that game personally. From what we saw at Sony's briefing yesterday, and from all the stuff before it.
Yeah, as dead to the whole ultra violence as I was by the end of that day of press conferences, The Last of Us still managed to stand out among them as wow, that's a little brutal even for a year where everything is brutal.
If you know what we're talking about, you know what we're talking about. But if you don't, we have the trailer up on our website and you can watch it.
It's really easy to see. It'll probably ask you what your age is, and if you just lie about that,
you should be fine.
Don't lie about that. That would be dishonest on the internet, and that's a bad thing. You shouldn't do that. More news though.
More news. There's
got the Square Enix tech demo.
Yes, there's a new tech demo that Square Enix put up last night called I don't know how to pronounce their names.
Agnes Philosophy.
Agnes Philosophy.
Yeah, so this is basically, if you want to know what the next Final Fantasy is going to look like the next gen Final Fantasy, Square Enix put up this tech demo. It's kind of this is what we're aiming for with the next gen. They haven't said for sure it's going to be the same setting as the next Final Fantasy, but they did label it with the role-playing game series name. And it looks pretty damn impressive.
A lot of attention paid to detail, especially in beard hair.
Yes,
you can see
everyone's
strand,
talking about the beard hair.
Actually, it's just me, probably. But
Eddie's got a thing for beard hair. It's really weird. I wish I could tell you more about it, but we have to get back to the stage because you are about to see, if I'm right, the Unfinished Swan.
This isn't my mobile phone. Is that yours, eh? Is this your piece of paper? Aw. I thought I got my first swag of E3 there. Thanks very much, guys, for all that news. Beard technology. Wonderful. We're about to look at the Unfinished Swan. Curtis, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. And the developer of the game, One Man Army, I believe. Ben, how you doing?
I'm doing great, but I'm not the only developer.
No? How many people you got working on the Unfinished Swan?
We have 12 people
12?
on the Unfinished Swan, yeah.
For a game with no textures.
Well,
I'm only kidding, man.
We have some surprises.
It's going to be DLC. Is that what's going to happen?
Well, yeah, you're going to have,
That's a good idea. So for people who haven't seen anything about the Unfinished Swan, give an elevator pitch. What's the basic...
Okay, so the elevator pitch is that it's a first-person painting game, but the hook is that you can't see anything at first. So the screen is all white until you press the trigger to throw a black paintball, and it flies through the air and hits a wall. And so you find out that by throwing paintballs, you can reveal the geometry of the space around you. So it's really like an exploration game at its core.
I believe there's a reason why you are in this particular world. Something about an Unfinished Swan. What's the narrative drive behind it?
Oh yeah, so there's a little bit of story. It's like a kind of a storybook-inspired feel. And so the idea of it is that you are a young boy named Monroe, and your mother died, and she left behind a painting of a swan that was unfinished. And so one night, the swan leaves the painting and goes into a little door, and so you follow it, and it's a little bit like Alice in Wonderland, and so it kind of guides you around the whole game, so you're always trying to find the swan.
So how did the concept of the game come about? Did you know you wanted to make a first-person game, or did you have the sort of the overriding artistic idea of it, and then this is basically how you portrayed it?
So the creative director, Ian Dallas, he was in USC at the time when he created the idea, and he was in a class where they made a prototype every week.
Oh, wonderful.
And so, some of them were terrible, and this one kind of turned out to be like an incredible exploration of space.
It was overall the best, so you decided to roll with it.
Yeah, so the idea had legs, and so it took about a year after that to kind of figure out what the game was going to be about at all, and that's when the Swan came into the picture.
Cool.
So.
Just want to remind people, if you have any questions for us here, hashtag GameSpot E3, or put a question underneath the video on GameSpot.com. How long has this been in development for?
It's been, so after the prototype, it took about a year, and then Ian talked to Sony, and we formed Giant Sparrow, and it's been about 3 years since then. So quite a while, but it's a small team.
So with a game like this, it's starting it here. How do you educate the player? Because there's a lot of... These are concepts that are obviously new to most people, so you really have to retain somebody's concentration, grab them very quickly on. So how do you do that with a concept like this?
So it is definitely a novel situation that you're in, but because the game is kind of about the sense of wonder of discovery, we don't tell the player anything. So you start out and the screen's all white. Some people spend like 30 seconds really nervous, like did it crash? But after a while they start to hear the sounds of the player moving and they're like, oh, okay, so I can't see anything. And then, you know, people tend to figure it out pretty quickly. And then that moment of like, aha, that's what the game's about. You know, like that's what we're trying to do over and over again in this game.
Well, that's sort of game design done properly. Instead of just prompting people about what they should do, they learn by doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do.
So how do you then, pacing-wise, how long is the game? And not that length is any way a quality quotient, but how long is it? And in terms of like exploration, do you spend a lot of time in making your way through zones, or do you spend time enriched in specific levels for a matter of time?
So there are multiple mechanics besides the painting, but they're all about exploration. And so the amount of time it takes to do the whole game is about 2.5 hours for an average player. But because the mechanics are like specifically about player expression, some people choose to spend a lot more time in them. And there's also plenty of like little secret things to find. So there's creatures and you know, like lots of interesting things to come across.
So we've solved. Sorry, Curtis, go ahead.
No, because you see, well, you don't see much of the world to begin with. It's all white. Do you do like very creative things, and does the geometry actually make sense if you took it out and put it in the real world? That's the thing I want to know.
Yeah.
I'm seeing all these frogs and like crazy fish things, and it seems like you're in a fantasy world.
Yeah, so there are definitely fantastic elements, but the game is kind of fundamentally about architecture and space, and so the whole space does, make sense. And when we're developing it, we do see it as, just like a normal, this is a forest, this is a pond, and it's only until we make it all white that it kind of feels way more ephemeral than it actually is, and so it's all about kind of making that tangible.
So I see that there's swan feet down on the ground, and is that kind of your guiding thing, not just have like, let's have a waypoint everywhere so we know where to guide the player?
Yeah, so it started out, it was all white and there were no hints or anything, there wasn't even a swan. But the swan footprints, we found it helps guide people, and in doing so, because people have a point of reference, it actually gives them the freedom to explore in the opposite direction. And so it's kind of nice to say like, here's where you want to go, but also like, maybe there's a frog over here, maybe there's a sea monster.
Now I could see that if you put too much black on the scenery, that you could actually get lost in some places.
Yeah.
Is there a way to remove that? So, or you're just gonna have to go exploring around in the darkness, pretty much?
Yeah. So there is no way to remove the paint. It's totally permanent, and every splat that you splat will stick around for the whole level. And that's kind of one of the main points of the design is, and something people find out really early. They say like, "Oh man, if I paint everything, will I be lost forever?" And the answer is, yes.
You gotta be very careful there in this game, or you might just be lost the entire way through.
Yeah,
Does paint affect the world as well, or is it used just simply as a mechanic for exploration?
Yeah. So there's mostly it's used to figure out the geometry around you, but there are also a lot of physical objects and things to knock around and push open.
So there's a weight to the balls of paint.
Yeah, so you'll be interacting with a few different things. And here we kind of have like an overlook, and built into the layouts of all the levels are opportunities for you to check out all the crazy stuff you did.
That's incredible.
So yeah, this is kind of an expert player's path through the thing, but some people are crazy messy and some people are like very artful in how they do it.
Sorry, Gordon. Now you're right over a ledge. Do you actually take any sort of fall damage, or is there any danger while you're in this world, or is it more about just exploring?
Yeah. Can you die?
Yeah.
Actually.
Okay, so in the first level it's pretty safe, but since our game is kind of storybook inspired, we found the best storybooks were ones that had like a little sense of terror in them, and so there is a way to die in the game. There are like a few different places. Maybe there's like things that want to eat you, water to fall in. But in general, when you do die, there's no penalty, and you'll be put back like 3 seconds. And the idea is that like we want you to experiment here. And so if you find the wrong way to go, that's it. You just don't go back down there.
More than black paint as well.
Pardon?
I imagine. Is there more than just black paint? Is there?
Yeah.
Do you have a palette of colors at your disposal?
Yeah, so the first area is all black and white, but there are 4 chapters, and in each one, there's kind of a new mechanic, and there's a totally different look and feel to the world. So we'll show you after this the second level, which instead of throwing paintballs, you throw water balloons. And that becomes more useful and makes more sense as you play through.
You alluded to a couple of other mechanics that are working in the game, so that's 2 of them. Is there anything more you're talking about? With a game that's this long, exactly, you want to get people interested, get the hook in them, but then not spoil it as well, I guess.
Yeah, and part of what we think is valuable about the game is that it's a series of consistent surprises, and like to spoil that, would kind of take away from the whole experience.
I see there's collectibles in here. He just picked up a balloon.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of things to discover out here in the world that, you're going to have to use your paint to, find.
Yeah, and there's plenty of things I'm sure most people will never find. But yeah, there's balloons are collectibles in the game, and that's kind of to give you an opportunity to explore new areas and also to provide an extra challenge if you want to play it again, because we have some very sinister placements inside the world.
So here we've got some narrative explaining. How often these parts happen in the game?
So periodically throughout the game, you'll see a little letter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
There will be a little letter, and when you hit it with paint or water, it'll reveal a storybook page. Am I falling? It'll reveal a little storybook page that's kind of intersecting with the world, and so that's basically to give you some background as to what was happening at the time, because spaces are abandoned, and to give you a little sense of the characters in the world.
Cool. I was going to try to get you to fix your mic there. Curtis, have you seen much of this game before?
I looked at various movies and screenshots, but I haven't sat down at any sort of demo or anything like that. So seeing it in motion and played in real time is very exciting.
We're just to let people know, it's being played on a PlayStation 3 here at the moment. Is there any move support?
Yeah, so the game has optional move support, and so you can play with the DualShock, or you can play with just a move controller or a move and a navcon, so we have options for everyone.
And is it PlayStation 3 exclusive?
Yeah, it'll be PSN exclusive, downloadable.
Cool. How far away? Oh, wow, this is showing a lot more of the... I feel so bad now for not saying there was... well, there's the shadowing that's going on here. Is this the second chapter you're referring to?
Yeah, so this is halfway through the second chapter, and this is an enormous abandoned city that you're going to be exploring through. And so, yeah, it has everything already shaded in, and you have a brand new paintball, or it's a water ball to play around with.
It's beautiful. Have you? Were there? With a game like this, there clearly would have been in the design process a lot of testing and prototyping and coming up with insane. Were there anything you did that was just too much, like red rooms that would give you headaches, or?
Oh man, we had a lot of terrible ideas.
Yeah.
But
DLC.
Yeah, no, but luckily we were given the freedom by Sony to kind of explore in places that most people would never let us touch, and so we failed a little bit, but we have some gems in here for you to explore with.
How do you find working with Sony? Because there's this sort of, a lot of people assume that Microsoft is the best indie publisher to work with, but from talking to people who work with Sony and just looking at what they've released over the past 6 months in comparison, there's a lot to be said for the amount of indie support that they're doing. So how do you find working with them?
Oh man, well, so we were able to spend the amount of time we did making these brand new mechanics that nobody's seen before, and it's mostly because of Sony's support. And so if their track record of having that game company with Journey and Flower and Flow is anything to be an example, like I think the stuff that they're going to do in the future will be equally as innovative and pretty awesome. So it's been great to work with them.
It'd be great if you could talk us through what's going on here, because I feel maybe we're not taking enough attention to it.
So yeah, in this space, you're in the city, and it's been abandoned because there are these kind of vines that overgrew the whole place. So in this level, when you splat, you'll be able to grow vines to wherever you're putting water.
Oh wow!
And so instead of exploring just the visuals as if you were blind in the first level, now you get to grow vines everywhere and use them to traverse to brand new places that you couldn't have normally.
Okay.
And so in this level, you can grow vines on the wall.
So how does the physicality then within the game, you were saying about with the talking about falling earlier on, and obviously clearly now you're able to use these to climb. How much of the game is using the physical world as a test itself? How much is platforming basically?
So it's not challenging in terms of movement or anything, because we definitely want to cater to people who haven't played a lot of challenging games and aren't looking to be challenged in that way. So there's not a lot of platforming that's difficult at all. It's mainly focused on getting new mechanics and exploring how they work. So in this one, you're climbing vines and seeing like, well, where can I take vines and where can they take me? And so.
Now, the first level we completed in about 10 minutes or so, and this one seems a little bit more complex. Are they getting like increasingly harder and more difficult to figure out and more puzzle-like, or do you want to keep like a kind of similar pace throughout the game?
Yeah, well, we tried not to make a puzzle game because we didn't want to just explore one mechanic and have different variations on it. We wanted to have brand new stuff all the time. So each new mechanic that comes in will be explored enough for you to like say like, wow, that's really cool, and I figured it out, and then you can move on to the next thing. So you're going to spend only a little bit of time with each single different mechanic.
Cool. Ben, thanks so much for coming over and showing us the Unfinished Swan. Just let folks know whenabouts we're likely to see it on PlayStation Network.
Yeah, so it'll be on PSN in 2012. And
that's this year.
Yes, it's this year. We're almost done.
Do you have any idea whenabouts you're getting it out there? No?
I can't say. I don't know.
TBC.
Yes.
TBD. No problem. All right, that's my life for today, folks. I'll be back tomorrow, but Chris Waters is taking over the show once again. I just do his toilet breaks, basically. But right now, let's go to Carlos Cam, where I believe we've got a tour of the Mad Catz booth.
Here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. Here's my best friend, Alex.
I am your best friend. We've known each other for many a year.
We've bonded, and we had meals together, drinks.
We had meals together, you know. In my darkest hours, this guy was a shining light, a beacon of hope in video game goodness.
It was a good time. I liked it.
Great time.
Let's look at
we
things.
We were young, we were reckless.
I'm still young. We're still young.
We're still reckless, most certainly. Hey, welcome to the Mad Catz booth.
We're inside.
We're inside.
Let's go inside.
Come check out what we got. Honestly, most people never really get to see this. This is our secret lair.
Exclusive.
Exclusive. Hey, you want to see what's latest and greatest in the world of video gaming hardware, Carlos?
Why, I do. I'm glad you asked.
Well, come on, come follow me. Let's push past people as only we can. Look how busy the Mad Catz booth is, ladies.
So busy.
It is so busy. It is. Hey, come check this out. Come check this out. Okay, so we have got the most state-of-the-art, red-hot, tip-top, non-stop, one-stop shop roller coaster ride of an Xbox 360 headset. You know, everybody.
That's fast.
It's fast. It is. It's like me. It's fast and it's great. Now, you know what? Everybody in the world has got a really cool Xbox 360 headset. There are so many companies out there that have got Xbox 360 headsets. I guarantee you, GameSpot viewers, nobody has got this. This is simply put the most advanced. Okay, you want to put it on? You can put it on. This is the most state-of-the-art, feature-rich, exclusive Xbox 360 headset the world has ever seen. Because
you sound better already.
Oh well, thank you very much. You can't hear me. This headset does what nobody else's headset can do. Now check this out, Carlos. This is real important. It's the world's first and only truly wireless Xbox 360 headset. Nobody has got a wireless headset apart from the Triton brand.
Nobody. And by the way, I have a Triton. I love this product.
Oh, well, thank you very much. But you do not have the Warhead. Now, listen closely, guys. Okay, everybody else needs a chat cable to come from their headset to the controller. Some competitors out there, they got like a Bluetooth dongle that fits inside the controller. It's a Band-Aid solution. Ours is the only headset in the world to communicate directly with the Xbox console itself. It's got the same security chip that is inside the Microsoft controller. We're the only headset in the world to feature that. So it communicates directly with the console, right? So it doesn't need to go via the controller.
That's brilliant.
Intelligent system. Get this, take this off. I want to show you some really cool things. We're only just scratching.
We've just started, people.
We've just started. Now check this out, right? If I press the home button, okay, you're going to notice it actually brings up an intelligent screen here that'll show you your charging icon on screen. So it will show you how much energy is left inside your battery pack. You don't get an on-screen prompt with anybody else's headset. Check this out. Look at this, Carlos. Rechargeable lithium-ion battery packs for this bad boy. Boom.
Saving the Earth, Jet. That happened.
Yeah, one battery pack at a time. But get this. What happens when your power runs out of your battery pack? Look at this. This is the base station here. I can actually take off this piece, and there's a second battery pack, okay? So you can just hot swap your battery packs. It comes right on out, and you can just hot swap your battery packs. So dual power, it means that you never run out of energy. And because we're using Microsoft's own solution here, the Microsoft's own security chip, sorry, even when your Xbox console is off, it's going to continue to charge. Okay, it's the easiest headset in the world to connect. Look at this, just 2 cables, people. You just got your power cable and you've got your digital optical cable. Because it's using Microsoft's own security chip, it automatically syncs with the console just like your controller. No complicated cables, no setup procedures. It just works, and it uses Dolby headphone technology to give you 7.1 surround sound.
That is more than 5.1 people.
Boom, baby. Yes, it is. But check this out, Look at this. A microphone detaches as well, right? You can actually link several Warhead headsets up to one base station.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like
so if your buddies come round, you can all watch a movie together at the same time.
And you don't have to listen to them. You can just kind of like zone them out.
Zone them out, buddy. Zone them out. Look at this. I got more. I got a little EQ button here, right? And when I press my EQ button, I can go to movie mode, I can go to music mode, or I can go to game mode as well. So I got different EQ settings depending on what media I'm listening to. And
I was just gonna say, it sounds like an and's coming up.
There is an and. Look at this. There is even an external line-in input, so I can plug in my iPod or external music player, and I can press my source button over here, and I can actually switch between game and external input. So I can beam my iPod music, boom, anywhere in the house using state-of-the-art 5.8 gigahertz technology.
Brilliant.
There's no product like the Warhead, and it is only from Mad Catz Triton brand, arriving this summer season.
You're gonna do a price at the end, and it's only blah 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 99.
It's arriving in August. We haven't actually specified price point yet. It's going to be under $300 though, which in my mind, Carlos, makes it a bargain.
It's affordable, people.
Hey, you want to see something else?
Let's see something else.
Okay, come over here. I'm going to come over here. Let's just take a look at this. Let's take a look.
Almost broke the whole place.
Okay, so this is our brand new game from Mad Catz. What's this? Mad Catz making games?
What? That doesn't make any sense. I'm confused.
Dogs and cats sleeping with each other, the end of the earth, we're crossing the streams. That's right. This is our brand new game, Damage Inc. Pacific Squadron World War II. An exciting action-based flight combat game set over the Pacific Theater. It starts on the day of infamy on the attack of Pearl Harbor. Guys, this isn't a flight sim. This isn't a history lesson. This is an exciting air combat game with a really strong multiplayer core. You've got 4-player drop-in, drop-out co-op in the game. You've got a robust multiplayer in here, a team-based multiplayer called Scratch One Flat Top, which pits 4 players against 4 players, where the object of the game is to protect your own aircraft carrier. You've got over 30 historically accurate aircraft to fly here, including enemy aircraft, 23 missions, each with at least 6 primary objectives on board. Really robust campaign, fantastic graphics.
And I'm guessing your own controller.
And our own controller. Look at this bad boy. This is our aviator stick. Now, the aviator stick ships alongside the game. You get the game and the stick for under $100. PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC. Damage Inc. Pacific Squadron launches August 28th. You guys have got to check this game out for yourselves at the Mad Catz stand or at damageincthegame.com.
Sounds great, and we're gonna actually like leave here with one of these, right? I think that was the rumor. That was the rumor. I heard that.
You gotta leave with one of those.
You know, I want to show people how awesome it is. So.
Well, I want you to show people as well. So we will hook you guys up with Damage Inc. Pacific.
Brilliant.
You guys can pre-order now. You got lots of pre-order incentives if you pre-order. Check out the game for yourself and pre-order information at damageincthegame.com.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alex, for showing us a couple awesome things. There's actually a lot more here. We can't even get to all of it.
Loads more here. Well, we're going to do some more videos throughout the rest of E3. And, we're going to
You're just like, we're going to do many videos a week. Yes. A cornucopia of videos. That's going to do it for here.
Well, there you go.
Thank you very much, Alex. Back to the stage.
Pleased to be here.
Hey folks, it's Chris Waters. I think we're live back here right now, and oh yes, we are. Oh, awesome. All right, so we've got a whole cavalcade of MLG, or competitive, I don't know if MLG is the right term, but competitive Shoot Mania stars here on set. Let me go down the line and introduce them. We got Miss Harvey, Sturmy, and Swifty. I get it right?
Yeah.
3 for 3. Welcome to the show, y'all.
Thanks for having us.
Shoot Mania, you guys showed it off during the Ubisoft press conference on Monday, and like a real, very fast Twitch reflexes shooter, sort of people evoking old school Unreal Tournament, Quake play. Is this sort of what you guys are going for with Shoot Mania? that kind of speed?
Yeah, I think it's really all about the skill. All about the skill. I think you can answer that question more.
Yeah, I think it's a good mix between a real tournament and Quake. You know, two legendary games, especially for esports. But that's what Nadeo and Ubisoft wants to bring on the table. You know, like a good esport title, because esport is sport of the new millennium.
Absolutely, and you know, we've got MLG matches playing all day here at the GameSpot booth, and they've been attracting a crowd. How have you guys been doing? You have a show on. You showing it off on the show floor?
Yeah, we did. We showed this morning the final of the E3 competition that Mania did online.
Okay.
So we got the winning team from the US that's going to play the winning team from Europe in 2 weeks, I think. So it was a bunch of Counter-Strike players that won. So they're professional Counter-Strike players as well.
Nice.
And there was a huge. It was in the middle of the UB booth, so there was a lot of people watching and cheering for them.
It's nice to have an audience, right? It sort of pumps it up, gets you more excited. Now, we're checking out a match right now. Can you give us sort of a, what mode are we in here? What's going on?
Is that elite mode?
Yeah, there's a lot of mode right now. So this one seems to be an elite mode, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's elite.
Yeah.
No, it's not. There's like,
No.
I think this is just a normal.
Yeah, I think this is some sort of like royale or survival mode, but. In my honest opinion, right now, the most competitive mode that we have, since the game is still in alpha stages, is Elite. And that's the mode that we have doing the press conference.
Okay.
And also what we have been competing on against the crowd, and also the Twitch tournament. So tomorrow, I think, we're gonna play against a lot of people at the Ubisoft stage.
We're gonna present the joust. So I'll be shoutcasting these guys playing against each other, and this is another mode we're gonna show for the first time, which is more like Quake 1x1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are sitting together in harmony on stage right now, but tomorrow morning, not going to be the case.
We've been practicing together.
Yeah.
I mean, the game is super fun, action-packed, super speed. That's what's really cool about the game, because you go at full speed and you frag someone. It's like super exciting. Everybody screams and yells. It's a really cool game.
And we got a glimpse of that now, and we're seeing, you know, people jumping around shooting each other here. Give us an idea of some of the mechanics that sort of encourage that speed. Do you have sort of any kind of locomotion abilities, or is it all everyone moving at the same speed?
Well, basically, we have seen in so many different games used in esport that there are different kind of movements. There can be dodging, like it was in the real tournament, or some sort of like strafe jumping for the Quake titles, bunny hopping as well for Counter-Strike or different modes. Should Mania bring some new movements into the table? I would say they are a little bit different than the one we have seen in the past, and there are also some stamina involved that you can use to get more boost and run faster while going around the maps. And I guess you can actually see it as some sort of perk as well, I would say, that can be used in different situations. So it's also player skill to decide when to use it, or but you can do a lot of crazy things with
and
it.
to sort of track when your opponent has used that and when maybe when they're more vulnerable.
Exactly, and the same thing goes for the main weapons, because in the lead mode, you play it 3 against 3, and there is one attacking team and one defending team. And the attacking team, it's just one guy against 3, but he has a railgun. And the railgun has unlimited ammo, and it has a reload time which is really short. But at the same time, and it's instant kill. One shot, you're dead. But on the defending team, you have 3 people with rocket launcher. The rocket launcher, of course, it's it's not as fast as the ray gun.
Slower, yeah.
Exactly. So it's a little bit slower.
Yeah, you can dodge them.
You can dodge a lot. Yeah, you can dodge a lot. But you get the point when you hit the guy, straight in the body. The splash damage is just gonna move you. It's gonna make you stuck. Maybe you're gonna bounce around, but you don't lose life. It needs to be a direct hit. And
but you are going to be able to bounce them off their trajectory as well, and sort of shove them away from their objective.
Exactly.
Yeah, you would think it would be unbalanced 1 versus 3, but I think it is actually balanced.
Yeah.
I think the 1 is more overpowered than the 3.
Really? So playing on 3 is actually that you're at a disadvantage, and you have to pull together a little more.
The 1, yeah. It's crazy.
Now that's the demo you were showing during the Ubisoft press conference, and those matches were definitely tight. And it seemed like the railgun
Very
Teat
good,
guy
very
pulled it out most of the time. Is
Yeah.
that right?
I think that was me.
It's really dangerous. It's a really dangerous gun.
Yeah.
All right, so that's that's an interesting way, to have a lopsided competitive mode. Normally, in a competition, you sort of try to have everyone tuned the same so that there's sort of an equal playing field. Are there modes like that as well, where you've got larger groups of people sort of using the same kind of weapons?
The game, you can customize it.
Mhm.
They give the player a lot of
Yeah.
freedom. You can change the maps, and it's very easy to customize the maps. That's what I really like about the game.
Yeah.
The fans are going to be able to create all kinds of maps for you to play, and you can change it. You can make it 10 versus 1, and you can adjust the health and those types of things to make it balanced.
Okay, so you can set up a lot of different custom scenarios.
Yes.
Yeah, there are tools already inside the game that is gonna, help the community create whatever they want.
Yeah,
Maybe you can
they're giving
expand about
access to the script. So basically, if you know a little bit about script, you can change everything you want.
Okay, so now in terms of map design, because you can make your own maps, and
Yeah.
from what we're seeing here, though, it's the maps are kind of seem to be in blocky units. Like this is a lowered area. Before we had sort of that fort that was in a cross shape. Is it pretty easy to just sort of stamp down different environmental stuff and
Yeah,
bang
if
out
you
your own
tried
map?
Track Mania before, the map editor, it's the same thing before a shooter.
Okay.
So in 2 minutes, you can have a map, and you can already iterate on it and adjust it and play it and see, oh, this is already overpowered, and you can switch it. And you can also edit the map that were released by Ubisoft. So or other people, other players, you see, you download a map that someone else did, and you can edit it right away, and it's really easy to use. Really simple and really fun, actually.
All right, cool. So now, of course, railgun, rocket launcher, we've mentioned those weapons. Any other creative ways to kill your opponents here? What kind of other weapons are we dealing with?
I don't think right now I don't know. We heard something, but
We heard something,
Yeah,
but
we
we're
heard
not allowed to
something, but
say.
yeah, exactly. I mean, the game is still in early alpha stages, and I don't really know what's
We've
gonna.
got to see a couple things too, but it's top secret.
Yeah, they're still prototyping a lot.
You guys are teasing me here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Prototyping everything, so nothing is certain for the final game. So far we can't talk about it.
All right. Let's talk. What we can talk about is this sort of the interface here. What are we seeing in terms of like? This is your weapon weapon cooldown meters at the bottom.
The thing that goes up, it's the cooldown for the it's your ammunition. So it goes back up. It's like a cooldown, and you have your health. Right now this guy has 2 points.
Yeah.
And on the right, you have the jetpack, I would call it. I don't know how to call it. And it empties when you use it, and it fills back up. So all these fills back up with time.
Okay.
Except, no, that's not true. The health doesn't fill back up.
Yeah.
So
Now did you say jetpack? Did I hear it? It's
jetpack boost. I don't know the
So is that a
exact term.
boost that sort of can boost you horizontally, but can you get vertical jump as well in that
it helps
boost?
you a little bit.
Yeah, but not much. It's not like you can fly around the map.
Yeah.
Actually, there are some jump pads, so you can use the boost together with the jump pad to gather like more speed and more aid. But you can't just fly off the map when you want. And another good thing that we were talking about it before. It's actually the ammo. You need to be careful because when you start, you can get a maximum of 4 ammo. Okay, that you can choose if you want to shoot all of them in one in one shot, like boom, 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 or you can actually make sure that you have ammo at the right time. Of course, it's gonna load like the stamina, but I mean you can create a different sort of tactics based on that. But I mean, like we said already, the game is still in early alpha stages, so anything can still change. But I think the good thing is that they're actually listening to the community and some of the professional gamer, to improve the game and make a good esport title.
All right, so it seems like they're working with the esports community to sort of tailor to that play. But you sort of started to say the B word there, and a lot of folks in the chat are curious about when or where they could play it. Do you guys have a beta planned?
Yeah, you can already register online right now on shootmenia.com.
Okay.
And soon you're going to be able to play and try it by yourself. They're going to release a lot of beta keys soon, so don't wait and go register.
Go register, shootmania.com, and then once you guys open up the beta, which should be relatively soon or a little later on, what do you think?
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
You'll be kept updated. That's a good way to do it. All right, now what is this point that we've been rallying around here for a little while? Is this just a sort of a defend kind of thing?
Well, personally, I've only been focusing on the elite mode like everybody else. I think this is one of the new modes that might be have been released with one of the new builds. So I actually haven't seen it before.
In the elite mode, you need to capture it.
I know what it
at
is.
the end of the round. In this mode, it seems to be exactly the opposite. Activate it and wait and hold it.
Like it shrinks.
I think it's some sort of like last man standing,
Yeah.
where you have to kill all the opponents in the map, and if you're dead, you're just gonna respawn at the next round. And there is like a big, I would say like a zone that slowly is gonna get smaller and smaller, so people can hide, and the whole have to go in the center of the maps, and then the last man standing that didn't get killed by being in the off zone or by some of the enemies gonna win the round and get the point. I think that's how it is. So, and I actually haven't played it yet because, like I said, elite mode, it's I would say probably the competitive mode, and me being a professional gamer and gonna compete at the next 2 big tournaments in France in the next 2 weeks. I've been mostly focused on that.
And
yeah,
I like the elite mode. I liked it a lot.
Yeah,
but I think it's really cool that the fans can create maps like this really easy. They can create crazy modes.
It really hands-on on the fans, and that's what's really cool about it.
Now, you guys have got some tournaments going here at E3. Tomorrow morning, you're saying you got some event plans?
We're doing a show match tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I think it's around 11. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I think
come at the Ubisoft booth.
Yeah.
It's in the middle where there's a big stage and a big screen. You're gonna be able to watch us play.
Yeah, actually, I think tomorrow. I'm not sure if we're gonna have the show match, but I think we're gonna play against the crowd. Because it was scheduled. So I think
can line
exactly.
up and fight
so
him.
everybody can come over
Their
and
chance
play
to beat
against
the
us.
legend.
Just like line them up and knock them down, right? Is that what you're trying to do?
Their chance to beat the legendary Sturmy.
Well, I think we're gonna play in the same team. So.
Oh, you and me? Awesome.
Oh, no, not with the people. I want to frag you, man. I want to play with the guys.
Eventually, we're gonna go head to head. I know it.
Okay.
I don't know if it's gonna be before or after.
All right. So we talked about the beta, and folks are curious. This is obviously coming out on the PC. Planned. Are you guys going for a free-to-play model, or you pay to retail box, or what? Do you have any?
It's not a free-to-play. It's exactly like Trackmania Canyon that came out.
Okay.
So it's gonna be around the same price. I don't want to go ahead of myself. It's going to be around the same price, and it's not a free-to-play.
Okay, sure. Okay. And yeah, so that people are noticing a lot of sort of parallels to Trackmania, especially in the map construction and stuff like that. And and again, we can sort of get a look at the grid-based map and sort of how easy it might be to just stamp that out and jump right in. All right, well, Shoot Mania coming out on PC. You guys got a fierce tournament planned tomorrow. Are you going to be broadcasting that over Twitch?
We usually try to broadcast it, so I would say yes, because we did today, and we did during the Ubisoft, of course, conference. So yes.
All right. So do you think we got time for another? Oh, here we go. Let's take a quick look at this. This is the map editor. Have any of you messed around with this yet?
I've watched. I haven't really used it, but I've watched them build a map in literally 2 minutes with all the spawn points and
yeah, they're
everything.
building it now, but. I'm not a map creator, but I think it's a pretty cool thing to actually, have something like that in the game that can be done for anybody. Like, for example, he's he has a lot of fans. He's a famous YouTuber, and I know a lot of people would like to play against him. So maybe he can create his own mode, and he can play against all his fans,
exactly
and
what I'm gonna do,
maybe
a
put
mode
like
so
prizes
I can
on.
play against the fans. It's gonna be awesome, and they can make the maps.
It's going to be really easy to share with the Mania Planet platform that they're creating. You're going to be able to post your maps on it and download it from there. It's going to be the same platform as the Trackmania, so you'll be able to download your Trackmania maps and Trackmania and Shoot Mania maps on the same platform, which is Mania Planet.
Just your whole Mania, all your Mania needs in one place.
Yeah, and you're going to be able to chat with your friends online, that kind of deal.
All right. Well, guys, while we see some of this map getting stamped out, why don't you, tell the folks a little bit about yourself, starting with Swifty down there. Anytime we get people on stage who introduce themselves as Miss Harvey, Sturmy, and Swifty, folks are curious about who you are, what your thing is, and how you came by the name.
Well, my name is John, but I'm known as Swifty. I play World of Warcraft. I have a YouTube channel. It's John SJU, or you could just search for Swifty on YouTube.
Okay.
And you'll find me. I really enjoy what I do, playing video games, coming to these events, And my whole thing is just helping people. Like in my videos, I try to do that. Try to
Excellent.
set a good example, exercise. I show a lot of exercise and sports in my videos too. Mix it up with gaming.
Cool.
That's awesome.
What about you, Sturmy?
Well, I'm Alessandro Vallone. I'm a professional gamer since 10 years. A lot of you guys probably know me and Sturmy. I've been top 3 in the world in many different games. For example, like Painkiller, Quake 4. I've been competing in, with Mania 9 games professionally in my career. Like I started with Quake 3, Unreal Tournament 2004, Doom 3, Painkiller. I think I played Quake 4, FIFA 07, FIFA 08, Quake Live, and Mania.
Okay.
So 9 games professionally. I don't know. I've been competing like worldwide, CPL, Professional League, World Series of Video Game, Championship Games, all the big tournaments. I think I managed to take a top 3, in any of those. So,
I don't know, man. Might have met your match tomorrow. We'll see how that pans out.
I know.
But basically, I'm really looking forward to, of course, play this new game. Might be a new challenge for me, my gaming career. I'm gonna be competing already in the next 2 weeks at SOPA and Simsum. It's gonna be like 2 big tournaments in France, and I don't know. I mean, people can find me, on Sturmy.com, but mostly, of course, on Twitter and Facebook, just /Sturmy, and they can get in touch with me. And if you don't know, well, probably you already know about esport, but of course, if you wanna know anything,
he's got Sturmy TV on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He really wants me to get big on YouTube as well. So my Sturmy TV on YouTube, but I only have like some sort of Italian show and maybe some frag movies.
Well, now you got to start making videos.
All right.
Now you have to.
All right. Now,
all right.
Ms. Harvey, I don't want to cut you off of your turn, but we actually have Edward over here ready to talk about the map editor. He's eager to sort of shine some more light on this function for us. Edward, how's it going, buddy?
Thanks a lot.
Hold that mic a little closer.
A little closer.
All right, talk to us about what we're seeing right here.
All right, so I would first like to thank these people for being so kind and coming on stage and talking about the game that they have experience only for a few days. So here you can see the level editor live. My friend is actually using the in-game editor, dropping blocks, building its own level. So as you can see, it's really simple. It works exactly the same way it did in Trackmania, with the same engine. So in 5 minutes, you build your map, you share it online. The beauty about it is that it's not only the terrain that you're editing, you can also edit the rules. So for example, if you decide that the big capture point in the middle should be a capture the flag point, you can do it. If you want to have a different number of players or a different time limit or a different frag limit, you can edit those things, and it makes it very lively and very reactive.
Yeah, we heard some mention of changing the match sizes and sort of making it lopsided if you want, and try to balance it out and create different scenarios. Yeah. So in addition, so there's really a lot of different possibilities here. I mean, how crazy can you get? Can you just create a totally broken game mode that's no fun for anybody?
I guess that we could try that together, my dear. Honestly, I think there are lots of possibilities. Ourselves, we're exploring so many at the moment, and we're seeing just like the community of players developing stuff that we didn't think about in the first place. So I think only the future will tell us how far you can go with this tool. And I'm sure it'll be an exciting time for gamers to try themselves to push it to the limits.
Absolutely, and that was an interesting feature of this editor. You can just jump right in, run around your map a little bit, test it out, see if it's working, see if you created any really awkward spaces, and then sort of jump back in. Same way you could in Trackmania.
Exactly, that's the goal.
All right, lots of customization, lots of map fiddling here with Shootmania, and of course, competitive play, you guys.
You actually had a first. I can't say much, but if you watch the video, you can see something.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Oh, all right. So you're just gonna dangle it out there and let the fans try to go back and comb through and find out what they caught a sneak peek of.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, just come out and tell us. Come on. What do we see?
I don't know. Maybe.
Look closely at the underground.
Yeah, you can actually see something that we haven't really said in past interviews. So.
All right. Well, if you're gonna leave us hanging like that, that's all right. You gotta leave some mystery for people, I guess, right? Well, hey, Swifty, Sturmy, Miss Harvey, thank you so much for coming on and showing off Shootmania. Edward, thanks for the check through on the maps. One more time, Folks can get into the beta by registering on shootmania.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beta's not live just yet, but will be hopefully sometime soon.
Yep.
And keep a lookout on Twitch for that competition coming tomorrow at you from E3. Coming up next, we've got some more fighting. It's Injustice, Gods Among Us. And then, but before we get to that, it's a quick tape segment. We'll be back in just a flash.
Here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. Still, and we're here at Namco Bandai because we saw these really cool like arcade cabinets for a new game called Tanks, which I heard is amazing and really, really fun. So it's like a little peek in what they're doing. Now the thing is, I don't think I'm going to be able to get this at home, this model per se, but the game itself is very fun. You basically are blasting the crap out of stuff with your tank. Like huge monsters, awesome missile launchers. It looks super cool. So, tank, looks amazing. And that's that. Some toys over here, because why not have Thundercats? Which, by the way, that game is here somewhere, and we need to find it. Because Thundercats, the video game? Yes, please. All right, over here, we got some Pac-Man going on. Now what's really cool, it's like a tabletop, and it's like 4-player. It looks awesome. And I'm pretty sure these are like arcade cabinets that you would have like at your local Pizza Hut or whatever. So it's kind of took a step up. It reminds me of the Pac-Man for XBLA, which was really fun. All right, there's a lot more to see. Mech robots, awesomeness. And they actually have actual Pac-Man cabinets as well, which is super cool. And again, these arcade cabinets are dangerous because I feel like I will never ever leave them if I actually start playing. Dig Dug up in the house. I love it. I love me some Dig Dug. All right. We got some One Piece Mansion over here. Our One Piece Pirate Warriors. Of course, the massive Dragon Ball. And I think right through the middle here is Dragon Ball Connect. Actually, wait. Power Samurais. Got some Power Rangers Super Samurai Connect style. So we're still looking at Power Rangers. Oh, hi. I'm in the shot of something else. Let's go over here. This is Dragon Ball Z Connect. Let's see her focus. Oh, that's some punching power, people. Again, I said this before, I'm usually kind of like bored with the Connect, but the things where you hit things and beat people up, I'm kind of all for that. So I would probably play this game. All right, that's just a quick look. Namco Bandai has a lot of stuff. There's a lot of people here. It's really, really kind of insanely crowded. Her punching power is really good too. We should play this later, right? Me versus Cameraman Werner. Just saying. All right, it's actually too crowded to move, so we're gonna go somewhere else. I'm gonna go this way.
All right, now, if you were here at E3, you'd be seeing this game's name plastered all over the wall, hanging in giant drapes with epic-looking superheroes staring you down with glowering looks. It's Injustice, Gods Among Us, and I'm pleased to welcome Ed Boon from NetherRealm to the stage. Ed, welcome.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
We're glad to have you, and Maxwell McGee is joining us, GameSpot's resident
You
fighting
hanging in
game
there, Chris?
aficionado. Absolutely. I mean,
Good to hear.
it's games like this that come on the show. It helped keep me going after hours and hours of demos. And so Injustice, Ed, you guys making a big showing here at E3. How's it been?
It's been great. I'm very happy with the response that people had with the game. It's always kind of weird when you first have the public kind of look at your game and get their hands on it and get to see what you're offering. But so far, the response has been just overwhelming.
So I want to know a little bit more about the differences with Injustice versus Mortal Kombat 9. What's going to win people over with Injustice who maybe were turned off by NK9?
Well, first of all, it's a completely different game. You know, there's nothing really other than the fact that they're both fighting games. There's not much related to them. They have completely different control schemes, completely different attack buttons and whatnot. And the fact that it was created by the team that made Mortal Kombat, NetherRealm Studios, I think there's the inevitable questions of, you know, how does it play? Does it play like Mortal Kombat? Does it have X-ray moves, fatalities, all that stuff like that? Yes, but it's its own identity, and that's really part of the message we really want to send is that it's its own game. It has its own kind of play mechanics and its own features.
Wonderful. And coming from a team that made a game that we have actually been having running over here on our MLG stage all day.
I saw it. That's
some
great.
fierce competition, and so, I mean, you guys sort of calibrating Injustice to support that same kind of high-level competitive play?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the goals we had with Mortal Kombat was to make put features in there for the kind of hardcore guys, the frame counters, the Evo players, the tournament guys, and we definitely want to go at least as far, if not further, with Injustice. You know, it's a fighting game. We definitely want it to be accessible because we're going to have a lot of players coming in who are fans of the superheroes and whatnot. But we definitely want to have that layer for the guys who are going to just tear the game apart with all the nuances and frame counting.
Now, how do you think the success of Injustice will impact the competitive scene for Mortal Kombat 9?
How Injustice will affect MK?
Yeah, well, if Injustice comes out, people start playing it, do you think that may detract from NK9? Do you see it as maybe possibly pulling players away from it?
Well, I hope not. I think the you know, inevitably with fighting games, you know, they kind of have a certain lifespan, and I'd like to think that Mortal Kombat has a lot of legs, you know, a lot of staying power. It's going to be at this year's Evo, so that'll be, you know, 2 years in a row. I'm going to be attending it. We'll be excited to go see that there. But I think, you know, Injustice is a different game, just like, you know, Street Fighter can exist with Tekken and you know, the different games from the companies. I think Injustice will kind of carve its own niche in there too.
Okay. Now back at the other end of the spectrum from competitive play, let's say I'm just a big Superman fan, and all I want to do is punch someone into space.
Yeah.
Is that something I can do? How are you guys making it accessible for folks who, you know, maybe don't have a lot of fighting game chops?
Yeah. That's the big balance that we're trying to do with this game, is to make, you know, anybody who can pick up the controller can do something cool. But then the guys who kind of work at it, and you know, with any fighting game, anybody who kind of works at it and digs deep can find all the hidden gems that really kind of set them onto another level that you know, the casual player won't be able to kind of do.
Now, the MK DC connection goes back to the MK versus DC fighting game. How is this game sort of distinguishing itself and different from the DC character's previous appearance on the fighting game scene?
It's different in every way. I think, you know, the scope of this game is a lot bigger. You know, we have our arenas. The big thing about our game is the arenas have areas and objects in it that the characters can use in the fight. Normally, an arena is just pretty much like a pretty background that the players play within, and we're really kind of bringing a lot of the objects from the arena into the fighting plane, letting players use them. So there's a car that big characters can pick up and slam. Their smaller characters can use their gadgets to ignite it and explode it. And so mixing up these objects with these different characters, these different classes of characters, is really what's going to kind of separate this game from the other fighters.
Now, in addition to the standard versus modes, what can we expect in terms of non-traditional modes? I know a lot of people were really enamored with Mortal Kombat 9's Challenge Tower, the story mode. Can we expect a similar spread of game modes?
Yeah, well, you can certainly expect as rich of a feature set as Mortal Kombat had. I don't think we'll do the exact same sequence that we did with Mortal Kombat, just because we really want to offer something new. But we're definitely going to have a very strong story element. That I think it's kind of like, it's almost like synonymous with our studio, is a really strong story element. And we definitely, you know, the reality is a lot of people play these games alone, so we want to always offer a good amount of single-player content in there too.
We've got a bunch of people talking in the Twitch chat wondering about the characters. Now, we caught a glimpse of a bunch of them during that gameplay snippets we were just showing. Yeah. Saw Batman, Harley Quinn, Wonder Woman, Superman, Solomon Grundy,
and Flash.
Flash.
Yeah.
Who else you got? Are those the six you're trotting out right now?
I think that's all you've shown so far, correct?
Yeah, those are the six. we have a number of events coming up, Comic-Con, PAX, PAX East, Gamescom, all these things that, we will obviously are going to be planning additional information along with characters, arenas, and game features that we're going to be telling in the
Now,
future.
Ed, I did see a picture of the Joker teased on the Bat computer in the Bat Cave earlier today. Is there anything you want to add on that?
Well, this is how I was kind of approaching with Mortal Kombat. People would say, is Raiden going to be in the game? is Scorpion going to be in the game? I think, iconic characters, we're certainly not willing to make any announcements, but we're probably going to really try to take advantage of these great DC characters. So, you can pretty much.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Now, Ed, of course, the Wii U is big talk of the show here. We're seeing some full games coming out for that system, and it's coming out very soon. Is Injustice announced for the Wii U?
Yes, it's coming out for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and the Wii U.
And so Hylian17 in the Twitch chat is wondering, what kind of features are you guys planning for the Wii U? Of course, that's the big question whenever anyone talks about that system and the gamepad with the tablet and touch functionality.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things about when we first launch a game. There's a lot of stuff that we have planned that we aren't really allowed to elaborate on. Right now, the only information we're really giving is that it will be available for the Wii U, and how we expand on that and using its kind of unique features we're probably going to be revealing over the coming months.
All right, we've got a Flash superfan here, Arcane Obesius. Is the Flash featured in this game Barry Allen or Wally West?
It is Barry Allen.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so the question that always comes up whenever you put Superman anywhere is, how do you keep a lid on that guy?
Yeah.
How is he not just throwing people into space and leaving him there? Or his many other ways to just utterly overpower anyone he faces.
It's interesting when part of me wants to just kind of answer the question by saying it's a video game. And then the other part of me is kind of like, because we're showing things so kind of realistically, people start to think of it as, a real world scenario. We're definitely going to have elements in the story that are going to explain, why Superman and Batman would want to be fighting, as well as why, why it would even be any kind of a challenge at all. Someone like Superman should theoretically be able to defeat anybody instantly.
Sure.
But we're going to be doing stuff in the story that's going to make it all make sense.
And now the story mode, Maxwell, in Mortal Kombat was one of your favorite parts of it, like just working through those ladders and seeing sort of that reconstructed timeline that you guys put so much work into, Ed. Yeah. Can we expect a similarly robust story mode from Injustice?
Yeah, that's one of the things we were most proud of with Mortal Kombat was the story mode, how elaborate it was. We're not gonna be doing the exact same sequence, but we're gonna be doing something that will certainly have a very elaborate cinematic, big-scale story mode that I think people will, if they enjoyed Mortal Kombat, they're certainly gonna enjoy this one.
Okay, more questions for Injustice. This one from Devil Trigger 38. Are the characters going to show wounds or breaking armor, or show that they have been beat up a little bit? Are we going to see some changes on their character model?
Absolutely. We actually, in this early build that we have, we don't have the characters being damaged, but we do have, as people who've played Mortal Kombat, they've seen how we've damaged our characters. But not only are the characters going to take damage, but the environments are going to take damage too. So by the end of a fight, your character's going to be all beat up, bruised and everything, costumes torn and damaged, as well as the environment. You're going to see, bridges collapsing and all the damage that's done with the interaction as well. It's going to be like a wasteland when you're done there.
And then on that same note, will there be stages that just don't have any environmental effects for players to take advantage of, or can the environmental effects be toggled on or off?
Yeah, I certainly think that with something as dramatic as this, we'll probably have some kind of an option in there that if you want to just play with just kind of the raw rules of the fighting and not have any kind of props and stuff like that, we'll probably accommodate something like that. But that is part of the experience that we really want players to kind of worry about. Where am I? What can I use in this area? That's like the big feature for the game.
Yeah, because I saw in the demo that I got to play earlier, a lot of the environmental effects can even be used to like extend combos. They're not just one-off attacks.
Exactly, and that's part of the design. There are certain features that, you know, if you're doing a certain combo and you know I'm right in the middle here, I can actually, you know, in the mid combo jump up, grab a power generator, slam it down on them, and get even more out of my combo. So your strategy is going to change based on where you are in the arena, but that's definitely extending combos is going to be a big part of that.
And then have you considered any sort of character customization element for Injustice, similar perhaps to the gyms in Street Fighter Cross Tekken?
We haven't. We really don't. We're not going to do anything kind of crazy like having an alligator like hanging off somebody's shoulder or something over the top like that. We really want to kind of like our visually. We really want to take this kind of seriously. Really try to get like a hyper realistic version of it. You know, the dress elements. We may do something for like completing. You know, one of the single-player experiences is like a Medal of Honor, a Badge of Honor, something like that. But we're not going to have, you know, parrots sitting on people's shoulders and kind of the crazy stuff we've seen before.
All right. Maxwell, you must have read the viewers' minds because the chat was just lit up a second ago with questions about costumes. But another one is we saw, you know, I mentioned Superman punching someone into space, which we caught a glimpse of. Sure. And folks are wondering about any kind of how you finish the fight with style. Those really impactful moves that really flex, you know, the capabilities of these powerful heroes. How are you guys handling those? And can you give us a couple examples?
Yeah. Well, there's certainly, we definitely wanted to have the big moment. You know, like in Mortal Kombat, there's this moment where we're calling the X-ray move, where you basically have this kind of devastating attack, and you can see the insides, the internal damage, and we really wanted something to kind of replace that. So Mortal Kombat is kind of like just crazy violent in one way. We're kind of substituting that with over-the-top events, and so the equivalent of, you know, seeing somebody's skull getting crushed on the inside is, you know, Flash will run around the world, you know, to kind of like build up his speed for this, delivering this kind of crazy punch. I can't wait for people to see that exact move because that's like probably the most over-the-top move we got in the game. Superman, as a lot of people have seen, can knock somebody up into outer space, and you know, those are the big kind of moments where we get this kind of crazy release and everybody. That visceral feeling that we got, similar to the X-ray moves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've got someone asking a question about the clash system. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but maybe you are.
It's something that we're kind of giving a glimpse of in this, where we're going to elaborate on it more. But effectively, we have these meters in the bottom corner, similar to how Mortal Kombat did, and you could do a number of things with them. You can enhance special moves. You can use them to kind of break combos and whatnot, or you can save them up and do the, you know, run around the world and power somebody, hit somebody with a punch. But a fourth thing that we're adding is we're going to let players get into this mode where they kind of they run at each other and clash, and each player can basically bet. It's effectively a wagering system of how much they're going to use in this particular clash.
Oh, really?
The outcome of the, you know, the kind of the spoils of it, which will basically be damage, will go to the guy who bet more. So if you want to, like, you know, use up all your meter and win this clash, good for you. If you want to save it up, you take the hit of the damage, and so it's really going to kind of change that whole dynamic between the players going against each other.
Yeah, the clash attacks that I saw during the demonstration, they're extremely cinematic, and I'm wondering if what are the limitations to using Clash? Like, once you've built up one section of the 4-section meter, does that enable you to use Clash?
Well, like I said, this is the early version of it. Yes. Right now, it's kind of like we put it in a point of like a breaker move.
Yeah.
But we actually haven't really gotten all the rules down as far as that thing. But that's one of the ideas. We certainly don't want to have a Clash happening all the time. It's a big cinematic event. You don't want to interrupt the fight for too long. We want to make it a big deal.
I know. When I saw it, it certainly looks awesome the first time, but I could see it if it's going over and over during a fight, it could really start to draw it out.
And imagine, you know, Superman hitting somebody in the outer space 10 times in a game.
Yeah.
At some point, it's not a big deal anymore. So,
all right, Ed. Just a couple other questions coming in from Twitter from Chris O'Toole. Now, we're not we're not saying more about characters. Of course, you've announced the 6 here. He's curious about if you guys are branching outside of the DC universe for any kind of guest characters, or if this is strictly a DC infighting game.
This is strictly a DC fighting game, and certainly, you know, in this world of DLC, downloading characters. There is always the option of doing something in the future. You know, with Mortal Kombat, we had a guest character, Freddy Krueger, and we had no idea we were going to do that when we started working on the game. It was just brought up to us. We thought, oh, that'd be really cool. So what's great about that option is it leaves the door open. So it's certainly something we would consider, but we don't have any plans at the moment.
All right, but you do have plans to talk more about Injustice as the summer progresses. Of course, Comic-Con, a big one, coming up in just a few weeks.
Sure.
And PAX and Gamescom and all those big festivals later on. So you folks can tune in then to GameSpot's coverage for more on Injustice Gods Among Us. But when is the release date you guys are aiming for this game?
Well, I can give you a release year, and that's 2013.
And it is next year.
Yeah, and it's next year.
All right, and actually, of course, platforms is another question. And people have been asking about a Vita version, but I'm pretty sure you guys are sticking to console announcements right now.
Yeah, right now the only thing we've announced is the big three, I guess. PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and the Nintendo Wii U.
All right.
Yeah.
Ed, thank you so much for coming on here and talking about Injustice. Maxwell, thanks to you too, bringing your expertise along as well. Much appreciated, fellas.
Take care, Ed. It's good to meet you.
Thanks.
All right. Up next, cheers, Ed.
All right.
Up next, we've got a demo for Quantic Dream's recently announced game, Beyond. That's how we're going to close things out today. But first, checking in for a news recap of the day, Cappity Caps, with the news team, Eddie and Brendan.
Thanks, Chris. So we've actually got some new news for you right here. This afternoon, Disney released the first trailer for Wreck-It Ralph. It's a feature film, computer-generated graphics. It's based on video games, basically. It stars John C. Reilly as the voice of Wreck-It Ralph, who's basically the villain of a Donkey Kong-style game, who decides that he's fed up with always being on the losing end of these games, and he just goes off the reservation, starts invading other games. Now, you can check out the trailer on MSN. They've got, I think, an exclusive on that, or YouTube. And it's really cool because it's got just like a whole bunch of gaming cameos in it, going cross-company. You've got Dr. Robotnik from Sonic, Bowser from Mario, M. Bison and Zangief from Street Fighter, Q*bert. And it's kind of like, if you don't even like the movie, it's probably at least worth it just to spot the references. That comes out in November. Eddie.
It's a Disney movie, so I want to see it.
It is. It's a game-based movie, not based on any individual game. So it's almost like Tron in that sense, which was another Disney movie. Did you know that they made a Tron before, like 2 years ago?
I did know that. I did know that. But I can see why you wouldn't. Yes.
Yeah. Eddie is infuriatingly young.
Yeah, somewhat like that.
News, though. Tell us some.
The next Xbox and the PlayStation 4 might be closer than you think. A couple industry analysts today from Stern Agee and Robert W. Baird have said that the PlayStation 4 and the next Xbox will be out by the end of 2013, and they might feature flexible revenue models, which include free-to-play and microtransactions. So, not exactly sure how the next wave of consoles are going to shape up, but it could be coming sooner than you think.
And beyond that, we've still got some of the big news from earlier today. Square Enix has released a tech demo trailer that might be for the next Final Fantasy. At the very least, it's a tech demo that shows off the technology that they're using, and really just kind of, it's a really interesting setting that it's showing. It has men with assault rifles storming what appears to be a like cabal of cultists using magic powers, and winds up with this magic-using woman just on the run from giant, crazy beast with spikes.
Yeah.
I don't know. That looks cool to me. I want.
Yeah, it definitely
I would
does.
rather have a Final Fantasy based on that than a remake of Final Fantasy, whatever number you like best.
And that's going to do it for us. We're going to pass it over to Carlos at the Namco booth.
Oh, Tekken, how you guys doing?
We're doing amazing.
Are you having a good show?
Yeah, we're having so much fun.
I feel like everybody's watching us.
They are.
Okay, let's pose for them then.
All right, do your best.
Ready? Okay. Awesome. Thanks, ladies.
Sure,
Have a good show. Bye. Thank you. All right, let's go this way. Oh, you're still there? You gotta come back. I can't take you anywhere. All right, excuse me. Hey, Dark Souls. That's kind of cool. That's the new version, Prepare to Die edition. Which this is if Dark Souls wasn't hard already, now it's more hard. That's what that is. I saw you looking at those ladies. We should talk about that for a minute. You can't. All right. Oh, I want to talk about this game. This looks really cool. Check this out. It reminds me of the old school, like what's it called? Spirited Away. And I love anything that's close to Spirited Away, you know, all that stuff. Princess Mononoke. It seems like a fun game. It's kind of, you know, more for kids, but whatever. Hey, look, there's Snoop. That's my uncle. They showed him in that game. I can't see probably. There he is. That's my Uncle Snoop, y'all. That's not a real thing. I'm just making that up. All right. Here's that game in action. That's the game you saw on the screen. That's the actual game. And it looks cool, like a RPG, but also Princess Mononoke in a weird way. Or Ponyo or something.
I entrust the task entirely to you.
All right. Is that going to be it for now? Do you want to? Okay, we'll keep going. There's Star Trek over here. Let's go to Star Trek. This looks like a ship of some sort, and I have a feeling we can't get in it. Let's see. Oh, here it is. There's a line for the ship, people. So I don't think we're getting inside the ship. But Star Trek is here in the house, and they're showing off that game. And I kind of want to see that game, but it's not going to happen right now. Did I mention there's a lot of things here? We're going to wrap it up because there's too much stuff to see. But next time we come back, I have a good feeling my voice will be gone. Back to the stage.
Here we are back for our final demo of the day, and I'm very pleased to welcome David Cage from Quantic Dream and Laura Parker from GameSpot Australia to the stage to talk about Beyond, the game you guys dramatically revealed during Sony's press conference. I bet it's been a busy couple days since then.
Oh my God, yes. It's been a busy last couple of years, to be honest with you.
Yeah?
It's been a lot of work since the end of Heavy Rain, of course, and E3 is absolutely fantastic. Being at Sony's press conference has been amazing. It's a great honor for any developer, so we're really glad to be here.
And Laura, this game, we saw it during the press conference, piqued your interest. You got a chance to go sit down and see some more of it?
I did. I got to see the extended 40-minute gameplay demo, but I can't really talk too much about that today, but maybe we can talk a little bit about it.
Sure.
Well, before we get into the gooey details that you can share, let's give folks a little bit of an overview about it in case they missed the press conference. Your Quantic Dream's previous game was Heavy Rain, and now Beyond Two Souls. What's the general premise of the whole game?
Well, Beyond is about the story of Jodie Holmes. Jodie is a young woman who is gifted. She has a link with an invisible entity, like an invisible friend floating around her, and they are tied together. They cannot separate. And this entity is there all the time, and Beyond is a story of this girl through 15 years of her life. So we'll see her when she's a young girl, when she's a teenager, when she's an adult, and we will see how she grows, how she learns, how she evolves, and how the relationship with this entity changes through time.
I can imagine that, you know, for a young girl growing up, if you've got a mysterious entity friend that is very real and can, you know, have consequences on your life takes a bit of a different path than maybe one without an invisible friend.
Yes. Of course.
All right, so what we're seeing right now, place this on the timeline of her life.
Well, this is a moment where Jodie's 23, so that's later in her life, and she is searched by all police forces in the country for specific reasons that I can't detail too much right now.
Okay.
But she's a fugitive on the run, and she's catched by the police forces in a train, and she's gonna do everything she can to escape.
Yeah, including getting up on the train in the blustering rain, which looks very dangerous.
And this isn't a cutscene, right? It's all playable.
No, it's all gameplay. We use as few cutscenes as we can. We want the player to be in control of the story all the time, and actually we want him to play the story rather than watching it. So we use very, very few cutscenes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your inspiration for this game? Because you wrote it and you directed it. Where did the idea come from, and did you have a personal connection with the story?
Yeah, actually, the more I write, the more I feel like I want to talk about things that I feel close to, that relate to me as a person. I think it's easier to write, and I tend to believe that hopefully it's going to be more interesting for the people playing it. I don't know how it's like to be a soldier or to go to war, but so I prefer to talk about things I feel familiar with. So this game is really about growing, I said it, about being different, accepting how different you are, but it's also about death. It's about separation, it's about mourning, it's about what's on the other side.
And also about running on the motorcycle from the cops.
Yeah, you know, through 15 years of your life, many things may happen to you. So you will be with Jodie Holmes through happy times and difficult times.
Mm-hmm.
You will be with her all the time and see how the different events that occurs to her will change who she becomes.
And of course, one of the main gameplay sort of mechanics in Heavy Rain, what allowed branching story paths. And is it possible as Jodie you're going to find yourself ending up in some very different situations depending on how your life in the game evolves?
Definitely. The idea behind the games we make is that you're in the shoes of the hero of the story, and depending on of the choices you make, you will, or the story will take different turns, and you will see or miss different things, and the story will just change based on your actions.
I'm very glad that you brought up Heavy Rain, because I wanted to ask you, David, about comparisons between Heavy Rain and Beyond. So, did you take any of the criticisms of Heavy Rain, for example, on board when you were developing Beyond? For example, I think Heavy Rain was criticized because of the gameplay. It was some found it a little bit too simplistic. Is that something you addressed?
You cannot create games or anything else in reaction to people. I mean, you don't want to do this. You just want to create something you believe in sincerely and try to do your best. So compared to Heavy Rain, we just try to improve every area of the game. We try to come back with better visuals, better engine, better animations, better motion capture, better actors, hopefully a better storyline, and probably a different way of blending interactivity and narrative, and hopefully a better way, stronger way. But most of all, I'm interested in emotion. I'm interested in what you feel when you play, much more than on what button you press as you go along. So it's a specific approach. I think we just try to do something that is really different and emotionally involving for the player.
And can you talk a little bit about the mocap? So did you expand on what you'd done previously? Because Heavy Rain looked incredible, right? Did you kind of use the same techniques for mocap as you did in Heavy Rain, or did you expand on what you were doing?
So regarding the technology, compared to Heavy Rain, it's a brand new engine. We developed an engine from scratch that we used for the first time in our tech demo called Kara that we introduced earlier this year. And so it's a new engine. We improved the visuals. We developed what we call physically based shaders. It's basically how the material reacts to the lights. We improved the depth of field to have even a different sense of cinematography. We improved the particle engine. We have a lot of explosions and rain and stuff, particle system. And we worked with performance capture. Heavy Rain was shot with split performances where we shot facial animations and voice on one side, and then we go on stage and shoot the body animation as we play the audio. This is what most games do these days, but when we realized that James Cameron on Avatar was shooting everything at the same time, we said, wait a minute, this is the way to go, because you have one unique performance, and of course it's much more powerful because you have all the power of the body language, how it's synchronized with what you say and with your emotions. So we invested a lot of time and energy in trying to make this possible for the game. Given the scale of the game, we need to shoot about 10-12 hours of gameplay, so this is a different scale for us. And we developed Kara to show it was possible, and then we shot Beyond exactly using the same technology.
Okay, and that is Ellen Page on screen, am I correct?
Yes.
So how did Ellen become involved with Beyond?
Very simple way. When I start working on a new script, what I'm used to do is to find a picture of an existing actor and putting on my desk so I can just look at the face of my character when I need to, and it gives me the feeling that just looking at him or her, I will have a feeling of how they would react in different situations. So the first picture I chose for this character of Jodie Holmes was a picture of Ellen. And so I worked for a year on this script, and after a year I realized that I really wrote my script around the character of Ellen, or at least how I imagine her. And I thought she was this very cute and nice girl, being so vulnerable and fragile in appearance, but at the same time having some kind of strength inside. She's really someone strong inside. And this is exactly what how I portrayed my character of Jodie Holmes. So when I was done with the script, I just sent it to her and told her that I thought this role was made for her. So we sent her a copy of Heavy Rain, a couple of reviews, and we sent her also what we would expect from her, being very true and sincere. I mean, this was not about recording a couple of voices over in a sound booth. That was about a huge involvement, comparable to the one she would have in a movie, time-wise. We would expect the same quality of acting and nothing less. She would need to learn hundreds of pages by heart for all the dialogues because it's really huge. So we were very hard, really saying, this is going to be horrible, it's going to be a nightmare for you, are you sure you want to do it? And she came back saying, I really like the script, I really find myself having common points with this character of Jodie Holmes, and yeah, I would love to be a part of this. So we met, we talked a lot about the character and the story, and here we go.
Done deal.
Well, David, people are certainly intrigued by what they're seeing and commenting on how wonderful the facial animations look. Of course, Quantic Dream, you guys are pros at that. The other question, coming from more people than I can count, is to talk a little bit more about gameplay. Of course, in Heavy Rain, we saw a lot of sort of subtle on-screen prompts and timed presses, and also some 6-axis motion. How is the player going to physically interact with this game?
The player can control or Jodie, who is a human being, and do whatever a human being can do, or control the entity and do whatever an entity can do. So you can fly around and you can cross walls and you can interact with matter and objects and characters.
You can throw coffee cups against the wall to freak out the cop that looks like Louis C.K.
You can do all these things, yes.
Okay, so you will actually be able to...
To answer your question, we have much more direct control in Beyond that we had in Heavy Rain. We have much more action also than we had in Heavy Rain. We blend interactivity and narrative in a very different way, I think, than in Heavy Rain. But at the same time, I'm still interested in the sense of mimicry, how what you do on your controller will impact what happens on screen and how it relates to what happens on screen. So it's really about all this. So I've not changed my philosophy about all this. It's been reasonably successful on Heavy Rain. We just try to improve and get as good as we can, as better as we can.
Excellent. Folks are curious about, of course, Ellen Page. You spoke at length about how her involvement with the project. Are there any other actors that you'd like to call out as being involved, or is that something you're saving for a later date?
We'll see in the future.
Okay, the latter, I guess. All right, so when you talk about action, we just saw a montage at the end there. What intrigued me, you just said, is getting to control both the entity and Jodie, and sort of do you then get to see the story from those different perspectives, and the entity of course becomes a character as well? Definitely,
and of course you can, it's like controlling two characters, but actually it's even controlling more than two characters, because controlling Jodie when she's a kid, a teenager, or an adult is really like controlling different characters, because what you can do as a little girl is very different from what you can do as an adult. So this is really similar to Heavy Rain in that sense, except that you don't control each time one character but two, Jodie and Aiden.
Well, I think the idea of tracing someone's life over a period of over a decade is fascinating, and just like in terms of character development opens up real great opportunities to get to know that character more deeply.
Yeah, what we really want to do is really give you the feeling once you're done with the game, that you really shared the life of someone, that you've been a part of it, that you know her by heart because you've been here all the time with her. You know what she went through, the difficult times and the good times, and you know all this. So it's going to be interesting to see how people will respond to that, and how close they will feel to Jodie Holmes at the end of Beyond.
Excellent.
So Heavy Rain was obviously set in a modern day environment, and there was a lot of domestic scenes and a lot of like normal everyday actions that we saw from the characters. Now, because Beyond looks like, and as you said, there seems to be a lot more action. We saw, she's running on top of the train in the rain, and then she's like exploding at the front of a cinema and stuff. With the environments in Beyond, have you expanded on like, is there like larger environments and the scope of what the characters can do has expanded?
That's a big change compared to Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain and before that Indigo Prophecy rather took place in small environments, whether it was an apartment or a living room, where here the player will discover huge environments and there will be a lot of space for exploration in the game, which was not really the case in Heavy Rain. So again, that's a big change compared to Heavy Rain.
And what do you want players to get out of Beyond in terms of how they feel and in terms of the whole experience of playing the game?
I want to invite them to an emotional journey. I want them to experience something that will leave an imprint in their mind, something that they will remember for a long time. Not this kind of game where you turn off your console, you just forgot what happened because you didn't care so much. I want them to be involved, to feel really close to this character. I would like the game to resonate with them on a personal point of view. And many people expressed that to me after Heavy Rain, how close they felt to the characters and how the game related to their own life or their relationship with their sons or whatever. And that's the thing I'm the most proud of. I mean, as any creator, when you create something, you want people to respond emotionally to what you create.
Well, David, I think given the reaction of people here at E3, you're well on your way to achieving that goal. And we're really grateful you could come on stage and talk about Beyond Two Souls with us. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that's going to conclude our game demo section of today's live show. But don't go away. We've got an EA booth tour coming up now, and then we're back to recap the day here at E3 2012.
Hi, this is Carl Sorrell from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. I'm not sure if you can hear me because I'm in the loudest booth in the entire place. There's the EA booth. Dead Space 3 is happening. And what you do is you just sit here and just take in the awe of EA. It goes all the way around, people, 360 degrees. And the floor, you can't see, or you can't feel this at home, but the floor is actually rattling my entire body. And I'm going to use the last bit of my voice today trying to give you this information. But Dead Space 3 looks awesome. But it's so awesome that I can't even hear myself. Whoa, I think it just lightninged. Did you see that? So yeah, I just thought I'd show you the experience of the loudest booth on the entire place. It's the EA booth. So they're making a point. And with that, go check that out. Keep moving around. We're gonna look around more. I still hear it. Oh yeah, this is EA. Well, EA obviously has a sports franchise, NCAA Football 13, NHL right beneath it, which by the way, I've been playing a lot of NHL, and they've got their stuff together, man. That game is fun. NHL 13, if you can see the screen a little bit, that's really, really realistic. It's just like, it's like you're watching hockey, people, but you're playing it. It's pretty amazing. And in this booth, you get to experience it loudly and with all the sheer power that it really has. All right, let's go look at Madden. Madden is a staple. Madden 13, right here. Oh, look, it's the Redskins. That's my team. I don't like saying that out loud because they are terrible. But these are my guys. Hopefully they will win. Don't mind us, we're just filming your game. All right, did you choose to pick the Redskins?
Yeah.
I love you. But is this the new? It's Griffin.
Yeah, I gotta see RG3.
Dude, he's gonna make it this year. Like, we're gonna make some sort of an impact, right?
Let's watch right now.
Oh, he did that on cue. That was awesome. That's gonna be our season, right? Come on.
Oh yeah, 16-0.
That's what you heard it here first. Redskins are gonna make a comeback. All right, well, there's some NBA Live 13 over there, which I didn't know they were still doing NBA, and that's a curious thing for me. So we should like talk to them tomorrow and figure out what's in that room, because I did not know they were still doing NBA. All right, that's a quick look of EA. We're gonna go over here more. No, we're not done. There's a lot more to see. Well, we got Need for Speed and zombies. Watch out. This is a zombie. He's my friend. He might kill me. No, he's actually friendly. You're both actually kind of nice guys. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. All right, we're getting out of here. Thanks, zombie. Need for Speed Most Wanted. That's a game. And also Battlefield 3. Lots of stuff at the EA booth. I have no more voice. Back to the stage.
You're an intrepid traveler, Carlos Rodella, and we salute you. Chris Waters here, wrapping up the day with John Davison and Justin Calvert, two other world-weary E3 travelers. How are you guys doing?
My voice is also going.
Oh man! Sound like Carlos.
Hello. I've been talking for 5 hours.
Now, for those of you who were watching yesterday, you know John Davison has been hosting our bonus stage here at E3, hosting a variety of celebrities, gaming developers, journalists, anybody who has something interesting to say about games.
And it's been awesome.
And it's been pretty cool.
But it's been really hard on my voice.
Well, can you squeak out a highlight or two for us?
You want a summary of today? So we open with Tim Schafer. Oh, my voice is working again. So we opened with Tim Schafer. He talked about Kickstarter and his adventure game and Ron Gilbert and just a bunch of cool stuff. We had Garnet and Jeff from the Weekend Confirmed podcast came on. I had the creator of Papo and Yo came on to talk about the motivation for his game, about it being about his drunken father, about wanting games to be emotional, and just like really, really great interview. We had the guys that are doing Defiance, which is just mind-blowing. Have you heard about this thing? Have you had them on?
We haven't had them on here, but I know about it. It's they're developing an MMO that's going to exist in the same world and a TV show, and the two are going to sort of actively inform each other.
So it was the showrunner, the lead on the game, and the actor that plays the main character came on to talk about stuff.
And talking about like how they are connected through those
you'll
things.
Watch something on the TV show, and it'll introduce a character which you then meet in the game.
You run a quest for him in the game,
and then vice versa. And so that was very impressive.
Ambitious.
And the guys from the movie Noob, so Blake Freeman and Jason Mewes, Jay from Jay and Silent Bob, if you don't know who he is.
No, Casper didn't work out today.
Casper didn't come, and they couldn't get him offset. Also, Josh and Rick Gomez. So Josh Gomez was Morgan in Chuck.
Big gamer, right?
And big gamer. And his brother Rick, who, if you watch Band of Brothers, he was one of the main guys in Band of Brothers.
Oh yeah.
He was also in a bunch of movies. He's also done the voices for a bunch of games.
Oh really?
Notably, a lot of Final Fantasy games from Square. So.
Did he have the hair to sort of match?
A little bit. They both special for the interview had grown enormous beards.
Really? That's dedication.
So I met with them a while ago, and Rick was completely clean shaven, and Josh just looked like he did normally, and they both had these mighty beards.
Did you issue some kind of beard challenge to them when you met before?
I feel like I should have done, because I was feeling quite emasculated by my neatly trimmed.
They decided to outbeard you on your own stage.
They outbearded me. I felt.
It's tough.
Justin came on to not talk about Beyond because he wasn't allowed to.
Yeah, not allowed to talk about that. Not
we
allowed
just
to talk
had Laura
about The Last
Parker
of Us.
not talking about that secret Beyond stuff that you guys saw.
Tomorrow we will reveal all.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow at 4 o'clock we're allowed to talk about it.
Excellent. So people can check that out at 6 o'clock when the awesomeness here ends.
Yes.
Well, so there are also there's still secrets from E3 that are coming. So which is quite. I mean, it's good because usually by the third day of the show we're in kind of mop-up mode, right?
Yeah.
But end of the day, there'll be new information.
And one look at our show schedule here tomorrow knows we're not mopping up. I am going to gloat about Star Wars 1313, Hitman Absolution, Metro Last Light, a game that I'm super looking forward to, Tomb Raider. It's going to be a big day tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Justin, what have you been up to today?
So, you know what, I thought it took me way longer than I thought. I actually gave out our physical awards for E3 this year.
Oh, yeah.
So we kept our awards pretty simple this year. We basically just picked 12 games. We think they're the best games, the games we're most excited about based on what we've seen at E3. So, you know what? I didn't give out all 12. I gave out 11. I still have one left.
Oh, yeah.
This one still needs to go to Bethesda for Dishonored. which is one of our picks.
That's a worthy choice. The
Awesome
demo
game.
today was spectacular.
Such a good game.
That was pretty awesome.
That game looks super great.
Yeah, so I still need to hand that one off. And I actually just gave one to David Cage as he came off stage for Beyond.
Oh, really?
So I got that one done.
Nice.
But yeah, the crazy thing is that Ubisoft scooped 4 of our 12 total. So
4.
I think ask anyone who won E3. No one's going to tell you Sony, Nintendo, or Microsoft. Like Ubisoft won E3 this year.
Yeah, that press conference.
They carried those 3 press conferences and had an awesome surprise at the end of their own. So yeah, they got 4 of our awards for Splinter Cell, Watch Dogs, Rayman Legends,
and Assassin's Creed 3.
And I know. I mean, those 4 were all very easy picks as well. Like no one, we obviously discussed, which are our favorite games sort of as a team, and yeah, no question.
And if folks are curious about how we came to those, we got write-ups coming a little later to sort of, or video chats to talk about like what about them earned them that place.
Yeah, we're gonna have a feature going up later tonight, just detailing the 12 games that won and why we picked them. So.
Very cool.
What was interesting though was that we didn't argue as much as we normally do about these things. So Tom McShay, the ever argumentative Tom McShay,
a dude of opinions. That is for sure.
Has an opinion. Grabbed me when I was on my way down here earlier on. He's like, what was awesome this year is that we were pretty unanimous on at least 10 of them. It wasn't until that 11th award that things started to get a bit pissy. Because there were some people whose opinions were just wrong.
Yeah, but you know how great a show it's been when some of the games that didn't get awards didn't get awards. Black Ops 2 looks awesome. God of War had a really good showing.
Elephant pulsing brain. I can't get that image out of my head from God of War. It's just
I haven't seen it yet, but I hear Gears of War Judgment is really good as well. I hear they're ramping up the difficulty in a huge way.
Yeah, Cliff was on here yesterday name dropping Demon Souls and Dark Souls. So if they even get halfway there, I mean, Gears players are in trouble.
Forza didn't get an award. Need for Speed didn't get an award.
And all these games are having really great showings.
Really great games.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's been an awesome show.
All right, so give us the thing you're looking forward to tomorrow, and we'll wrap it up. What do you got?
Man, what am I doing tomorrow?
Well, John, I know you're hosting bonus stage tomorrow.
Yeah,
I am. And you want me to tell you who's on, and I need to remember. I have it handily written down here. So if you could stall everyone while I actually look at my list. Tell a joke, Chris.
Yeah, tell a joke, Chris.
I don't know jokes.
Dance.
I don't do jokes.
Dance for us.
I've been sitting in this chair for so long, I'm not sure I could even stand. They cart me in here and off when Danny comes.
I have a list. Here's my list. So tomorrow I have Jake Kasdal from 17-Bit and Jamil Moladina from Funzio. Jamil used to run GDC and he used to run EA Partners. People may have seen him on a bunch of stuff. I have Fred Howard from King's Isle and John Smedley from Sony Online Entertainment. They're going to talk about free-to-play games and PlanetSide 2 and Pirate 101. Jeff Green from PopCap and Dan Amrick from Activision. They're going to come on and talk about community stuff that's been going on here. Pete Hines from Bethesda is going to come on. The Wargaming guys are going to come on. Jaffe, Tal and Casey from IGN are going to be on.
So you're pretty much going to have absolutely no voice by the time we do this wrap-up tomorrow.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a promise. What about you, Calvert? You've had time to think about it.
I know. I'm just trying. I can't remember for the life of me what any of my appointments are. I think I've... I think I might be able to see even more Last of Us. Ooh. Maybe. I think.
Even more?
I think maybe. I think I have another... Oh, no. You know what? I think I have another appointment for Beyond.
Another one.
I think that's what it is.
More Beyond.
So I'm looking forward to seeing more of it and being allowed to talk about it. That'll be nice.
And we're certainly looking forward to the latter item there. We can't wait to hear more about that game. David Cage was just up here, obviously, talking about it with me and Laura Parker. All right, gents. E3 Day 2 is a wrap here at GameSpot.
1 day to go.
1 day to go, and certainly a lot of awesome stuff coming up. In addition to the games I mentioned earlier, we've got like Sleeping Dogs, Hawken, Hybrid. Going to see that for the first time in action, and finishing off the day with Watch Dogs. So you're not going to want to miss it, folks. Beginning at 10 a.m. tomorrow here at GameSpot's live show for Day 3 will return. But until then, we got to rest our voices. You got plenty more videos to watch from here at E3. So have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.